On my bed lay a beautiful girl. She lay there in serene repose, her delicate, ethereal face flushed with color, long eyelashes trembling faintly. Her snow-white neck was like carved jade, and beneath her pink short skirt her smooth fair legs had kicked off the quilt and lay bare in the open air. Staring at that pure otherworldly face, I swallowed hard. This girl was truly a born enchantress. "Miss, wake up," I called softly. I nudged her arm, but she gave no response. I sighed, got up, and was just about to leave when she suddenly woke, threw her arms swiftly around my neck, and began to sob, choking out, "Why did you treat me like this? Why did you treat me like this?" She seemed burdened with immense sorrow. Her warm, damp tears quickly soaked through my shirt. Awkward and at a loss, my hands nonetheless moved of their own accord to embrace her from behind. My arms were filled with her soft warmth, a rich, maidenly fragrance swirled around my nose, intoxicating and inescapable. She sobbed under her breath, her small shoulders quivering, her curvaceous figure pressed tightly against me. Tears streamed down my own face as I silently thanked the heavens. I was a normal man who had always fantasized that one day some stunning beauty would lose her senses for a moment and thus give me a chance, so my dreams had always remained just that, dreams. Yet the girl before me was the most beautiful I had seen in all of my 24 years. I could not help but wonder in my heart, had heaven finally taken pity on me and bestowed upon me such a girl, rich, stunning, with a perfect figure. However, reality was not as I had imagined. Just as I was about to take the next step, the girl abruptly pushed me away and cried out, "I'm so hungry." I was speechless. Had she really been crying from hunger? I stood up, intending to go, and saw that she had also gotten to her feet. The moment she clearly saw what I looked like, she let out a piercing scream. With a bang, my cheap street style keyboard smashed straight into my forehead, and the next instant I was shoved out of the room. With a resounding boom, the door slammed and locked behind me. This seems to be my place. I stood in the living room for a while, then knocked on the door. "Miss, let me in," I called. "Miss, you can't do this to me." There was not a sound from within, so I hurried out to the balcony. Peering through the glass, I saw her already curled up in my quilt, sleeping sweetly, her charming face breathtakingly beautiful. I fell back onto the floor with a thump. What on earth was this situation? My gaze wandered, and I noticed that the things the girl had brought were still in the living room: half a bottle of liquor and a bulging bag that held some round object I could not identify. Curiosity stirred, and I picked it up to look. To my amazement, it turned out to be a gaming helmet often advertised online. Clearly printed on the helmet in bold flowing characters were two words: Ling Tong. I started in shock once more. It was actually the helmet for the game Ling Tong. Half a year earlier, a storm of publicity about an online game had swept across the globe. The colossal titan of the gaming world, the Shusheng Group, after its previous online game Shusheng, had once again poured 10 years into developing an entirely new title hailed by players worldwide as an irreplaceable new game, Ling Tong. Rumor had it that Ling Tong adopted a brand new neural brainwave bridging technology capable of fully stimulating all of a player's senses and achieving a truly 100% level of realism. Moreover, Ling Tong boasted the finest storyline and the most emotionally compelling equipment system. It was said, only said, that there would be all sorts of beautiful NPC women waiting to be pursued at will. Thus, as the previous game gradually declined, the eyes of players around the world turned to Ling Tong. Many professional gaming teams had already sold off their old in-game gear, preparing to make their mark in Ling Tong and carve out a new legend. And today was the day before Ling Tong went live, a day of immense importance for game enthusiasts across the globe. But who exactly was this girl in my room? I had forgotten to explain how this beauty ended up there. It had happened only a few minutes before. At some unknown point, a brand new white BMW had pulled up downstairs. I paid it no mind at first, but soon I heard a few lewd laughs from downstairs. Sticking my head out to look, I saw several local thugs gathered around the BMW, joking crudely. I could vaguely hear them saying, "So it's a woman. Why don't we drive the car off and take her home too? She looks pretty good." A jolt went through my heart. Hadn't this gang of bastards been taken away by the police last time? How had they come back into the neighborhood again? Was the person in the car really a girl, and would something happen to her? If I went out right now, what might unfold? I rushed downstairs at once and hurried over to the BMW. As soon as the thugs saw it was me, they chuckled nastily. "Kid, what do you think you're doing?" One of them sneered. A wave of disgust rose in my chest. I pushed my way straight through them and yanked at the car door. With a click, it actually opened. A heavy reek of alcohol rolled out, and beneath the scent of liquor, there was a faint, delicate fragrance belonging to a young girl. I looked down and was stunned. In the driver's seat sat a beautiful young woman reclined against the seat, her snowy, tender face, so lovely it stole one's breath, her slender neck, so exquisite it made it hard to breathe. She seemed to be about 20 years old. One hand clutched a bottle of liquor, an expensive kind I had seen countless times in the supermarket but never dared buy, while her right hand gripped a paper shopping bag to shape inside bulging roundly. At the same time, the thugs also caught sight of the peerlessly beautiful girl inside, and all sucked in a cold breath. One of them immediately snarled, "Kid, what are you trying to pull? We saw her first." I glanced back and said coolly, "Move. She's my girlfriend." The thug barked, "Bullshit. If you had a BM driving girlfriend like this, would you still be living in a dump like this? Let her go, or we'll call the police." I could not help but laugh. "Call the police. By all means, hurry up and call them. If you don't, I will." With that, I reached past the driver's seat and grabbed a pink cell phone, presumably hers. The little punks immediately grew nervous, and one of them muttered, "Fine then. If you insist she's your girlfriend," he said, "then we'll just watch you carry her upstairs." I froze for a moment. Damn, there was no getting off the tiger now. Seeing that they had no intention of backing off, I gritted my teeth, slipped an arm around the girl's waist, and with a slight heave lifted her out of the car. She had drunk quite a lot, as she only gave a soft childlike hum and slumped against my shoulder. With a sharp click, I pulled out the car keys, shut the door, and locked the car with the remote. Then I supported the girl and headed upstairs. Behind us, the thugs stared dumbfounded. Could she really be that kid's girlfriend? They mumbled. Stumbling and staggering, I made it upstairs, opened my door, and laid the girl down on my bed. And so, just like that, a delectable little beauty appeared on my bed. Today, apart from picking up a stunning beauty, I have been plagued by misfortune. In the morning, I received a call regarding my dismissal from the company. Subsequently, in a fit of agitation, I flung my mobile phone into the river. Farewell, my poor 300 yuan counterfeit Motorola. Immediately after, I went to withdraw money for rent, but the cash was swiped by a thief and my card was swallowed by the ATM. Oh, almighty bank, that 500 yuan in my card was my lifeline for rent. Then my bicycle, my faithful companion for over 3 years, departed from me. Deemed too dilapidated and an eyesore to the city, it was impounded on the spot by the urban management officers. Without even a clue for dinner, I trudged back to my residential complex in a daze, only to discover a BMW parked downstairs. Peering through the car window, I vaguely saw a girl in the driver's seat, slumped over the steering wheel with her shoulders trembling, seemingly in distress. I did not meddle in others' business. Walking through the complex, I glanced around. Heaven never seals off all exits. Someone had planted some bok choy in the flower bed. A fine example of diligence leading to wealth. So I reached out and plucked a small white one, shaking off the fresh spring soil. Making a vegetable porridge wouldn't be bad at all, especially with absolutely fresh greens. My room is on the 5th floor of a 3-bedroom apartment. I rent the middle room for 500 yuan a month. It is cheap because others refuse to live here. I initially thought it was haunted, but that was not the case. It turned out the neighbors were just a bit special. To the left lived a few young girls who often brought middle-aged men back, after which strange noises would emanate from their room. Of course, as an upright, unemployed youth, I had no idea what they were doing. As for the room on the right, it was occupied by music students who owned a set of equipment and played loud music every day. Consequently, I often woke up startled in my sleep, the room echoing with 2 distinct sounds, passionate cries from the left and the song Deadly Love from the right. Thus, on every lonely night, I slept in a state of agonizing ecstasy. Shaking the rice bag, I discovered there were fewer than 100 grains left. Counting carefully, there were exactly 56 grains. Wonderful. 56 ethnic groups, 56 flowers. I was exhilarated. Yes, exhilarated, because at least I wouldn't starve to death for this meal. I expertly washed the bok choy, chopped it into many segments, and threw them into the pot. This way it felt like I was eating a lot, which naturally made me feel full. As long as I could trick my stomach into silence, that was enough. Most of the time, isn't life just about fooling oneself? That is the law of survival. With the millet porridge cooking, I returned to my room and turned on the computer, only to find almost every website aggressively promoting the news that Ling Tong would open at 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. For the virtual gaming market, which had been sluggish for years, the launch of Ling Tong was undoubtedly a heavy bomb, enough to revive the industry. Unfortunately, I could not afford a gaming helmet. Although I had a dedicated gaming line installed, I held little hope of logging in the moment the game started. Then a bittersweet turn of events occurred. I had acted heroically downstairs to save the beauty in the BMW, yet now I found myself locked out in the hallway of my own apartment. That bowtie's belongings were still in the hall. A Ling Tong gaming helmet. I was stunned. Was this really the Ling Tong gaming helmet? Wasn't it said that helmets wouldn't be sold nationwide until tomorrow morning? How was this possible? Doubts filled my mind, and I wondered who the beautiful girl sleeping in my room was. Just then a pleasant ringtone sounded. I discovered that the girl's mobile phone and car keys were also in the bag. Looking at the phone screen, it displayed the words sister. Huh, her sister is calling. Excellent. Let her come and take away this beauty occupying my room. Damn it, though I prayed to heaven for such a beauty, there's no reason for me to spend the night outside, right? Thinking of this, I immediately answered the call. A sweet voice came through. Hello. Ling Xue, where are you now? Why aren't you home yet? The voice was identical to the beauty in my room. She must be her sister. I asked, are you her sister? The other party immediately became alert. Who are you? Where is Ling Xue? What have you done to my sister? I hurriedly replied. Your sister is fine as she is in my room. She got anxious. You bastard. What exactly have you done to my sister? I was instantly furious. Today was truly disastrous. I had clearly saved this girl named Ling Xue, yet I was being berated by her sister. So I shouted angrily, you shrew. Will you let me finish speaking? The other party was stunned and said, speak. Where exactly is she? I'm driving over right now. Just as I was about to speak, the phone alerted, low battery. Perfect. It shut down. The living room was quiet and empty, yet oppressively hot with no air conditioning to soothe it. I was drenched in sweat and gnawed by a helpless frustration. The girl called Ling Xue in the room clearly would not wake up anytime soon, and there was not even a single sofa in this living room. I truly did not know what to do. At last my gaze fell upon the game headset, and a sudden inspiration struck me. Excellent. I had once installed a game port in the living room. Now it seemed it might prove useful. Whether this headset was really the one for Ling Tong, I would find out by trying. I immediately took the data cable from the tote bag, followed the manual to install it, then sat against the corner of the wall and drew the headset over my head. In an instant my mind cleared, and a synthetic system voice sounded, scanning iris, confirming player identity lock acquired. Confirm intergame. I sent the command swiftly with my intent. Confirm. Hello, your ID is 0000000002. Iris lock complete. I was stunned. Damn. Why had it locked onto me the moment I put it on? Did that mean I had effectively appropriated someone else's headset? Then I thought that she had occupied my room, so never mind, as since it was locked to me, I would find a way to make amends later. The system chime sounded again. Sorry. The game is not yet open. Please wait 23 hours and 42 minutes before entering. Please create your character first. I selected create character. The scene flickered and cooled around me, and suddenly I stood in an open wilderness. Before me appeared several races: humans, elves, and halforcs. I had heard tales that hidden characters might be selectable, though the chance was said to be 1 in 10 million. It seemed I had no such luck. So I chose human. Performing facial scan. Please wait. Not long after, a figure identical to me appeared. A modest set of leather armor, the very image of a complete novice. Then nothing followed but a system prompt: the game has not begun, please be patient. Immediately the surroundings shifted, and my view transformed into a battlefield bathed in blood and flame. In the vast canyon, the air was rent with shouts and the neighing of horses. A united force of humans, elves, and halforcs clashed with dark legions. Robed mages hurled searing fireballs. Bow-wielding beauties in deft leather armor drew their strings again and again, arrows streaking like cold light into the enemy ranks. At the front, hordes of berserkers brandished spears and battle axes, crimson light suffusing them as they charged into swarms of skeletal soldiers, cleaving bones to fragments with each sweep. Opposing them, dark elemental mages draped in ebony robes emitted dreadful low cries. With each sweep of their black staves, scorching meteors descended from the heavens. The berserkers were engulfed in a sea of flame, their heavy armor heated to blistering temperatures. White light flickered in succession as soothing elemental healing fell upon the berserkers. Priests of the light began chanting restorative spells. Amid the chaos, shadowy figures slipped into the dark ranks, and with flashes of ghostly light, a few dark elemental mages had their heads severed, their black bones spinning through the air. At that moment, snow began to drift down from the sky, each flake settling into the canyon. When the vast snowfield began to swirl, massive slabs of ice crashed down from above. The warriors of the light suffered countless casualties. Faces turned upward, and there, hovering in the sky, was a four-winged demon, arms outstretched, loudly reciting an obscure incantation. The canyon was frozen for miles, innumerable lives teetering on the brink of death. Suddenly, a radiant blade streaked across the sky. A sword chi of bone-chilling cold swept over the canyon. The great demon let out a piteous cry as a pair of wings were cleaved clean off. The forbidden spell was abruptly interrupted. The great demon plunged into the canyon and was torn to pieces by swarming berserkers. The perspective rose. On a high, jagged cliff above the canyon stood a handsome young man, a keen sword hanging at his side. The blade shone with a terrifying cold, but what shocked most was his frost-white hair. He gazed out over the vast world below with eyes clear, yet suffused with a profound loneliness and sorrow. Rumbles of thunder rolled along the horizon, as if heralding another storm. Faintly, two blue characters shimmered in the high sky. Ling Tong. Perhaps the game's claimed perfect realism was indeed too convincing. I stood there shaken and speechless for a long time. One thing was certain: this headset was truly the Ling Tong headset. That made the identity of the girl in my room all the more astonishing. How had she obtained this headset ahead of the public release? Her account number was 0000000002, which meant the unit I had was the second issued. The game would not open for nearly a full day, so I logged out and removed the headset, sweating all over. After my first experience, it was clear the game, hailed as a decade-long labor of elite developers, was no empty boast. Its realism and attention to detail immersed one utterly and stirred the blood. In the promotional artwork, the dashing young swordsman vanquished a four-winged demon with a single stroke. Could players truly ascend to such heights? At the thought, I could not help smiling slightly. If one could attain such mastery in the game, would it not be possible to roam the world and seize fortune and beauty? Then a smell of burning caught my nose, and I remembered that my porridge was still on the stove. I hurried into the kitchen and shut off the power. The porridge was a sorry sight that killed any appetite I might have had. The girl Ling Xue was asleep in the room, drunk into unconsciousness. She would certainly not open the door for me. I tugged the yellow cloth from the dining table, covered my stomach, and prepared to make do on the living room floor for the night. Damn it. Everyone else spoke of strokes of luck, and here I was faced with such an alluring beauty and yet cursed with nothing but rotten fortune. I dozed fitfully and could not say how long I slept. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated my face. Opening my eyes, I found a fat man shining a flashlight at me. I flared with anger, about to lash out, until I recognized the man as the damn landlord. The landlord looked at me with undisguised scorn. "Ding Shusheng, your rent for next month is due. If you delay further, I'll have to throw you out. Why are you sleeping outside at this hour?" I glanced at the wall clock in the living room. It was past 2 in the morning. "I asked you came by this late." "I came to check the breaker. Some tenants complained about a power outage." "When will you pay the rent?" My heart sank. The money I had set aside to pay rent had been stolen. Where would I find the money now? At that moment, the front door creaked open, and there stood the fresh-faced, pleasant Ling Xue in the doorway. Ling Xue's clothing hung loose, yet it only emphasized the curves of her lithe body, lending her an air of languid, coquettish charm. "I want some water," Ling Xue murmured, half-lidded and still drowsy. The landlord was stunned into silence, then, after a long beat, said, "You've got such a pretty girlfriend." He shrugged and added, "Never mind, I'll come back another time. I'm find a job soon, or I won't be so polite." With that, the landlord shut the door and left. By then, Ling Xue had been asleep for 7 or 8 hours and had sobered. She blinked, looked at me, and suddenly said, "I want some water." For reasons I could not explain, I got up and poured her a cup of hot water. Perhaps that is the effect a beautiful woman has, making you act without thinking. Ling Xue took the cup and gulped it down. She glanced at me once more, then smiled faintly and asked, "You are Ding Shusheng?" I felt a touch embarrassed and replied, "It's Ding Shusheng. Shu as in comfort, Sheng as in promotion and prosperity, not scholar." Ling Xue smiled and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Names don't matter. What matters is I'm hungry now. Could you find me something to eat?" I froze. "It's so late. Where could we find food? The convenience stores are closed." Ling Xue's brows drew together. "I drank so much, but if I don't eat something, it will hurt my stomach." In truth, whether she ate or not, her stomach would likely pay the price. I said, "Why would a girl drink so much for no reason?" "None of your business." Ling Xue snapped a little loudly, then turned away and said softly, "How would you know whether I was fine?" Speechless, I went to the kitchen and ladled a bowl of the porridge, flinging it down on the table with a slap. "This is all I have. If you want to eat. If you don't, go drive somewhere and find food. Your car is waiting downstairs." Ling Xue looked surprised. When her eyes swept over the bowl of porridge, there was something strange in her expression. "Is that all you eat?" she asked cautiously. I had no shame about it and nodded. "Yes, this is my level of consumption." Just then my stomach gave a loud gurgle. Ling Xue glanced at me, puzzled, and then a charming smile blossomed at the corner of her mouth. She asked, "You haven't eaten either? If not, then let's share this bowl of greens." I blinked in surprise. There was nothing else in the pot. Everything was already in that bowl. Perhaps sensing my thoughts, Ling Xue smiled faintly, moved lightly into the kitchen, fetched another bowl, divided the porridge into 2 portions, and pushed one toward me, saying, "Come on, don't be polite." For a moment, I could scarcely believe what I saw. A young beauty who drove a BMW and wore designer clothes was willing to share a bowl of porridge that even a beggar might scorn. I sat down and gulped down the soup along with the vegetable leaves. To be honest, I was quite hungry. Ling Xue sat across from me, carefully picking the vegetable leaves and chewing them slowly. In less than a minute, the late-night snack was over. Ling Xue adorably licked her lips and smiled, saying the taste is not bad, but remember to use less salt next time. I felt speechless as she seemed to have no intention of sleeping. You look so silly. Oh, I think I will call you silly boy from now on, all right? Ling Xue suddenly laughed. I firmly replied, that's a derogatory term, no way. Ling Xue with a playful smile said, oh, come on. In many cases, such terms can be endearing, like little rascal or little fool. Come on. I was speechless. According to this theory, terms like little bastard and little idiot would all become affectionate nicknames. Ling Xue scanned the living room with her beautiful eyes and noticed that the virtual game helmet was already turned on. She was slightly taken aback and quickly bent down to grab the helmet, only to find that the blue chip had turned yellow. Her face suddenly froze, and she turned to me saying, is this your doing? I was stunned for a moment and awkwardly explained, it's a pure misunderstanding. How was I to know that this thing would lock once worn? Ling Xue looked at me with a silly expression, biting her lip, and said, big silly. Do you know how much effort I put into getting this treasure, and you got to use it first? Boo-hoo. Looking up at the big clock, Ling Xue pouted and said, now it's too late. In 14 hours, a Ling Tong will be open, and I really don't want to queue to buy a new helmet. I desperately wished to find a hole to hide in, so I whispered, I will compensate you later, but for now I can't afford it. Ling Xue looked straight at me, suddenly pushing the helmet into my embrace. I caught the helmet in surprise and asked, what are you doing? Naturally, I'm giving the helmet to you. This helmet is only useful for you now. Why should I keep it? Ling Xue, looking a bit upset, asked, do you have a place to shower? I smell bad and want to take a bath. I was surprised and said, forget it, you should drive out to find a room to wash up. It's really inconvenient here, plus I don't have any girls' clothes. Ling Xue raised her eyebrows and said, it's so late, do you want me to go out? Aren't you worried I'll encounter bad people? Aren't you worried that I might be a bad person? I replied. Ling Xue glanced at me and chuckled, with your silly demeanor, I doubt you would even dare to eat the fat meat right in front of you. Being with you is quite safe. Damn, is that an insult? Ling Xue didn't say much and unceremoniously walked into the room. She opened my wardrobe, took out a large white shirt, and when looking for pants, only found a pair of summer shorts. Her face turned slightly red, and she took the shirt into the bathroom. The sound of water splashing came from inside, and I couldn't help but feel my heart flutter. After several minutes, it was pure torture. When Ling Xue quickly wrapped herself in the shirt and came out, I was still taken aback. She was only wearing a pair of shorts, and the shirt revealed her snow-white, flawless legs, driving me crazy. Ling Xue entered the room, unceremoniously burrowed into my blanket, and said, you should sleep outside. Also take this. Who? A thin blanket was tossed out by Ling Xue, and I quickly caught it, bitterly smiling in my heart. It seems I am destined to spend the night in the living room tonight. Holding the blanket and the game helmet, I felt quite delighted. After all, with this game helmet, I could roam freely in Lingtong. It is said that the experts in the game can earn big money by selling equipment and gold coins. Perhaps I could also make a fortune. That night, I had a beautiful dream where I became a top expert in Lingtong, able to chop off 1,000 heads with a single sword stroke and possess immense wealth with numerous wives and concubines. When the doorbell rang, I realized I was dreaming and looked up to find my door slightly ajar. Hurrying to get up, I discovered Ling Xue had already left the blanket neatly folded at the head of the bed, more orderly than ever before. My phone and car keys in the bag were nowhere to be found, probably taken by Ling Xue. On the nightstand lay a stack of brand new bills with a piece of paper on top. I picked up the paper and saw a line of elegant handwriting. Silly boy, if you want to find a job, go report to the development department at Blue Star Digital Plaza. Also, this 1,000 yuan is your overnight fee. At the end, there was a cute smiley face drawn with eyes like the moon and elegantly curved eyelashes resembling Ling Xue's charming smile. I thought carefully, overnight fee. Damn, it seems that Ling Xue listened to every word of my conversation with the landlord last night. Looking closely at the handwriting, it was hard to imagine a girl's handwriting could be so beautiful, especially from someone like Ling Xue, a refined and elegant beauty. Some say that if God gives you beauty, he takes away your wisdom, but this rule definitely does not apply to Ling Xue. Heaven is indeed biased, granting her everything perfect. I was perplexed, unsure of Ling Xue's true identity. However, since she mentioned that I could get a job at Blue Star Digital Plaza, I should give it a try. So I freshened up, changed my clothes, and headed out. No matter how the job situation is, I must return home before 6 in the evening. Ling Tong will be open, and I need to be online at the first opportunity to make my first bucket of gold. Launching Digital Plaza, a newly risen hub of digital commerce in the district, was no stranger to me. It lay conveniently close to my residence, a brisk 20-minute run away. And so I ran, my bicycle having been confiscated by municipal enforcement officers. By the time I arrived at launching Digital Plaza, the sun hung high overhead. Staff were already at work, and the plaza bustled with a steady stream of students. I hurried toward the rear, quickly located the expansion department, and stepped inside. The office occupied the top floor of the mall, and upon spotting its signboard, I was taken aback by what lay beyond the door. Inside the compact room sat four exceptionally lovely young women. Two spacious sofas held several of them, each engrossed in glossy magazines and chatting animatedly. What struck me most was their attire, light revealing tops and short skirts shimmering in the soft light. Just then a woman approached, dressed formally in a tailored suit and tie. She glanced at me and asked, "You're the scholar Ling Xue recommended?" Yes, I nodded. Is this the expansion department Ling Xue mentioned? She smiled faintly, extended her hand, and said, "Welcome to Shusheng Studio. I'm Bing Cha, one of the studio's founding members." Her demeanor was poised and elegant. I paused momentarily, surprised. Shusheng Studio. Exactly, she replied. We were formed exclusively for Lingtong, operating under Launching Group's expansion department, for now. In time we'll become Launching Group's elite gaming vanguard within Lingtong. It dawned on me, then Ling Xue had referred me to this very studio. At that moment the others gathered around. A young woman in a sapphire miniskirt blinked playfully and grinned. "I'm last summer. Just call me Xiatian. And you handsome, sir. What shall we call you?" I glanced at her, delicate features, legs smooth as snow beneath her skirt, then stammered, "Just call me Scholar." She giggled, "Hello, Scholar Gitch." Beside her stood a quiet, gentle girl who smiled softly. "My in-game name is Luo Yu Wuxing. You may call me Luo Yu." I nodded, then turned to a girl in a lilac dress beside her, who met my gaze with a serene, graceful smile. "I'm Ziyu. Pleased to make your acquaintance." Flustered by such effortless camaraderie, I waved awkwardly. No need for formalities. Bing Cha gestured toward a chair. "Please have a seat." Clearly Bing Cha was the team's leader. The others treated her with evident respect. I sat down, but Ling Xue remained conspicuously absent. Noting my confusion, Bing Cha chuckled, "Don't be surprised. We were all former players of Yuang. With Lingtong's imminent Launching Group recruited us as professional gamers and appointed us as pioneers. When the company begins investing in game, we'll each assume specialized roles. So, I'm officially part of Shusheng Studio now?" I asked. She smiled again. "Naturally. Our roster currently numbers 6, adding you makes 7. I counted silently 5 people present, including me, and all the others were stunningly beautiful women. A quiet thrill stirred within me. From now on my days will bloom among flowers. Still Ling Xue was nowhere to be seen. After dinner in the company canteen, and taking pastries for a midnight snack, I prepared for the long night ahead. Lingtong would go live worldwide at midnight. Before departing, Bing Cha slammed a stack of documents onto the table and declared direct order from above: all studio members must enter Lingtong tonight, and by morning each must reach level 10 and earn 2 gold coins delivered to operations. 2 gold coins, I murmured. Rumors say early grinding is brutal. She laughed lightly. Brutal or not, we must succeed. Our CEO Mr. Wang sees Lingtong's launch as the perfect springboard to build a thriving virtual enterprise. This is our moment to achieve greatness. I blinked in astonishment. Truly, Mr. Wang possesses extraordinary vision. Bing Cha gave a knowing, conspiratorial smile. Indeed he does. How the company managed operations was none of my concern, but leveling to 10 overnight posed little challenge. 2 gold coins, however, were another matter entirely. Everyone knew Lingtong's early monsters dropped only copper coins. 1 silver coin required 100 copper, 1 gold coin 100 silver. 2 gold coins meant 20,000 copper coins, an impossible tally without miracles. No matter, my years as a seasoned veteran would ensure I outperformed even these exceptional women. Carrying my midnight snack home, I found the sky deeply shadowed. Glancing at the clock, 30 minutes remained until Lingtong's launch. My pulse quickened with exhilaration. Back in my room, I locked the door and carefully fitted on the neural interface helmet, a gift from Ling Xue, albeit delivered unceremoniously. The moment I donned it, the system scanned my iris, confirmed my identity, and loaded the login interface. Before me floated a delicate elven maiden, spiraling gracefully through the void before alighting upon a slender branch. With a warm smile, she said, "Greetings. I am Lingtong's guiding sprite. Welcome to your first login. You currently have no character. Would you like to create one now?" My heart skipped. I nearly forgotten character creation had opened 1 hour prior to launch. I confirmed swiftly, selecting the standard human race. Facial mapping followed automatically. No adjustments needed. Then I entered my chosen name, made in China. A patriotic flourish. After all, I take pride in my roots. Confirm. A chime rang out. Error, this name is already taken. Night visit to the greenhouse. Error, name already taken. Innocent little duckling. Error, name already taken. Damn it. Time for something uniquely personal, calm, focused, deliberate. I typed rapidly, the most handsome scholar in history. Chime. Error, name already taken. Scholar skips dinner today. The system responded with unflappable composure. Error, name already taken. With a final breath, I strode forward in spirit, step by step, celestial and resolute, and entered Qinghuang Scholar. At last a chime sang clear, congratulations. Your character has been successfully created. 21 minutes remain until launch. Please wait patiently. Then came the interminable silence. Time itself seemed to crawl. Once classmates played together. Now I stood alone, entering Lingtong in solitude, uncertain if old friends still walked its realms. 20 minutes later, a crystalline chime pierced the air. The 60-second countdown had begun. Legends claimed early entrants received starter gear and lottery rewards. I would seize that advantage. No hesitation, no delay. Eyes locked on the timer, I braced myself. Ding. A system voice announced, attention player, 10 seconds remain until launch. 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. System alert, game launch initiated. I'd long tuned out the auditory cues. When the counter struck 0, my will surged forth, and I plunged into the game. Light flooded my vision. I stood in a tiny, primitive village. Crude, stony and mud huts evoking the Paleolithic age architecture, so rudimentary it bordered on absurdity. Ding. System notification, welcome player. You are the 6th to enter. Awarded 100 experience points. I blinked in surprise as warmth washed over me, golden light cascading. Level 2 achieved instantly. Opening my character panel, I saw 0 XP, so the threshold from level 1 to level 2 was precisely 100 points. Slight disappointment flickered. I'd hoped for legendary gear or stat bonuses, but skipping straight to level 2 saved precious minutes. I checked my inventory, a rough wooden staff and a threadbare cloth tunic barely covering the body. Damaged wooden staff, rough. Attack 0-1, required level 0. Coarse cloth tunic, rough. Defense 1, required level 0. Both were serviceable, so I equipped them without delay. Clutching the staff and clad in the tunic, I stepped outside to grind. Just then, blinding flashes erupted at the teleportation array. Waves of fresh players surged in. I had to leave the village immediately, or risk being drowned out before landing a single blow. Beyond the village gate, I gazed outward. Before me stretched a vast expanse of lush forest teeming with emerald-hued little monsters, yet not a single player in sight. Glancing back, however, I saw a torrent of newcomers surging forth from the novice village. I dashed forward without hesitation. Yet just as I prepared to begin my hunt, I noticed not far away a young maiden clad in coarse hemp robes, standing quietly, her eyes scanning the surroundings as if seeking aid. A quest then. As the very first to exit the village, I wasted no time and sprinted toward her. When I reached the NPC maiden, she spoke. My grandfather recently went into the woods to gather firewood, but lost his axe. Rumor has it the vile goblins seized it. Brother, would you help me retrieve grandfather's axe? And ding. In-system alert, accept quest, goblin battle axe collection. How could one possibly refuse such an opportunity? Without pause, I confirmed acceptance, and instantly another chime rang out in ding. System alert, you have accepted quest, goblin battle axe collection. Beginner quest. Current difficulty 10. In objective, assist the maiden Xiaohua in recovering her grandfather's lost axe. The weapon is believed to be in the possession of goblins beyond the village gates. Slay goblins and collect 10 battle axes from their remains. I paused, faintly startled. The maiden had clearly stated her grandfather lost only 1 axe, yet the quest demanded 10. How delightfully audacious. Truly, this was a transaction after my own heart. Pure, unadulterated arbitrage. Once our dialogue concluded, Xiao Hua settled beneath a great tree, her quest-giving function seemingly exhausted. I adjusted my gear and set off to confront the goblins. At that moment, a nearby goblin spotted me, a figure utterly out of place, and charged headlong, brandishing its axe. Its squat pumpkin-like frame was crowned by a comically oversized green helmet. A quick glance revealed the creature's basic attributes: in goblin common monster, in level 1 in attack, 13 in defense, 1 in health, 100 in with only 13 damage output, and my own defense at 2. This foe posed little threat. I lunged forward and brought my short club down hard upon the goblin's skull. In crack, crisp impact, and above its head floated the number 12. Its axe meanwhile landed lightly on my shoulder, just a sting siphoning away 5 points of health. Fortunately, my vitality rivaled the goblins' I could endure. More crucially, my attack speed far outstripped the goblins. As a beginner-tier monster, it held no power to strike me down in a single blow. Strike after strike rained upon its head, until with a final wail it crumpled to the earth. A few copper coins gleamed softly where it fell. Ding! In combat alert, you have slain a goblinling. Gained 10 experience points. And I swiftly knelt, gathered the 3 coins, and stowed them securely in my inventory. Yet after that skirmish, my health had plummeted below half. Engaging another goblin now would be perilous. I hurriedly reviewed my character sheet and realized with sudden clarity that the 5 attribute points granted upon account creation remained unallocated. Good heavens, calling that a veteran. Mortified, I immediately invested all 5 points into strength. Early leveling demanded raw offensive power, and my chosen vocation would unquestionably be combat-oriented. With 5 additional strength points, my attack range surged from 0.3 to 0.8. Making the goblinling trivial to dispatch. I swiftly targeted a wandering goblin and swung my club. Instantly, the damage number bloomed above its head, in 34. I blinked in quiet astonishment. Such power was unexpectedly formidable. 2 more thunderous strikes followed, and the hapless goblin collapsed with a mournful cry. With a soft clatter, a rust-flecked battle-axe tumbled to the ground alongside several copper coins. Goblin Battle-Axe quest item, and upon inspection, it bore no special attributes. My hopes dimmed slightly. I promptly stored it in my inventory and resumed hunting. Battle-Axe drops proved rare. One appeared roughly every 5 goblinlings slain. Worse still, players multiplied rapidly. By the time I collected 9 axes, the open fields swarmed with adventurers. Each newly spawned goblin instantly assaulted by multiple clubs. This place was no longer viable for leveling. I'd never pull ahead of the crowd here. Just then a fresh goblin flickered into existence beside me, glancing about furtively. I struck first, my club descending like lightning, while 4 others simultaneously unleashed their own blows. And then thwack, thwack, thwack. The goblin barely registered its own emergence before fulfilling its sole purpose, dropping an axe and collapsing lifelessly at the forest's edge. Confident in my reflexes, I'd struck first, no doubt. I snatched the axe and stowed it away. With that 10th blade secured, my collection was complete. The other players stared blankly, perhaps intending to question me, but I had no time for idle chatter. Turning without a word, I retraced my steps toward Xiaohua. I presented the 10 axes, and Xiaohua's face lit with gratitude. Thank you. You've recovered grandfather's axe. This reward is yours. Ding. In-system alert, quest Goblin Battle-Axe collection completed. Gained 500 experience points, 2 silver coins, 1 reputation, and reward item rough iron sword. Ding. In-system alert, level up. Equipment dropped. And overjoyed, I opened my inventory, and there it lay, a plain iron sword resting silently. Rough iron sword, rough, grade in attack 14, in required level 2, in Ha. A level 2 weapon, still the lowest tier, yet its damage far surpassed the starter club issued by the system. In Ling Tong, equipment grades ascend thus: rough, white, black, iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, demon grade, earth grade, divine grade, and legends whisper of transcendent artifacts beyond even those. Whether any mortal shall witness such wonders remains uncertain. Swiftly equipping the iron sword, I became the sole novice village adventurer bearing such a weapon. Envious glances followed me. Clearly in their eyes I had become the undisputed apex of the novice village. Now at level 3, goblinlings no longer sufficed. With my new weapon, I allocated all 5 newly earned attribute points to strength, boosting my attack to a formidable 117. Such power deserved fiercer prey, not waste. I hurried back to the village and purchased 10 minor health potions, each restoring 100 health from the apothecary, exorbitantly priced at 20 copper coins apiece. Fortunately, the quest reward had granted 2 silver coins, enough to buy them all. High investment, high return. That much at least I understood well. As I exited the village, I noticed a new presence at the gate, a mailed soldier, steel sword in hand, surveying the horizon. I approached, and as expected, he proved to be the village militia captain. He studied me, then said, "Brave youth, you have grown strong. Would you lend me a small hand?" I nodded immediately. The captain raised his voice. "Lately, a swarm of accursed flame bats has infested the southern fields. Their venom felled several of my men. Slay these bats, and bring me 20 vials of their blood as an antidote." I flinched inwardly and clicked confirm without delay. Ding. In-system alert, accepted quest, clear the fields. Beginner quest. Current difficulty 50. In objective, slay the flame bats south of the village and deliver 20 vials of bat blood to militia captain Masu. My pulse skipped. The previous goblin quest had been difficulty 10E, this leapt to 50. The captain's gaze held an eerie solemnity, like that of a warrior stepping onto the banks of the E River knowing he would never return. A shiver ran down my spine. Without delay, I tightened my gear and hastened southward. As night fell, dew dripped in the forest, making an enticing squelch sound underfoot. I had been running for almost 10 minutes, and aside from encountering humans and goblins, I had seen nothing else. However, when I climbed over a small hill, I finally discovered a new monster. Squeak, squeak. A large bat engulfed in flames let out an unpleasant screech. Its body was blood red with only its eyes being green. Flame bat, common monster. Level 5. Attack 410. Defense 4. Health 500. Attack type poison attack. I was slightly taken aback. It was indeed a level 5 monster, its attack far surpassing that of a goblin, and with 500 health, not to mention its unpredictable poison attack. I glanced at my attributes, calculating in my mind. Impudent Scholar Rogue. Level 3. Health 210. Attack 1117. Defense 4. Reputation 1. Luck 0. My attack was decent, but my defense was lacking significantly. The flame bat would surely be able to break through my defenses, and with that poison attack, it was definitely a tough foe. However, fortune favors the bold. I had to charge and aiming to beat other players to it. So I immediately swung my iron sword and rushed forward, bringing it down on the flame bat. Crack! A dazzling number 85 foot soared high into the air. I was overjoyed, and my maximum damage attack was indeed ferocious, nearly taking out a significant portion of the flame bat's health with just one strike. At that moment, the flame bat seemed to be enraged, swiftly launching an attack against me. But before it could strike, I quickly swung my sword again, dealing another nearly 100 points of damage directly. Finally, the flame bat flapped its fiery wings and struck my arm, causing a sudden pain to shoot through me. Combat alert: you have been attacked by the flame bat, losing 51 health points. Damn, it took a quarter of my health in one hit. I was shocked. The attack from this flame bat was indeed fierce. Not daring to hesitate, I had to finish it quickly before the flame bat attacked again. After all, I had jumped 2 levels to hunt monsters, and without any decent defensive gear, I could only level up this way. With 2 swift strikes, numbers 91 foot and 87 appeared over the flame bat's head. Although the flame bat's attack speed was slow, its second lunge was already upon me. Suddenly, a flash of green light shot out, and a stream of venom splashed from the flame bat's mouth. In an instant, I felt a tingling sensation, and my health dropped by a staggering 70 points. Combat alert: you have been poisoned by the flame bat's attack. Health will decrease by 2 points every 3 seconds for 60 seconds. I was momentarily stunned. I had indeed been poisoned. Fortunately, the poison wasn't as terrifying as I had imagined. Only 2 points every 3 seconds, totaling just 40 points over 60 seconds. In truth, I hadn't considered that ordinary players couldn't afford potions. The cheapest health potion cost 20 copper coins each, while a goblin only dropped 2 to 3 copper coins. Typical players couldn't possibly afford to level up like this. I was truly fortunate without realizing it. With 2 swift strikes, my iron sword cleaved down on the flame bat's back, instantly depleting its remaining health. After letting out a mournful cry, it fell to the ground, dropping some copper coins. Ding! Combat alert: you have killed the flame bat, gaining 120 experience points. I couldn't help but laugh heartily. Indeed, high risk brings high rewards. A goblin only gave 10 experience points, yet I hadn't expected that defeating a flame bat 2 levels above me would yield 120 experience points. I dug the copper coins out of the dirt and counted. 14 in total, which was far more generous than the goblins. However, my health had dropped below half, and this expenditure was indeed a bit much, but it was still worth it. So I drank a health potion and continued to hunt the second flame bat. In less than a minute, I fought desperately to take down the flame bat, gaining 120 experience points and 19 copper coins, but still had not seen the bat's blood required for the quest. Finally, when I took down the 5th flame bat, I heard a plop, and a droplet of bat's blood fell to the ground. Bat's blood quest item. Nothing remarkable. I tossed it straight into my bag. After killing 5 flame bats and earning 600 experience points, however, I had already spent 2 small potions, which cost me 40 copper coins. This expenditure was indeed painful. The forest was eerily quiet, with only the whoosh of the flame bats flapping their wings. Just then I heard voices behind me. Someone exclaimed, "Damn! This kid actually killed a level 5 monster all by himself." I turned to look and found 3 players, all only level 2, staring over at me. Not long after, one of them stepped forward to lure a flame bat. But to their surprise, the flame bat was incredibly fierce, immediately biting off half of that player's health, leaving him pale and shouting, "Old too old, 3 hurry and help." The other 2 players rushed forward, swinging their short sticks, striking the flame bat on the forehead twice in quick succession, and 2 numbers popped up. 12. 8. Watching from a distance, I nearly burst out laughing. They had no proper weapons and dared to challenge a terrifying level 5 monster while being 3 levels lower. It was akin to seeking death. As expected, within 2 minutes the 3 of them couldn't withstand the flame bat's fierce assault and were all turned into white light, respawning in town, leaving behind a wounded flame bat. Why would I not take advantage of such an opportunity? I immediately stepped forward and swung my iron sword down with great force. Crack! With a crisp sound, the flame bat let out a mournful cry and fell to the ground, accompanied by 2 ding sounds, as if something had dropped. I didn't care much for anything else. I quickly began searching in the dirt and found not only 17 copper coins, but also a bat's blood and additionally a dull-colored leather armor. I was mildly astonished and quickly picked up the leather armor, checking its attributes. Bat leather armor, white equipment. Defense 8. Required level 4. I couldn't help but smile. A fortune had favored me. I had been worried about not having armor, but now this was a wonderful gift. If those players had known, they would surely regret it deeply. Looking at my experience bar, I was just a bit away from leveling up to level 4. So I drank a health potion and took down another flame bat not far away. In a burst of golden light, I officially leveled up. Ding! System alert, congratulations, your level has increased, gaining 20 health points and 5 free attribute points. Finally, it was time to get to work. I quickly equipped the bat leather armor, boosting my defense from 4 to 12 points, and allocated all 5 points to strength, raising my attack to 1621. Although the bat leather armor wasn't particularly good-looking, it was my first piece of clothing obtained through battle. It might even be the first piece of clothing from this newbie village, so wearing it made me feel immensely pleased. With 12 defense points, I angrily sought out the flame bats for revenge, swinging my sword with a resounding strike, causing a number to appear above the flame bat's head. 248. What? I could hardly believe my eyes, or I had taken out half of a level 5 monster's health with just 1 strike. Looking through my records, I realized I had scored a critical hit. Even so, I could still take out 124 points of health from the flame bat with 1 strike, which was quite impressive. At that moment, the flame bat lunged at me fiercely, and I felt a slight pain in my body. Checking my health, I was surprised to see that the flame bat's poison attack had only caused me 24 points of damage. I was overjoyed. It seemed that the bat leather armor had greatly enhanced my defense, allowing me to continue fighting. So I eagerly picked up my iron sword and went to seek out more flame bats. As time passed, half an hour into the launch of Spirit Whale, I had collected 19 bats' blood, and I had also successfully leveled up to level 5. Facing monsters of the same level, my attributes were no longer restricted by my level, allowing me to fight even more freely, almost taking down a flame bat every 3 strikes. After toppling another flame bat with a flurry of strikes, I picked up the spoils, bat's blood. Counting carefully, I found that I had reached 20 bats' blood, filling my inventory. It was time to return and report back. So I immediately turned around to head back to the village, but just then I felt a chilling wind sweep by my right side, causing me to shiver involuntarily. When I turned to look, I was greatly startled. Not far away, a gigantic bat appeared, engulfed in flames, at least 10 times the size of a flame bat, resembling a small airplane floating in the air. Mutated flame bat, mutated creature. Level 8. Attack 2028. Defense 18. Health 2000. Attack type mutated poison attack. I was taken aback. This was actually a quasi-boss level creature. Its attack was terrifying with a maximum of 28 points, and its defense reached 18 points. With my current level 5 attack of 26 points, I could barely break through its defenses. The mutated bat seemed unwilling to let me think too much, directly lunging at me, its sharp claws leaving a mark on my leather armor. A wave of intense pain surged through me, and a damage number of 88 foot popped up above my head. Though the number was auspicious, I couldn't feel any joy. I hurriedly swung my sword in retaliation, and with a bang, I dealt 110 points of damage to the flame bat's forehead. The damage was decent, but it would take at least 20 strikes to take down this mutated bat. I glanced at the potions in my inventory. With 5 small potions left, could I hold out long enough to kill this flame bat? Now 2 paths lie before me, either be killed or fight to the death against the mutated bat. If only I had enough potions, I could easily slay this mutated bat. However, the important thing is that I currently have only 5 potions, each restoring 100 health points, and with my total health merely at 780 points, whether I can defeat this mutated bat remains uncertain. Thinking of this, I could no longer hesitate. I immediately grabbed a potion and charged forward with no other choice. With 2 consecutive slashes against the back of the mutated bat, I managed to deal over 200 points of damage, but its counterattack forced me to swallow another potion. The battle intensified. Without a second thought, I swung my iron sword fiercely at the mutated bat. Suddenly, my sword swept across the bat's mouth, producing a satisfying sound as it dealt 256 points of damage. I was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized that in the game many monsters have weaknesses. If I could find and exploit their weak points, I could achieve twice the result with half the effort. The mutated bat before me likely had its weakness in that large green mouth. Thus I sidestepped and thrust my sword into the bat's mouth, feeling the blade sink into soft flesh as the mutated bat suffered another 248 points of weak point damage. Watching the health of this quasi-boss rapidly decrease filled me with joy. With each series of attacks, I managed to strike weak point damage every 2 or 3 hits. At that moment, I reached into my pack, only to find it completely empty. My heart sank. Damn. At such a critical time, I had run out of potions. This could be fatal. Just then, the mutated bat was left with only a sliver of health. It opened its massive mouth and lunged at me. With just 140 health points remaining, I could only go all out. So I gritted my teeth and thrust my sword straight into the bat's mouth. I felt a sharp pain as I lost another 120 health points, but then I heard a delightful system notification. System notification: you have killed the mutated fire bat, earning 480 experience points. System notification: you leveled up. The mutated fire bat dropped an item that landed among a few silver coins on the ground. It was a gleaming axe. My heart raced. I struck it rich. The gleaming equipment meant it was a stat item. Did I just obtain my first piece of attribute gear? Quickly picking up the axe and checking my inventory. Gleaming battle axe, black iron item, attack 12, 18, strength 4, required level 6. Haha, it's a black iron item, a weapon with attributes. It even added 4 points to my strength, exactly what I needed. Overjoyed, I swiftly equipped the gleaming battle axe, and my attack instantly shot up to 3,340, undoubtedly qualifying as a high attack for this novice village. Filled with happiness, I quickly gathered the silver coins on the ground. True to their mutated nature, these monsters were generous. They dropped silver coins totaling 4 pieces. I cheerfully collected the silver coins, and combined with the copper coins I had accrued, my current wealth amounted to 23 silver coins and 68 copper coins. However, I was still far from the studio's requirement of 2 gold coins. But that was fine, there was still time, and I was sure I could gather the 2 gold coins by the end of the day. So after tidying everything up, I headed straight back to the novice village. At this point, the village was nearly overflowing with people. Naturally, 999 of the players still wielded those crude wooden sticks, so with my gleaming battle axe, I had clearly become one of the few experts in the village, attracting envious gazes from many players. Frightened, I quickly disabled my name display. People are afraid of becoming the target. Once someone sets their sights on you, trouble follows. I don't mind PvP, but that's a matter for later. Right now, time is precious, and I should focus on leveling up. I found the militia captain Masu and handed over 20 bat blood samples. Masu immediately showed a look of astonishment, exclaiming, "Brave warrior, you really did it. I didn't expect you to defeat those despicable bats. Here, this is your reward." System notification: congratulations. You have completed the quest clearing the fields, earning 2,400 experience points, 24 silver coins, 10 reputation, and the quest reward item wilderness boots. I was filled with joy. I received more equipment. Wilderness boots, black iron item. Footwear, defense 14, strength 2, agility 1, required level 6. Another black iron attribute item. This time it was even more powerful, actually doubling the secondary attributes, although the bonuses were slight. The experience from the previous quest had already leveled me up to level 7. After equipping the wilderness boots, my defense became 26, and my attack reached 3,545. Looking at the iron sword in my hand, I rushed to the village entrance and shouted, "Iron sword with an attack of 14 for sale. Rich bosses come negotiate quickly, only for 3 minutes." To my surprise, this shout had an effect almost equivalent to $10 for a pretty girl's first night. In just a few seconds, I was surrounded by eager players, all shouting, "Sell it to me. Sell it to me." Faced with this desperate crowd, my intentions were clear: highest bidder wins. Soon many began to pool their money, with one shouting, "I'll offer 1 silver coin." Another scoffed, "1 silver coin. Do you think you're buying a chick? I'll offer 2 silver coins." One player roared, "Handsome. Give me that weapon, and I'll video call you marrying you." The crowd erupted in anger. "Damn. With that appearance, how dare you act smug? Hurry back to Mars." Just then, someone squeezed in from the outside, saying, "I have gathered 20 silver coins. Sell it to me." With the price of 20 silver coins announced, the crowd immediately fell silent, all looking astonished at this player who could afford 20 silver coins so early in the game. Seeing his travel-worn appearance, it seemed the others couldn't match that price, so I immediately accepted his trade. I sold the sword for 20 silver coins and memorized his name, Sword Fire Dragon Soul. It seems he might be a professional player, otherwise it would be hard to accumulate so many silver coins in such a short time. I was overjoyed. If a broken sword could be sold for such a high price, how much could I get for my gleaming battle axe or the wilderness boots? Of course, I wouldn't sell those two pieces of equipment, for with them I could level up faster and acquire even more gear. Emerging from the crowd, I hurried to the apothecary and checked the list of potions. A potion that restored 100 health cost 20 copper coins, while one that restored 300 health was priced at 2 silver coins. The difference was substantial, but the effects were evident. In critical moments, my current health of 320 at level 7 made it just right to use a 300 health potion. After all, higher level potions replenish health faster, while lower ones only restore slowly, which could be deadly at times. Looking at my inventory, I had 43 silver coins and 68 copper coins. So I bought 15 of the 300 health potions in one go, and with the remaining funds, I purchased 27 potions that restored 100 health. I would use the 300 health potions in critical moments, while the 100 health ones would suffice for regular times. With that, I was completely broke. Every investment yields a return. When I returned to the militia captain to choose dialogue again, he frowned and said, "It seems the village chief is troubled." Is this a hint? I pondered briefly and turned back to the village. In the large central house, I found the gray-haired village chief. At this time, the players were all outside leveling up, leaving me alone to wander around the village like a slacker. Upon seeing me, the old village chief sighed and said, "Those demons have begun to attack the towns around Twilight City again. Our village has already been attacked, with a large number of liquefied evil creatures appearing to the west of the village. Young man, could you help me with the task? System notification, would you like to accept the quest?" I quickly clicked confirm. The old village chief continued, "A team of brave militia is trapped at an outpost to the west of the village, and I hope you can assist them. System notification, you have accepted the quest clearing the outpost. Beginner quest. Current difficulty 80. Quest details, head to the west of the village, find the village outpost, kill the slimes there, and collect 100 slime medals." I was slightly taken aback. Slime medals? What are those? No matter, I'll find out when I get there. The difficulty of this quest is 80, which means that those slimes must also be of a high level compared to my current level 7. Furthermore, the requirement to collect 100 slime medals is quite daunting. Typically, quest monsters have a drop rate of about 20, meaning I might have to defeat 500 slimes to potentially complete the quest. Thus, with the gleaming battle axe in hand, I headed west out of the village. Perhaps because the black iron weapon was so eye-catching, many players soon cast astonished glances my way, but they merely stared in surprise. However, not far from the village, I heard a voice from behind me, "Friend, could we discuss something?" I turned around to find 3 level 6 players standing behind me. They seemed to have been following me for a while, and their names were quite similar: Proud World Madman, Proud World Drifting Rain, and Proud World Bloodthirsty. Notably, Proud World Drifting Rain turned out to be a girl, a charming young lady, whose simple novice clothing could not conceal her graceful figure. Her ample bosom seemed ready to burst through her clothing. If I hadn't seen a beauty like Ling Xue, I might have been completely captivated by Proud World Drifting Rain. Glancing at them, I asked, "What do you need?" Proud World Madman laughed heartily, pointing at my gleaming battle axe, and said, "Are you selling that weapon?" I shook my head decisively. "Of course not." Proud World Madman's gaze turned cold. "What if I insist on buying it?" My heart trembled slightly, and I narrowed my eyes, smiling. "What kind of deal are you thinking of?" Aishikyuangren abruptly drew a long sword, also seemingly forged of iron, appearing to be a white-iron weapon with no luster whatsoever. Meanwhile, Aishikshu stood ready with a slender dagger, likewise of white-iron quality. Noticing a subtle shift in my expression, Aishikyuangren burst into hearty laughter. "You see for yourself. We are 3 while you stand alone. Sell me that weapon, and I'll pay handsomely. Refuse, and don't blame me for conducting a costless transaction." It was plain he coveted my gleam war axe. This confrontation would end neither quietly nor peacefully. With a faint smile, I replied, "Then let's begin. My time is exceedingly precious." Aishikyuangren instantly gripped his iron sword and snarled, "Ungrateful wretch." At that moment, Aishipiao seized his wrist and cried out, "Brother, why must you relapse again? Didn't we promise to be upright players this time in Lingtong? Why provoke conflict with others?" Aishikyuangren chuckled darkly. "This whelp lacks sense. Just a lesson from Big Brother." Aishipiao immediately pouted and stepped aside, sulking. Fine. Handle it yourself. I won't take part. Huh. Xue and I are more than enough. Shikuangren cast me a disdainful glance and scoffed. Such a greenhorn. I barely deigned to notice him. I smirked coldly and charged forward in an instant. My gleam war axe cleaved downward through the air. Thwip! A spray of spring soil scattered wildly, but not a single speck touched Shikuangren. Instantly, Shikuangren's eyes flared with open contempt as he roared with laughter. Truly a novice. Xue, let's finish him together. His iron sword slashed down violently, while Shikshu, unseen until then, had already slipped to my right flank and thrust his dagger forward without warning. Thwip! Thwip! A sharp sting pierced me, and two numbers floated above my head: 24 and 32. Both Shikuangren and Shikshu recoiled in shock, stammering, "Impossible! Such extraordinary defense!" Their combined assault had stripped away less than 1/4 of my health, a feat that left them utterly dumbfounded. Simultaneously, their names turned gray, the mark of malicious aggression. And that was precisely the moment I'd been waiting for. Whoosh! My gleam war axe swept sideways with surgical precision, striking Shikshu squarely in the chest. A brittle crack echoed, and he flew backward, dissolving into blinding white light before even striking the ground. Furious, Shikuangren brandished his iron sword and lunged forward, roaring, "You cur! You murdered my brother!" Without hesitation, I swung the gleam war axe in a sweeping arc from my right side, crashing it hard beneath Shikuangren's armpit. A damage numeral, 178, flashed above his head. He remained standing, but his blade bit shallowly into my shoulder, dealing a pitiful 27 points of damage. I let out a quiet, icy laugh as we passed each other, and murmured low, lacking skill, yet daring to play the tyrant. Snap! A crisp, shattering impact. The gleam war axe cleaved downward from Shikuangren's shoulder, hurling him airborne. The numeral 234 bloomed above him, more than enough to claim his second death. In an instant, 2 gray-named players fell, but not a trace of infamy accrued to my name. Upon Shikuangren's demise, he dropped several minor healing potions, which I swiftly gathered into my inventory. It seemed he'd arrived not to fight, but to resupply me. Shipiao stood frozen in terror. Then, after a long silence, stammered, "I'm sorry." Likely she feared I might send her back to town with a single strike. I smiled gently and said, "Go train. Hunt monsters, avoid PvP. That's how you level fastest." She nodded softly, whispered sorry once more, and turned to leave. After this brief, farcical skirmish, I finally set forth on my true journey, to clear the monsters near the watchpost west of the village. Along the path, tiny goblins scampered wildly across the ground, brandishing miniature axes and shrieking as they charged. Yet these level 1 nuisances held no threat for me. A single flourish of the gleam war axe sent one soaring skyward, granting me 10 experience points and 3 copper coins neatly pocketed. According to Lingtong's lore, the Chinese server features 2 primary metropolises, each governing 5 secondary cities. Around each of these lie towns and hamlets, among them the very novice village where I now stood. At that hour, vast waves of players logged in, many straight from work, skipping dinner entirely. The novice village soon overflowed, its entrance became unviable for training. Players fanned out into surrounding forests, where higher-level monsters awaited, promising either riches and experience, or swift, brutal death. To the village's west, numerous players hunted level 3 goblins, some even formed parties to challenge stronger foes, flame bats and wild wolves. Yet after cresting a hill, I found myself surrounded by slimes of varying sizes, and at last utterly alone. Slimes, gelatinous viridian creatures, specialized in toxic projectile attacks, a vexing trait. Their ranged venom enabled Hitandran tactics, forcing players into exhausting circular chases. Just then a slime dashed toward me eagerly, halted mere steps away, coiled its body, and fired a viscous green jet straight onto my chest. Agony flared. My health plummeted by 70 points. Startled, I hastily checked its attributes: Viridian Slime, common monster, level 10 attack, 25-35 defense, 10 health, 800 attack, type venom shot. Blast. A level 10 monster. No wonder the quest's difficulty rating stood at 80. I, at level 7, faced steep odds. Fortunately, my bat leather armor and wilderness boots had dramatically bolstered my defense. Without them, that venom strike might have halved my health in a single blow. Without delay, I lunged forward with an axe swing, only for the slime to spring backward, nimbly evading my strike entirely. I grimaced inwardly and closed in quickly. This time I waited, watching its motion, before swinging. The gleam war axe traced a brilliant arc, cleaving precisely where the slime had just vacated. Its form warped grotesquely, a venom oozed from the wound, and 254 points of health vanished. Clearly slimes dealt heavy damage, but possessed abysmal defense, high offense, low resistance foes, ideal for grinding. Of course, only if one carried ample healing potions. A quiet surge of satisfaction rose within me. I'd prepared wisely. Potion flasks outnumbered all else in my inventory. After several evasions, I'd mastered its movement pattern, anticipating its retreats as surely as if reading its thoughts. Now every swing of the Gleam war axe landed true. With only 800 health, the slime emitted a shrill squeak. Upon my fourth strike, dissolving into nothingness, dropping copper coins. I glanced at my log, defeating a monster 3 levels above me, awarded a staggering 260 experience points. Triumph swelled in my chest. While others still labored over goblins yielding 10 points apiece, I stood alone, besting these venomous terrors single-handedly. Ahead loomed a crude watchpost. 2 panicked village militiamen stood guard atop it, while dozens of slimes swarmed below, having overrun the site. My task: turn each one into experience and coin. The previous slime had dropped 48 copper coins, an exceptionally lucrative kill. Time was precious. I advanced cautiously, luring one slime, retreating swiftly, then methodically dismantling it stroke by stroke. One slime's assault I could endure, but more would overwhelm even potent 300-point potions. With venom damage peaking at 35, only my black iron boots granted survivability, others would fall instantly. Minutes bled into hours. Each slime consumed nearly 60 seconds, not from slowness in combat, but from the delicate art of aggro control. On multiple occasions I misjudged and drew 2 at once, frantically gulping potions, teetering on the brink of death. Nearly 5 hours passed. Glancing at the in-game clock, it read 100 m. How many slimes I'd slain I could no longer recall, only that my inventory brimmed with slime medallions. Yet amid this bounty, only one item had dropped: a level 8 White-Ear Greave, granting 9 defense, now worn, raising my total defense by 9 points. I had reached level 10, normally sufficient to seek profession initiation, but I needed just one more slime medallion to complete the set of 100 required for the quest. So I resolved to finish the task before returning to the novice village. Higher level players grew increasingly common. Many already level 8 or 9 joined the slime hunt. Yet across the entire training ground, I remained the sole level 10. None appeared to have accepted the quest. No medallions dropped from their kills. Perhaps the quest was unique. Who could say? After felling several more slimes, fortune smiled. I obtained the final slime medallion. The quest was now complete. Just then, a flash of golden light erupted ahead, followed by a thunderous, earth-shaking roar. Instantly, a dozen players nearest the blast were obliterated. A colossal golden slime rampaged through the crowd, each spray of radiant venom igniting bursts of white light. Those clad in fragile gear, defense merely 1 point, stood no chance. Above its head blazed the title Golden Slime Sovereign. A chill ran down my spine. Blast. The supreme boss has finally emerged. In an instant, the venom with lethal attack capabilities had eliminated all players except for me. Their defenses were simply too low, while I managed to withstand the attack of the Golden Slime King with my robust defense of 35 points. Its venomous attack reduced my health by 150 points, prompting me to hastily consume a potion that restored 300 health points, instantly recovering 150 points, while the remaining 150 points slowly regenerated. A surge of joy filled my heart, my pulse racing wildly, as the goddess of luck had truly favored me. The first boss of this novice village had actually spawned right beside me, and I had dozens of potions at my disposal. First, I took a look at the boss's attributes. Golden Slime King, Bronzeteer BOSS. Level 15. Attack 85,150. Defense 25. Health. Attack type, ranged venom attack. The formidable attributes of the boss made me involuntarily gasp in shock. Its attack reached as high as 150 points. No wonder it could instantly deplete my health by 150 points. And I couldn't even see the health value of this boss. Heaven knows how much health it actually had. The glimmering battle axe swept down from the air, landing squarely on the head of the Slime King. This massive creature, akin to a tank, staggered back in pain, revealing a damaged figure above its head. 135. There's a chance. It seems that my attack of 60 points can still breach its defenses. I leveled up to 10 and added 15 points to strength. At the same time, the Slime King opened its mouth and launched another venom attack, causing my health to plummet by 167 points, once more nearly half of my total health. Quickly downing a large potion, I refused to retreat, swinging the glimmering battle axe relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, in less than 10 minutes, the Slime King's health had dropped by nearly 1/10. It seemed that its health wasn't as terrifying as I had feared. However, the issue I faced was that I had consumed potions continuously and my supply was dwindling. Just then, I suddenly saw figures approaching from a distance, quickly surrounding me and the boss. I glanced over and felt a chill in my heart. This group of people unmistakably had the words "AO Sure" above their heads. It turned out to be the entire AO Sure family, nearly 300 people. Good heavens, this AO Sure truly has great influence. They can wield such power even in a novice village. Seeing the overwhelming force of the enemy, I decided not to fight like a trapped beast and immediately abandoned the partially defeated Golden Slime King, fleeing towards the surrounding forest. At that moment, a figure broke through the crowd, shouting loudly, "Wanna run? It's not that easy. Brothers, take him down, and this brat just offended me." The speaker was none other than AO Sure Ren. Beside him stood another person, the one I had just eliminated, AO Sure Shui, while AO Sure Piao Yu seemed to have disappeared. Hearing AO Sure Ren's words, several AO Sure players around me began to stir. More than half of them were holding short wooden sticks, making me find it somewhat amusing. With such equipment, did they really intend to kill? However, there is truth to the saying that there is strength in numbers. Many ants can kill an elephant. I certainly couldn't contend with 300 people. I gripped the glimmering battle axe tightly, watching the surrounding players. Though I said nothing, my posture clearly communicated that anyone who dared to strike would be met with my axe. To my surprise, those players with wooden sticks seemed to be intimidated, each one hesitating to step forward. AO Sure Ren flew into a rage, shouting, "A bunch of useless buffoons, get in there." At that moment, another group of people arrived from a distance, quickly surrounding the area to the point of being impenetrable. Their intentions were unclear, but it was obvious they were also eyeing the Slime King. It must have been that those players who had died 10 minutes ago returned to the novice village, spreading word of the Super BOSS, naturally attracting some powerful groups. This new group of players was all above level 8, and they all had the prefix Swordfire. Swordfire. I suddenly realized that the iron sword I had sold was to someone named Swordfire Dragon Soul. At that moment, a person parted the crowd. It was indeed Swordfire Dragon Soul, who smiled faintly and said, "Wow, it's quite lively here. I didn't expect the people from AO Sure to arrive first." At this point, Swordfire Dragon Soul had already changed to a new weapon, a glowing iron sword, seemingly also a black iron item with attributes that should be comparable. I didn't expect him to possess such a weapon. But it made sense. Swordfire Dragon Soul was likely the leader of Swordfire, so it would indeed be strange if he didn't have such top-tier equipment. Faced with the unexpected guests from Swordfire, the AO Sure players started to falter. After all, the quality of the AO Sure players was not very high, with only a few above level 8, while the Swordfire members appeared to be much stronger despite having only around 100 members. Thus, AO Sure Ren raised his eyebrows and said, "I didn't expect Dragon Soul to also be in this novice village. It seems we are indeed destined to meet." Swordfire Dragon Soul laughed heartily, saying, "I didn't expect you to abandon Moon Hung and join Ling Tong. We can consider ourselves old acquaintances." After the disbandment of the Two Pillars Sword and Rose and Paradise Lost in Moon Hung, the western part of Silver Moon City became our battleground, just like in Ling Tong. AO Sure Ren chuckled. "Dragon Soul, today is purely a personal grudge between us, AO Sure, and this person. If you could show some face, why don't you take your brothers and leave? I can settle this person myself." Swordfire Dragon Soul glanced inside, seemingly recognizing me. After all, the glimmering battle axe was quite conspicuous. He then laughed heartily, saying, "I can give face to your enemy, but the Golden Slime King must be handed over to us, Swordfire. I can't let my brothers come for nothing, right?" AO Sure Ren's face instantly turned cold, saying, "You damn well stop talking nonsense. What logic is there in letting a boss go?" At that moment, a player wielding a giant axe stepped forward from the Swordfire team. It was the already employed berserker named Swordfire Xing Tian, who laughed loudly. "Does AO Sure think they can monopolize this Golden Slime King? Do you have the capability for that? Ha, stop kneeling here and let us enjoy the show." Swordfire Xing Tian's words made AO Sure Ren's face turn sour, prompting him to shout, "MD. Those damn Swordfire are trying to take advantage of the chaos." Swordfire Dragon Soul declared coldly, "Stop the nonsense. Aren't you taking advantage of the chaos too? You were the ones who cleared out so many solo players in the leveling area. Well, settle that account with you sooner or later. You AO Sure know best what kind of people you are. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong, despicable and insidious. Which of those traits do you not possess? I heard that you even organized women to do sex work in the game. You truly have no shame." A.O. Shirkwangren seemed to have hit a sore spot, his face turning pale with rage as he shouted, "Damn it! Brothers, today Swordfire is clearly looking for trouble. I'll take them out immediately." Suddenly, a crowd of A.O. Shir players surged forward, wooden sticks and broken swords raised. Swordfire Dragon Soul sneered, "Let them kill." After several exchanges, a few of Swordfire's frontline players were taken down, but the cost was that a host of A.O. Shir players turned to ashes. Swordfire Xing Tian laughed heartily, stepping forward, his battle axe raised high, crashing down. A flash of red light erupted, unleashing a wave of battle chi that instantly obliterated several A.O. Shir players. A.O. Shir Kwang Ren's expression fluctuated as he shouted, "First team blocked those Swordfire scum. Second and third teams quickly finish off the Golden Slime King." In an instant, the Swordfire members were kept at bay, while half of the A.O. Shir players engaged in combat with the Slime King. I quietly slipped into the forest, feeling particularly resentful that the boss I had worked so hard to obtain was now being fought over by these two teams. Damn it, it truly is tough to navigate this world alone. Unwilling to leave, I hid in the forest and watched the battle unfold outside. Although the overall levels of the A.O. Shir players were low, there were still a few experts among them. One or two employed mages began attacking the Golden Slime King, with fireballs and meteors quickly becoming the main force of the assault, as wooden sticks could never breach the Slime King's defenses. Time passed slowly as the Slime King's health dropped below half, but it did not remain idle. In a short amount of time, over 100 A.O. Shir players had already fallen. Only a few distant mages were sporadically throwing fireballs, while the lower-level players served as cannon fodder. On the other hand, the Swordfire members seemed to have noticed the boss's condition, launching a vigorous assault that sent the surrounding A.O. Shir players back to the city. In an instant, white light flashed repeatedly, and the A.O. Shir players were reduced to less than 50. A.O. Shir Kwangren, seeing the tide turning against them, shouted angrily, "Brothers, retreat for now." The A.O. Shir players instantly scattered like birds and beasts, but the Swordfire members seemed unwilling to let them go easily, slaughtering them. Even A.O. Shir Kwangren was sent back to the city by Swordfire Xing Tian's axe. As a result, a few minutes later, there was not a single A.O. Shir player left in the jungle. The entire area was taken over by Swordfire. After a fierce battle, Swordfire had about 60 players remaining, but half of them were already marked red. If they died, they would lose levels. However, with the Golden Slime King being such a powerful boss right before them, there was no reason to let it go. Thus, Swordfire Dragon Soul issued the command, "Surround and kill the boss." I still did not leave quietly waiting. However, the early players' equipment was subpar. Many wore only a pair of white boots or a rough pair of leg guards, making those with defense over 20 quite rare. Therefore, even though Swordfire emphasized coordination, there were players who were continuously taken down in close combat by the Golden Slime King. Moreover, the boss's poison attack had a splash effect, significantly increasing its lethality. Many of Swordfire's players were instantly killed without even getting close. Yet it was an undeniable fact that the boss's health was steadily decreasing. As I watched the boss's health bar nearing its end, I found myself torn. Should I rush out to claim the loot, or let them take down the boss that rightfully belonged to me? To be honest, the players from Swordfire didn't seem to carry that aggressive aura. I could sense the camaraderie among their team members, which was certainly not like the rabble from A.O. Shir. Thus, I had a relatively good impression of Swordfire. However, even if I felt positive they had indirectly stolen my boss, just as I hesitated, an unexpected change occurred. With a thunderous roar, the Slime King suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, and its body expanded nearly twice in size before collapsing. At once, Swordfire's Dragon Soul exclaimed in alarm, "Be careful. This boss seems to have mutated." Swordfire's Xing Tian angrily added, "What rotten luck. We encounter a mutation on our first boss fight." In the blink of an eye, the Golden Slime King let out a furious roar, and suddenly a wave of golden light spread out like ripples, forming a fierce shockwave attack. Crack, crack, crack. In the ensuing noise, all of Swordfire's players were caught in the shockwave, and almost everyone had damage numbers of 200 points appearing above their heads. Those with low health were instantly killed. Even the tanky players lost about a third of their health. This was not the end. With the Golden Slime King's roar, a second wave of golden shockwaves struck again. Swordfire's Dragon Soul, horrified, muttered, "Damn. We've hit a dead end." Xing Tian also looked helpless, saying, "You can't force what isn't meant to be." I said that stealing the boss was a bad idea. Damn. With two miserable cries, both Dragon Soul and Xing Tian were instantly killed. What followed was a one-sided slaughter. Under the fourth wave of the Golden Slime King's assault, everyone from Swordfire was wiped out. Yet the Slime King seemed to be enjoying itself, continuing with the fifth wave, then the sixth. Until the nth wave, I had lost count. However, I had plenty of patience quietly waiting behind a large tree that shielded me from all harm, so, although I was mere inches away from the Golden Slime King, I was quite safe. In the distance, a large group of players watched this super boss unleash its fury, but no one dared to step forward. Even a formidable team like Swordfire had been completely obliterated, let alone these casual players. After nearly 10 minutes, the boss finally ceased its roaring, and the golden light surrounding it dimmed significantly. Perhaps due to my proximity, I unexpectedly received a combat notification. Ding. Combat prompt: the Golden Slime King's berserk state has ended, entering a weakened state with defense reduced by 50. I was overjoyed at the opportunity had come. The weakness following its peak was the moment to take its life. Without hesitation, I leaped out from the jungle, and my radiant battle axe flew down from the sky. With a thud, a massive gash opened on the Slime King's head. 346. The damage number exceeding 300 sent me into a frenzy. The weakened Slime King had completely turned into a puddle of mush. Although its poison attack was still sharp, I had consumed 300 health potions and charged in directly. A group of players in the distance was astonished, many racing over while shouting, "Where did this guy come from? Hurry up, or it will be too late." Amidst their cries, I suddenly pulled back my axe once again, creating a large hole atop the Golden Slime King's head. In an instant, the boss's massive body collapsed. Ding. System prompt: congratulations, you have killed the boss Golden Slime King, gaining 5,000 experience points and 300 reputation. I instantly leveled up to 12. Oh, and beneath the corpse of the Golden Slime King, I clearly saw 2 pieces of equipment drop. I rushed forward, quickly picking up the 2 pieces of equipment and tossing them into my inventory before searching the corpse, finding nothing else except a pile of coins. There were even a few coins shimmering with golden light. Gold coins. This boss had dropped gold coins directly. After counting, I found a total of 12 gold coins and quite a few silver coins. Many of the silver coins had fallen into the grass, causing me to fumble for a long time. If it weren't for my principle of gathering every grain, I certainly wouldn't have bothered with these silver coins. When I had collected all 84 silver coins, the group of players who had been watching the boss from a distance approached, many looking at me with greedy eyes. After all, the chance of obtaining top-tier loot on the first drop from any boss was 100, having for the second drop, and so on. I glanced at them. The highest level player among them was only level 8 and wielding a rusty iron sword. To be honest, I didn't take such novices seriously. So I raised my radiant battle axe and asked what's wrong. Want a piece of the action? Upon hearing my words, those players hesitated, and a few shook their heads and left. At that moment, another group arrived. It was a few members from Swordfire. This time, Swordfire hadn't brought many people, only 4, including Dragon Soul and Xingtian, with another player named Ghost Flame, who was a level 10 Dark Mage. A Dark Mage, an actual hidden class. However, what surprised me most was the girl named Ziyuner, who followed Dragon Soul. She was a level 10 priest. Ziyuner wore a cream-colored robe, seemingly white equipment. She was quite beautiful. Compared to Ling Xue, she lacked a bit of ethereal charm, but had an added mature beauty. This girl appeared to be around 25 years old, while Ling Xue was barely 20. My gaze lingered on Ziyuner for about 3 seconds before shifting to the others, which surprised Dragon Soul and the others, while Ziyuner slightly parted her lips, seemingly astonished that this young man had such clear eyes. Dragon Soul glanced at the gradually disappearing corpse of the Golden Slime King and couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother, you killed this boss, right?" I nodded and admitted that's right. I dealt the first blow and also the final blow to this boss. My words clearly indicated that I hadn't stolen the kill. Dragon Soul was quite straightforward, smiling. "Then we should congratulate you. By the way, what loot did you get? If there's any equipment you don't want, would you consider selling it to us first? We will trade at twice the current market price." I looked at him suspiciously. Dragon Soul then smiled and said, "By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Dragon Soul. These are my friends Xingtian, Ghost Flame, and Ziyuner. We are companions from a battle network, having transferred from Yueheng to Lingtong, seeking to reclaim lost glory. Our organization is called Swordfire, with over 100 members, and of course the core members are just the 4 of us." I smiled and said, "Oh, so you all don't know each other?" Dragon Soul suddenly laughed. "We are scattered across the country, only in touch via phone. Xingtian and I are in the northeast, Ghost Flame is in Shanghai, and the beauty beside you, Ziyuner, lives in Suzhou." "Oh, in the same city as me." I was slightly surprised. Ziyuner was also taken aback, looking at me, but not saying anything. Dragon Soul said, "Friend, since you managed to claim this boss from both Swordfire and AO, sure, it shows you're quite remarkable. Would you like to be friends with us and conquer the world together from now on? Also, we still don't know your true identity." At this I remembered that my name had been hidden all along, making me seem like a true expert. So I immediately revealed my name. Qing Quang Shusheng. Dragon Soul mused, laughing heartily. What an interesting name. By the way, check what equipment the boss dropped, and if you want you can decide on your future class right here. Well, buy any equipment you don't want at a high price. At the same time, Dragon Soul sent me a friend request which I confirmed. Soon after, Xingtian and Ghost Flame also added me as friends while Ziyuner silently stood by. I took the initiative to send her a friend request as she looked up at me suddenly blushing and accepted the invitation. I opened my inventory to check the two pieces of equipment. One was a bow and the other was armor. First, I looked at the armor's attributes. Wild golden armor, bronze armor, defense 50, strength 5, required level 14, unidentified. I was slightly startled. Though the armor was not yet fully identified, its current attributes were already quite impressive. If the identification improved its attributes further, it would definitely be a super rare item, and being bronze, it surpassed the quality of black iron. This could possibly be the first piece of bronze equipment to drop in Ling Tong. I then created a visual guide of the attributes of the wilderness golden armor and sent it to them. Instantly, both Jianhua Longhan and Jianhua Xingtian revealed a fervent gleam in their eyes. After all, such a top-notch bronze armor was a rare treasure for both swordsmen and berserkers. Longhun said, "Scholar, is this the only item?" I replied, "There's also a bow." Longhun chuckled, "Then let's see how the bow performs. By the way, what class do you want to choose?" After a moment of contemplation, I said, "If this bow is impressive, I'll choose archer. If it's useless, I'll go with berserker." Longhun and Xingtian exchanged glances, then sighed in unison. Heaven grant that his bow is of the utmost quality. I couldn't help but laugh heartily. These two were quite amusing. If I chose archer, I wouldn't be able to equip the armor, and they would have every right to purchase the wilderness golden armor from me. So I quickly took out the longbow. The bow was elegantly curved with its string shimmering softly, looking truly magnificent. With a flash of light, the name and attributes of the longbow appeared. Bow of the Golden King, bronze equipment, attack 5570, power 7, required level 14, unauthenticated. For a moment I stood there dumbfounded. It truly was a bronze item. Moreover, it had a fierce attack power of 70 even before authentication. If authenticated, how formidable would it be? So I swiftly created a visual guide of the golden bow's attributes and shared it with each of them. At the same time, Longhun and Guizhi nearly drooled, while Ziyuner's eyes glimmered with envy. Xingtian grabbed my hand and said, "Brother, let's head back to town for authentication. We'll look at the price of the armor. You set the price, and we'll do our best to meet it." I was taken aback. This guy Xingtian was quite straightforward, displaying his intentions so obviously. Meanwhile, Longhun was much more reserved. In fact, Longhun was also swallowing hard, but he was just holding it back. Then, with a flash of light, the five of us appeared in the novice village and arrived at the authentication office, where an old master was fiddling with antiques, looking quite content. Bang! I directly tossed the wilderness golden armor on the table and said, "Authenticate it." The appraiser glanced back and said, "The fee is 10 silver coins. Damn, they actually want 10 silver coins. I felt a pang in my heart, but still quickly pulled out 10 silver coins. The appraiser waved his hand over the equipment, and instantly a beam of light burst forth from the armor, revealing its true form. Wilderness golden armor, bronze equipment, armor, defense 85, power 10, stamina 5, required level 14. It had gained a full 35 points in defense along with 10 points of power and 5 points of stamina. Everyone stood there in shock. After a long pause, Longhun said, "This gear is impressive. Scholar, quickly check that bow." I placed the golden bow back on the table, and the appraiser, who had been inattentive, immediately focused. He examined the bow closely and exclaimed, "I didn't expect such a treasure. The authentication fee is 10 gold coins." I was left speechless. "Boss, are you kidding me? The authentication fee for the golden armor was only 10 silver coins. How can the golden bow cost 10 gold coins?" The appraiser lazily looked at me and said, "If you don't want it, just leave." At that moment, Longhun grabbed my arm and said, "Fool. The more expensive the authentication fee, the more exceptional the equipment. If you lack the funds, I'll cover the fee." I immediately became alert. If this guy covered the authentication fee, he would surely slash the price of the wilderness golden armor significantly. This was a deal I couldn't afford to lose. So I took out 10 gold coins and handed them to the appraiser, lamenting that I had earned only 12 gold coins from defeating the boss, and now I was losing 10 of them. Fortunately, I still had 2 left which I could use for tomorrow's company errands. The appraiser took a deep breath, gently stroked the golden bow, and with a flash of light, its true form was revealed. Bow of the Golden King, silver equipment, attack 80125, power 15, agility 12 additional effect guaranteed hit cannot be dodged by the target required level 15. For a moment, everyone was dumbstruck. This golden bow actually upgraded from bronze to silver during authentication. After nearly 5 minutes, Long Hun finally exclaimed, "Amazing." I was equally astonished. Those 10 gold coins were well spent. What did it mean to wield a longbow with an attack of 125 at level 15? Moreover, this golden bow was a silver item even higher than bronze, which meant I could possibly use it until level 30, perhaps even level 50. Most importantly, this bow had an additional effect guaranteed hit. It couldn't miss, and while this attribute seemed unassuming, it sparked a bold idea in my mind. Ordinary archer players usually allocate points equally between strength and agility, ensuring both attack power and hit rate. Agility determines hit rate, while strength determines attack power. With this golden bow, hit rate was no longer a concern. If I focused all my stat points into strength and used this bow for leveling, what kind of leveling speed would that yield? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but laugh heartily. A rookie-level master was about to be born. Meanwhile, Long Hun and Xing Tian looked at me impatiently and said, "Is Scholar so happy that he's gone a bit crazy?" I stopped laughing and promptly stored the golden bow in my bag. At level 12, I couldn't equip it yet, so I had to keep it safe. Then I turned to Long Hun and said, "If Jian He wants the wilderness golden armor, let's discuss a price." Long Hun and Xing Tian exchanged smiles, and then Long Hun said, "Our budget isn't very high, and we can only offer you 20 gold coins for now. This is all the savings from our brothers." I glanced at him and chuckled, "Don't be like that. You know very well that bronze armor is definitely worth more than this." Long Hun showed an embarrassed expression. At that moment, Ziyuner whispered something and handed Long Hun something. Afterward, Long Hun confidently approached me and said, "Scholar, take a look at this. If we add 20 gold coins, can we trade for the wilderness golden armor?" With that, Long Hun opened the trading menu. A flash of light appeared, revealing a book. Armor-piercing arrow ignores 50 of defense attack power, depends on skill level. I was slightly taken aback. As everyone knows, skill books in Ling Tong must be earned through battles. The NPC master only teaches the most basic skills. This armor-piercing arrow is perfect for dealing with high defense knights or berserkers. Thus, I directly placed the wilderness golden armor on the table, and Long Hun added 20 gold coins. The trade was established. Long Hun handed the armor to Xing Tian without hesitation. Xing Tian accepted it without any pretense, but couldn't equip it due to insufficient level, so he stored it away in the warehouse. I also stored the golden bow away. At that moment, Long Hun said to me, "Scholar, have you considered joining a team? While our Jianhua doesn't have many members, they are all good brothers. If you want to join us, we would certainly welcome you." I was slightly tempted. Long Hun could directly trade the valuable wilderness golden armor to Xing Tian, showing how good he was to his brothers. Following such a leader would surely lead to a good life. However, I thought that Ling Xue might also want to create her own team. I owed her so much, and it would be unreasonable not to serve her. So I replied to Long Hun, "I'm not thinking about it for now, but let me consider it for a while. If I need to, I will notify you at the first opportunity." Long Hun nodded and laughed heartily. "Good. We still need to level up, so we'll be on our way." The 4 core members of Jianhua left the novice village. Xing Tian was overjoyed and Gue Ji accompanied him happily, while Ziyuner turned back to glance at me with a slight smile before leaving as well. As a priest, she managed to reach level 10 so quickly it seemed she must have been leveling up with Long Hun and the others. With that thought, I headed towards the Employment Association alone. In the Guild for Job Changes, mentors of various professions lined up in a row. Of course, in such a small village, they had no decent treatment. Their attire was rather shabby. The mentors of the Berserker Knight and Swordsman stood bare-chested, showcasing their strong muscles, while the mentors of the Mage and Priest wore coarse cloaks. The Assassin mentor lurked in the shadows, observing everything around, and the Archer mentor was a beautiful NPC clad in simple leather armor. I felt a surge of excitement and walked straight up to the beautiful Archer, saying, "I want to take up this job." The NPC glanced at me and said, "The great God of Light has bestowed us with power. Brave warrior, from now on you are a member of the Archer Guild." My title changed, becoming Apprentice Archer. System prompt: "Congratulations. You are now the 5th apprentice archer in this novice village. Go talk to your mentor. She will teach you the basic skills of your profession." System prompt: "Your attribute growth has changed. Strength 6 stars. Stamina 5 stars. Agility 10 stars. Intelligence 6 stars. The number of stars represents attribute growth. For 10 points in strength, if the star level is 10, it can increase the character's attack power by 1010. However, at 6 stars, it can only increase by 66, which is why different professions develop differently. Therefore, the true kings of physical offense are undoubtedly the berserker and swordsman with strength at level 10 stars. I was slightly taken aback. I thought I was leveling up quickly, but I didn't realize 4 people had already taken the job of archer before me. This means that there should be no less than 50 people in the entire novice village who have taken up jobs, and just in the southeast region of China, there are no less than 100 such novice villages. Damn, my ranking is probably going to be outside the top 10,000. I approached the archer mentor, clicked on the conversation tab, and indeed there was an option to learn skills. Upon entering again, I saw 3 skills shining before me. The first was basic archery, while the other 2 were fire arrow and ice arrow. Basic archery, a passive skill that increases the archer's hit rate and damage to a certain extent. Fire arrow, shoot a fire-based arrow guided by flames. Ice arrow, shoot an ice-based arrow guided by frost. I looked at the learning costs and was taken aback. Learning basic archery required 50 silver coins, while learning fire arrow and ice arrow cost 5 gold coins each. The server had only been open for a short 8 hours, and it seemed nearly impossible to gather that many gold coins. However, I sold a piece of bronze level armor and made 20 gold coins, which came in handy here. Thus, I happily learned all 3 skills, and after spending a lot of my savings, still had 12 gold coins left. I also learned the armor-piercing arrow skill, and suddenly 4 skills appeared in my skill tab, all of which were beginner level. Basic archery beginner proficiency 100,000 does not consume MP. Fire arrow beginner proficiency 100,000 consumes 5 MP. Ice arrow beginner proficiency 100,000 consumes 5 MP. Armor piercing arrow beginner proficiency 100,000 consumes 10 MP. Looking at my personal attributes, I only had 120 MP in total, which meant I couldn't use the skills many times. To increase my proficiency, it seemed I needed to buy some blue potions to keep on hand. At this moment, I noticed a leaderboard at the bottom of the interface. I clicked on it and saw a series of rankings displayed, including level rankings, equipment rankings, and reputation rankings. I first looked at the level rankings and was surprised to find that the highest level player had already reached level 16, and even the 10th place player had reached level 15. Moreover, among the top 10 players in the level rankings, 4 were Chinese players. Selecting the ranking for Chinese players, I was shocked to see that the first place was surprisingly a female mage named Ling Yue. Damn, a woman managed to level up that high, or it was truly outrageous. I sighed in envy and opened the equipment rankings, only to find that my golden bow was at the top, far surpassing the second place bronze sword. No kidding, silver equipment is a full tier above bronze, so naturally the score is much higher, and the attributes of the golden bow are indeed impressive. An ordinary level 15 bronze bow would have around 50 points of damage, but the golden bow has a terrifying damage of 125 points. If this attribute were to be revealed, it would surely scare quite a few people. I smiled slightly, thinking to myself that at least I had one piece of equipment that ranked at the top. Though my level wasn't as high as that female mage named Ling Yue in a PK with the golden bow, I would definitely have a 90 chance to deal a one-hit kill. Looking at my level, I was at level 12 with 92 experience, which wasn't too far off. Moreover, I still hadn't turned in the task of clearing the watchtower, having spent 6 hours collecting 100 badges, though I expected the reward wouldn't be small. When I arrived at the village chief, I found the old man peering outside. Upon seeing me, he immediately smiled, his face splitting like an orange peel. "Young man, you really did it. Those vile liquid monsters are indeed terrible. You've truly helped our village a great deal. Come, this is your reward." System prompt: congratulations. You have completed the task clearing the watchtower. You gain 500 experience points, 5 gold coins, reputation 250, and a task reward windsurfer. With a couple of notifications, the rich experience from the task shot me straight to level 14. Upon checking my detailed experience, I was only 98 points away from level 15. I was overjoyed and opened my bag to check the equipment. Windsurfer bronze, leather armor. Defense 24. Agility 4. Stamina 2. Required level 10. It was a pair of leather boots, exactly what I needed. My previous wilderness battle boots could no longer be worn. Archers couldn't wear armor, only leather. Now the wilderness battle boots were lying obediently in my bag. Moreover, even the glimmering battle axe had automatically been unequipped, as archers could only equip bows and daggers. Now I was left empty-handed, but if I killed a few more monsters to reach 100 experience points, I could level up to 15. Equipping the golden bow after that would be like upgrading from a homemade firearm to a cannon. I laughed heartily and walked to the square of the novice village, shouting, "Black iron armor boots buyers, hurry up." Instantly the square erupted with activity as countless newbies rushed over, craning their necks and shouting, "Is someone selling black iron equipment? No way. I need to check it out quickly. Even if I can't afford it, at least I can have a look." In just a few minutes, I was surrounded tightly. However, there weren't many who could afford to pay. In the end, a small warrior offered 5 gold coins to buy the wilderness battle boots. After all, it was just black iron equipment. In a day or two, it would be nothing more than a common item. Selling early was definitely a wise choice. Then I simply sold the glimmering battle axe, as well earning 10 gold coins. This was because the demand for weapons was greater than for equipment, so the price was much higher. That way I had 27 gold coins again. I went to the pharmacy and bought a good half of my bag filled with low-level red and blue potions, spending less than 7 gold coins in total. Afterwards, I went to the weapon shop and bought a few iron arrows, which added 1 point to my attack. That should be sufficient for a while. I glanced around at the other players who were all busy leveling up, occasionally returning to the village to restock or repair their equipment. So I hid my name again and retrieved the golden bow from the warehouse. Of course, it was only called the golden bow. Its tier was actually silver level. If it were truly a golden tier weapon, others wouldn't stand a chance. The area around the village had already been occupied by players, so it was unlikely I could accomplish anything further. Therefore, I chose to head west of the village, crossing the area where the slimes were, to explore the depths of the forest, hoping for unexpected rewards. Along the way, I dealt with a few minor monsters. After a flash of golden light, I had already reached level 15. I immediately equipped the golden bow, and amidst the shining glow, the longbow appeared in my hands, gleaming beautifully. The brilliance of the golden bow immediately attracted the attention of several players. Following the principle of low-key leveling and high-profile PK, I quickly turned off the visual effects of the golden bow. Instantly, the golden light dimmed, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a drab longbow looking like an ordinary item with a decent design. After equipping the golden bow and windsurfer, I checked my attributes and was taken aback. Wild Young Scholar Apprentice Archer. Level 15. Health 440. Attack 125,180. Defense 51. Reputation 551. Luck 0. The attack power is shockingly high. Looking at the real time, it was already past 4 a.m. In another hour, dawn would break. However, I felt no trace of sleepiness. Holding the silver weapon, the golden bow, my heart surged with excitement. This was the most powerful equipment in Linghong at present, and it was now in my hands. No matter how many experts there were in the world, they couldn't surpass me, a novice. But I also knew that it was just my luck to have defeated a top-tier boss in the beginner's village. In 2 or 3 days, someone would naturally obtain new silver equipment. Therefore, I had to seize this precious time to rapidly level up. Only by increasing my level could I hope to challenge even more formidable monsters and earn better equipment. During the first 2 weeks after the game's launch, the currency exchange was not available, so players could not convert their wealth in the game to reality. However, after half a month, once the personal bank account and game account locking services were open, those corporations wishing to make a fortune in the game could spend money lavishly. Meanwhile, I, a single player merely seeking some top-notch equipment to defeat some villains and to meet some beautiful women, could also convert game currency into real money. Of course, the prerequisite was to have a high level. When I arrived at the location where the King of Golden Slimes had fallen half an hour ago, it was already occupied by a crowd of players, and there was even a small team of dozens of people guarding it, because a boss would respawn after a certain period once it was defeated. I couldn't help but chuckle. I had researched the information on Linghong half a month ago. Normally, the respawn interval for bosses was about a week. These guys, unless they were willing to wait here for a week without leveling up or entering the main city, would not be able to wait for the King of Slimes to respawn. Not lingering, I crossed over this basin and walked for nearly a quarter of an hour. Everything around me gradually brightened. Perhaps it was due to the dawn. Some daytime monsters appeared in the forest, such as level 14 crows, level 15 short-haired wild boars, and level 16 bloodthirsty antelopes. However, I did not focus on them, as my target this time was the level 20 blue-eyed lizard. A shallow river flowed through the jungles west of the beginner's village, rarely visited by humans. By the shallow banks among the weeds lay a number of blue-eyed lizards armored in iron, blending into the grass, their blue eyes appearing somewhat terrifying. My level was just high enough to see the attributes of the blue-eyed lizard, so I immediately checked the data. Blue-eyed lizard, normal monster. Level 20. Attack 4,570. Defense 60. Health 1,200. Attack type, paralyzing effect with a certain chance to stun the target. Damn, such high attack, it's comparable to the King of Slimes. I was greatly surprised. The attributes of the blue-eyed lizard were indeed powerful. Not only was the attack high, but the defense was almost abnormal, reaching 60, making it as tough as iron. If I did not have the golden bow in my hands, I might have been unable to break its defense. Thus I drew an arrow, nocked it, and pulled back the string with a swift motion, releasing it with a whoosh. The arrow struck the blue-eyed lizard's head, causing it to stagger back in pain, and the damage number of 245 floated above its head. As I was slightly taken aback, the blue-eyed lizard charged forward, its mouth wide open, and its disgusting tongue lashed out, licking my chest, instantly draining 87 health points. I retreated a few steps and shot another arrow, this time using the ice arrow skill. Bang! A blue glow exploded above the blue-eyed lizard's head, enveloping its entire body in a layer of frost, significantly slowing its movement. Looking at the available skills, I suddenly realized the armor-piercing arrow. This skill ignores 50 of defense. Wasn't it the nemesis of such a tough monster like the blue-eyed lizard? So I quickly retreated, skillfully nocked another arrow, and as the bowstring vibrated, the armor-piercing arrow transformed into a milky white light, piercing into the blue-eyed lizard's head, and a high damage number leaped up. 624. I was almost dumbfounded, quickly rubbing my eyes to confirm that it was indeed 624 points of damage. This level 20 monster actually lost half of its health with just one shot from me. Instantly, I was overjoyed. To ease my doubts, I shot another armor-piercing arrow, and this time the light of the armor-piercing arrow clearly struck the blue-eyed lizard's head, resulting in another damage number of 678. Alo! The blue-eyed lizard let out a pitiful cry and dropped dead, dropping several silver coins. Having killed a monster 5 levels higher, the experience gained was substantial. Just one blue-eyed lizard gave me 550 experience points. Moreover, the drop rate of equipment would significantly increase. Of course, aside from the 5 silver coins dropped by the blue-eyed lizard, there was nothing else. This is easy to understand. The drop rate for normal monsters is already quite low. I spent 5 hours killing slimes and only got 1 white piece of equipment. Therefore, it is essential to have the mindset that not all monsters will drop equipment. Looking around, this small map was called the Shallow Water Marsh, filled with blue-eyed lizards ranging from level 20 to level 25, or enough for me to level up to 20. Suddenly, I noticed an NPC lying near the edge of the forest, seemingly moaning weakly. My heart stirred, and I hurried over. Indeed, it was a middle-aged soldier clad in armor lying in the grass with bloodstains all over his legs, as if attacked by something. The NPC looked up at me with surprise and exclaimed, "Young warrior, it's great that you found this place. Can you help me with a favor?" Ding. System prompt: do you accept the request from the captain of the soldiers? I swiftly clicked confirm, and another ringing sound followed. Ding. System prompt: you have accepted the quest. Collect lizard skins. Current quest difficulty 80. Quest content: kill the nearby blue-eyed lizards and collect 50 lizard skins to hand over to Captain Alan, who will craft a usable leather armor for you. I couldn't help but smile slightly. There wasn't even a furnace here, yet equipment could still be crafted. The designer of this game must have lost their mind. The difficulty of the quest had increased again, now to 80 points. This was understandable as the system presumed my level. A level 15 player challenging a group of level 20 blue-eyed lizards would naturally be akin to a chicken attacking a rock. However, the system overlooked the existence of my exquisite weapon, the golden bow, which was enough to break this balance. Since there was a quest, leveling up would be much more efficient. Looking at the level leaderboard, I was currently ranked 4087 in the Chinese region. Upon checking, the 1000th player was only level 16. Alright, before sleeping I aimed to reach level 18 and break into the top 1000 in China. Filled with enthusiasm and devoid of sleepiness, I turned and shot an ice arrow at a blue-eyed lizard. Slowed down, the lizard crawled towards me slowly. During this time, my 2 armor-piercing arrows could easily finish it off, and if a critical hit occurred, the armor-piercing arrow would be able to one-shot this level 20 monster. With abundant experience stimulating me, time flowed like water. When I finally felt a hint of drowsiness, I looked at the time and realized it was already 5 a.m. The speed of killing monsters was unimaginable, as I could kill 35 blue-eyed lizards within a minute. Within just 1 hour, I had leveled up twice to level 17, and I had already collected all the lizard skins. Seeing that it was getting late, I had work at 9 a.m. tomorrow, so I decided to sleep at 5 a.m., aiming for about 3 hours of rest. That's about enough. At worst, I could catch a nap during work, and after returning home in the evening, I would continue to grind. Being young is an asset I can afford to play. Thus, I sorted out my potions and headed to turn in the quest. From a distance, the soldier captain lying on the ground seemed to have improved significantly. After receiving the 50 lizard skins, he immediately laughed heartily, saying, "Brave warrior, your courage has conquered this marsh. Please wait a moment, I will craft a brand new leather armor for you. I saw the soldier captain busily working, not knowing how he crafted it. After a flash of colorful light, a shiny leather armor appeared in his hands. Ding! System prompt: congratulations, you have completed the quest. Collect lizard skins, earning 2500 experience points, 5 gold coins, 150 reputation, and the quest reward shimmering leather armor. Huh. A soft sound echoed as a cascade of golden light fell from above, signaling my level up to 18. I glanced at the leaderboard and saw that I ranked 83rd among Chinese players at level 18. The top player in the China region was still a female mage named Ling Yue, who had already reached level 20, while the others were all men, and I didn't pay much attention. Haha, I've made it into the top 100. Today's mission was a resounding success. Looking at the equipment from the quest, it didn't need identification. All the attributes were displayed. Ling Wang leather armor, bronze leather armor, defense 36, agility 5, stamina 4, required level 18. Wow. A piece of armor with quite high defense, exactly what I needed right now. Eagerly, I put on the Ling Wang leather armor, and my defense shot up to 82 points, surpassing most knights' defenses at this stage. Even the blue-eyed lizards here couldn't breach my defenses. After all, they were famous for their ironclad defense. I checked my inventory, which originally held 18 coins. After defeating so many blue-eyed lizards, it had increased to 32 coins. In any case, that was more than enough for the company's tasks, and the rest might cover some living expenses. Reaching the safe zone at the edge of the forest, I logged off. After removing my helmet, I realized that I was drenched in sweat from all the excitement. I rushed to the bathroom for a cold shower, quickly ate some bread, washed it down with a cup of hot water, set my alarm for 8 o'clock, and collapsed onto my bed, falling into a deep sleep. I don't know how long it had been, but a sharp ringing sound woke me up. Being disturbed in the midst of a deep sleep felt torturous, like being abruptly interrupted. However, I didn't dare to sleep again. Being late for work the next day was not a good thing. So I quickly got up, washed up a bit, and rushed out the door with pedestrians bustling about on the street. By the time I arrived at the company, it was almost 9 o'clock. I hurriedly clocked in and sat down at my desk, pulling out a piece of dry bread and finishing it in a few bites. At this moment, the other 4 beauties in the office arrived one after another. Iced Tea Girl carried a small bag, sat on the sofa, glanced at me, and smiled. Scholar, how did your training go last night? What level are you now? Not bad, I've already taken a job. Oh, what job? Archer. That's good. It seems our studio now has 2 archers. You and Liu Wuxing are both archers, while I am a swordsman. And Xia Tian, huh? Xia Tian, wearing a loose-fitting dress, plopped down beside me, her thigh almost resting on mine. She giggled and said, I am a summoner now, and I can already summon a level 10 wolf cub. I couldn't help but be taken aback. Xia Tian's attire was quite revealing, but she seemed unbothered as she casually draped a snow-white arm over my shoulder, smiling intimately. Scholar, do you want me to help you level up? If you do, leave your QQ number. My face turned red in an instant, unable to utter a word. I had never been this close to a girl before. Seeing my awkwardness, Iced Tea Girl chuckled and said, Xia Tian, mind your image. Don't scare Scholar away in just a few days. There's plenty of time ahead, why rush? What do you mean? It sounds like I'm being raised like a little chicken to be fattened up. Xia Tian smiled. How could that be? Our Shusheng studio is quite united. If anyone bullies you, will be the first to stand up for you. I was speechless. A mere summoner spoke with such confidence. At this moment, Ziyue came over with a few cups of tea and said, Come on, you all stayed up late last night. Have some chrysanthemum tea to cool off. I nodded, trying to shift my body slightly to the left, allowing Xia Tian to sit more comfortably on the sofa. I asked Xia Tian, don't you have a boyfriend? I used to, but that guy kept saying we should take our relationship to the next level and kept trying to take me to a hotel. So to keep my body pure and unblemished, I kicked him to the curb. I was taken aback. This woman was indeed not simple. Iced Tea Girl took a bottle of herbal tea, took a sip, and asked, How did your gold coin quest go? Did you two manage to get 2 gold coins? Liu Wuxing nodded. Yeah, we got 2 gold coins after a night of grinding. I got 10 silver coins. Ziyue added. Xia Tian chimed in. I only got 2 silver coins, not even enough for potions. Iced Tea Girl was speechless and turned to me. What about you, Scholar? I replied, I gathered some with friends, it's barely enough. Iced Tea Girl immediately praised. You girls should learn from Scholar. Look how good his attitude is, unlike you, who have become lazy after just a few days in the studio. I smiled and opened the computer provided by the company to check the rankings. I saw that the female mage named Ling Yue still held the top position at level 22, while my golden bow remained unchallenged at the top of the equipment list. The others gathered around to take a look and exclaimed, Ling Yue is truly impressive. When I checked her record this morning, it seemed she just logged off. I can't imagine what kind of woman she is. Luoyu Wuxing remarked. Level doesn't really matter. She can hire someone to help her level up and let them weaken monsters for her to deal with. That's still doable. The key is, did you see the silver bow at the top of the equipment list? Wow, it's crazy that someone managed to get a silver bow so early. I don't even have a bronze weapon yet. ZUS sighed. You're lucky, I grinded all night and only got a black iron axe. Otherwise, I wouldn't have reached level 15. At that moment, Xiatian said, when I came over earlier, I noticed Director Ling's office door was locked. It seems she hasn't come to work yet. I was surprised. Who is Director Ling? Xiatian immediately revealed an ambiguous smile. Director Ling is a stunning beauty. Scholar, if you meet her, you must keep your composure. My heart stirred. Could it be Ling Xue? It had to be, otherwise how could she have the authority to let me into the development department? Moreover, if she wasn't in a high position, she wouldn't be able to afford a BMW. Xiatian said, Scholar, for now, I don't know what task to assign you. You can use the internet for now, and once Director Ling comes to work, she will assign you a task. I nodded okay. So I browsed the official homepage and forum of Lingtong until around noon, when Xiatian finally came over, patted my shoulder, and said, Scholar, go to the director's office. She wants to see you. I felt a bit nervous and walked towards the director's office at the end of the office area. Knock, knock. I knocked on the door. Come in. A gentle female voice came from inside, very similar to Ling Xue's voice. I pushed the door open and saw a beautiful figure sitting behind a large desk, focused on writing on a notepad, her long hair cascading down to her chest. After about 10 seconds, she finally looked up and I was stunned. What a breathtakingly beautiful face. Her skin was as delicate as jade, her nose was high, her lips were rosy, her neck was graceful, and those lively and beautiful eyes. Who else could it be but Ling Xue? She looked at me and said coolly, You must be Ding Shusheng. I was slightly taken aback. Had she forgotten me after just one day? So I said, Ling Xue, I didn't expect you to work here. To my surprise, this little beauty raised an eyebrow and coldly replied, Am not Ling Xue. You should look carefully. Am Ling Yue the fierce woman you're talking about? What? Ling Yue? I stood there in shock, unable to say a word. Could it be that? The day I received Ling Xue's call, this was her sister Ling Yue. Also, they are identical twins. Ling Yue glanced at me and added, Humph. If it weren't for Xue insisting I bring you into the development department, I wouldn't have bothered with you. How dare you call me a fierce woman, Humph? My heart raced. Working under Ling Yue would mean daily torment. Truly, one misstep could lead to a lifetime of regret. Trouble comes from the mouth. Ling Yue showed a hint of fatigue and said, Because of you, Ling Xue is still leveling up. As for you, just stay in the Shuyu studio and level up. And no bullying those little girls. The company spent a lot of money recruiting them. Oh, okay. Ling Yue nodded. You can go now. Oh, I need to sleep a little more. Huh. Sleep a little more. Ling Yue paused for a moment, then pursed her lips and said, Go on, go on. I exited and closed the door, catching a glimpse of Ling Yue arranging her hair as she leaned over the desk. In the afternoon, I dozed off at my desk until nearly quitting time, when Xiatian insisted on dragging me out for a stroll across the plaza, claiming it would refresh me. Bing Cha was sipping tea, Luo Yu browsed the web, and Ziyu flipped through a magazine. None wished to step into the sun. Thus, I was the only one who accompanied Xiatian outside. Remarkably, her skin was porcelain pale, not at all weathered by wind or sun. We wandered all day and bought nothing. At day's end, I felt an unexpected pang of disappointment upon realizing Ling Xue had still not appeared. Never mind. Ling Yue had already explained Ling Xue was still leveling up. She couldn't possibly be here. Xiatian offered to help me level up, but I politely declined. Truth be told, if we teamed up, I would be carrying her. As a fledgling summoner lacking powerful summons, she contributed almost no offensive output. According to Bing Cha, the studio wasn't yet fully operational, so everyone logged in from home. Soon, however, the company would lease a residence where professional players could train undisturbed. All members of the Shuyu studio would live together, fostering mutual support and strengthening team cohesion. I found myself eagerly anticipating that future studio, yet for now I returned home alone to log in. I materialized at the edge of a tranquil forest. Glancing into my inventory, I found ample health and mana potions remaining after last night's grinding. At level 18, the blue-eyed lizards here no longer held appeal. I needed to push deeper in search of fresh hunting grounds. Moreover, many players had leveled rapidly. Several parties were already slaying lizards here. Yet they stared in bafflement when they saw me, a lone player, surviving unscathed. Checking the leaderboard, I'd plummeted from 83rd to 547th in the China server. Evidently, countless players had forsaken rest racing toward the apex level in under 24 hours. The top-ranked female player in China Qing Feng Lan Yue stood at level 23, though currently offline. At level 18, Oi reaching 23 posed no insurmountable challenge, especially since the finest weapon in Spirit Sorrow rested in my hands. Failing to ascend swiftly would be unforgivable. Without delay, I turned westward. The map revealed Twilight City, the nearest Tier 2 metropolis, where players underwent class advancement and accepted quests from the Adventurers Inn. Already 7 players in China had surpassed level 20, most likely converging upon Tier 2 cities. With that thought, I left the shallow marsh behind and trekked west for roughly 10 minutes, until a chilling wind-scoured ridge loomed before me, the Wolfang Ridge. My breath caught. This was the legendary Wolfang Ridge. Half a month earlier, Spirit Sorrow's pre-launch campaign had heralded it as paradise for low-level players, yet its true allure remained a mystery. Gales swept across the ridge carrying low guttural howls. Far off beneath the gnarled boughs, a black silhouette paced, a colossal wolf. Its crimson eyes chilled the blood, saliva dripped from its maw, while a bone-sharp spine jutted from its back, gleaming with lethal frost. Ravenous sword wolf, enhanced monster. Level, attack, defense, HP. A cascade of question marks. My level was simply too low to discern its stats. Without hesitation, I drew my bow and loosed an ice arrow. A flash of cerulean light, then frost encased the beast. The strike dealt 300 damage, but clearly its HP vastly exceeded that of blue-eyed lizards. 300 was merely 1/10 of its bar. I switched to armor-piercing arrows. With a soft thunk, one sank deep into the wolf's skull, dealing 500 damage. Its defense, it seemed, was modest, armor-piercing effects barely registered. Next, I unleashed my other active skill, Fire Arrow. After expending 5 mana, flames ignited upon the arrowhead, then streaked like a comet, striking the wolf's brow. 1105. A 4-digit number. Stunned, I realized the flames had ignited its fur, explaining the staggering damage. Fire Arrow was evidently this beast's bane. I silently thanked fate for having learned all my skills. If not, dispatching this wolf would have taken 2 minutes. Now with Fire Arrow, victory came effortlessly. As I exulted, the wolf lunged. Its claws slashed across my chest with a sharp crack. Agony flared, 248 HP vanished in an instant. Panicked, I gulped a health potion, only for the wolf to surge forward, sinking fangs into my thigh. Another 240 points lost. Within seconds, my HP bar emptied completely. Desperate, I fired an ice arrow, slowing the beast dramatically. Seizing the opening, I fled to maximum range, then loosed a fire arrow mid-stride. 2,240. Critical hit. The devastating fire arrow exploited the wolf's weakness perfectly, obliterating it in a single blow. With a final agonized howl, the massive body collapsed. A soft clatter echoed, as silver coins scattered across the ground. Who knew its level? 2 strikes nearly killed me, yet my golden bow turned the tide, letting me overwhelm it heated. I approached the corpse. It had dropped a crimson bracer and several silver coins, both stowed away. Examining the bracer. Crimson flame bracer, bronzeteer, leather armor. Defense 36. Agility 5. Required level 25. Undetermined. I gaped. This was a level 25 piece. By standard logic, monsters rarely dropped gear exceeding their own level. This meant the sword wolf must have been over level 25. Slaying a monster nearly 10 levels above me caused my experience bar to visibly swell. I hastily secured the crimson flame bracer, downed another potion, and watched my HP restore fully. Now prepared, I resolved to alternate ice and fire arrows, freezing the wolf then burning it, keeping it perpetually slowed. Safe. Efficient. Luring another sword wolf, I tested the tactic, and it worked flawlessly. Within moments, the beast fell, dropping more silver coins. Delighted, I collected the coins, then glanced up. Far beyond the ridge's perimeter, a small tent billowed faint smoke into the air. A spark ignited within me, a quest. I sprinted forward, to find 2 NPC hunters gathered around a fire. After initiating dialogue, one hunter spoke. Wolfang Ridge has grown perilous. Those accursed sword wolves now raid our villages. 3 skilled hunters entered the ridge half a month ago and vanished without trace. Rumor speaks of a savage sword wolf king dwelling deep within. Young traveler, do you dare confront him? Ding. System alert, accept quest. Quests were scarce. Players across the forums lamented their scarcity. I counted myself fortunate and confirmed instantly. Ding. System alert, you have accepted the quest Sword Wolf King. Current quest difficulty 387. Objective: enter Wolfang Ridge and slay sword wolves to collect 100 smooth pelts. Then venture deep into the ridge, slay the Sword Wolf King, and deliver his head to Hunter Veek. Staring at the objective, I froze. The difficulty rating was staggering 387. Per community consensus, difficulty represented failure probability. A level 10 task carried a 10 chance of failure. Level 100 implied near certain impossibility. Higher numbers signaled exponentially greater peril. This quest screamed confronting the Swordwolf King is a gamble with death. Yet glancing at my softly gleaming golden bow, I knew it was the ultimate wild card. Clarity struck, and elation surged. Another opportunity had arrived. After the Slime King, I now stood poised to challenge a Tier 1 boss. In the tranquil forest, the howls of wolves echoed, sending chills down one's spine. Under the trees, a pack of sword wolves with shimmering red fur gazed fiercely at everything around them. I dared not rush into. After all, I was alone, and a moment's carelessness could lead to death. If I were to lose my golden bow, this fully invested archer would turn into a useless character, and I would have to delete my account. A flash of blue light, and an ice arrow struck into the neck of a sword wolf. Following that, a powerful fire arrow knocked the sword wolf back several steps. Just as it lunged forward again, a second ice arrow had already arrived. Before it could reach me, the fierce sword wolf let out a mournful howl and collapsed, dropping several silver coins and a palm-sized piece of fur. Picking it up, I saw it was exactly the item needed for my quest: smooth fur. After killing several more sword wolves, no additional fur dropped until the seventh one, which finally yielded a second piece of sword wolf fur. It seemed the drop rate for quest items was rather low, but the abundant experience and silver coins had already made me quite pleased. An hour later, amidst the shining golden light, I leveled up to level 19, and I now possessed 14 pieces of sword wolf fur. It appeared that to complete the task of collecting 100 pieces of fur, I would need at least 7 or 8 hours. 2 more hours passed, and as a sword wolf charged toward me, a burst of red light erupted, sparks flying, and with a whimper the sword wolf fell. Clatter! An equipment item fell to the ground, and simultaneously a ding sound. System notification: congratulations, your level has increased to level 20. System notification: congratulations, you have comprehended a talent, low-level healing spell. I was slightly taken aback, suddenly recalling that every player could comprehend a talent upon reaching level 20. There were many types of talents, but most had rather average effects. My talent is the low-level healing spell, and it is a healing spell that never upgrades, restoring 100 health points at the cost of 10 MP. I smiled slightly. From now on, I can pretend to be a priest to flirt with warrior girls. Just then, I suddenly remembered that the sword wolf dropped equipment. It was a piece of leather armor shimmering with a dark red glow. Picking it up, I looked. Crimson flame chestplate, bronze equipment. Leather armor, defense 36, agility 8, required level 25 set bonus. Undiscovered. I rubbed my eyes to confirm that I hadn't misread. It dawned on me that this crimson flame chestplate must be part of a set. A set dropped by the sword wolves. No wonder the system said that the evil Wolf Ridge was a paradise. Not only were there monsters with rich experience, but there were also sets to drop. Truly a leveling paradise. I tossed the crimson flame chestplate into my bag, planning to identify it in town before using it. I was curious to see what effects would emerge once I completed the set. My healing spell seemed quite useful. With a 2-second casting time and 100 health restored, I hardly needed red potions anymore. After all, exchanging 10 MP for 100 health was a great deal. Both the ice arrow and fire arrow were quickly increasing in proficiency due to constant use. By the time I completed this task, both skills would likely reach intermediate level. As expected, once I reached level 20, the experience required for leveling increased exponentially. Even with my frenzied monster-killing speed, the experience bar still grew slowly. It wasn't until after 2 in the morning that I had collected enough sword wolf fur and obtained the helmet and boots of the Crimson Flame set, leaving only the leg armor to complete the set. However, my level was only 22, but this was already enough to look down upon others. My rank had shot up to 12th in China. If I put in more effort, I could definitely make a name for myself on the leaderboard. After reaching level 22, I finally saw the monster levels. The sword wolves I had been killing were actually level 27 monsters with an attack power of 150. No wonder they dealt such significant damage to me. At 3 in the morning, I had cleared out all the monsters in the Evil Wolf Ridge. However, it was astonishing that these monsters had not respawned even 6 hours later, leaving me quite puzzled. Deeper within, there was only 1 or 2 sword wolves. After swiftly clearing them with a fire arrow with a clatter, the last piece of leg armor from the Crimson Flame set finally dropped. I was filled with joy, tossing the Crimson Flame leg armor into my bag, while also taking a deep breath, for I had reached the deepest part of the Evil Wolf Ridge. Beneath a pale cliff, the ground was covered with some crushed grass, and there were 5 wolves crouching there. 4 of them appeared quite ordinary, but the one in the middle exuded a formidable aura, its blood-red fur slightly fluffed, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with sharp teeth gleaming ominously. I was slightly taken aback. This giant wolf was the Sword Wolf King. The 4 wolves beside the Sword Wolf King were its royal guards at the same level as the king, and I couldn't see their stats at all. After a brief internal struggle, knowing the danger, I still felt compelled to fight. It was not in my nature to back down when faced with a boss. The next question to consider was whether to kill the Wolf King first or the guards. If I could see their stats, it would be easier to decide, but I couldn't see any of these monsters' stats, making strategy discussions irrelevant. After thinking for a while, I decided MD to hell with it, let's shoot an arrow. Whooshed! A beam of light flashed and sparks erupted on the neck of one of the Wolf King's guards. 2,456. A critical hit. However, I couldn't feel any joy at all because despite dealing over 2,000 damage, it seemed the Wolf King's guard's health bar hadn't decreased at all. Its total health must be over 50,000. I couldn't help but take a deep breath. At that moment, the Wolf King's guard lunged at me, its claws raised high, striking down on my shoulder. With a slight pain, I looked again and was pleasantly surprised to find that the guard's single attack had only taken away 35 health points, barely breaking through my defenses. Could it be that the Wolf King's guard's attack was still under 100? It made sense. The close combat guards were tanky, meant to shield their leader from harm, so high health was to be expected. At that moment, a massive red shadow flashed. I felt a sudden sharp pain in my chest, and I toppled backward. Ding! Battle prompt: you have been attacked by the Sword Wolf King, losing 443 health points. I was horrified, staring at my remaining 2 health points, my soul nearly leaving my body. Originally having 480 health points after 2 attacks from the Wolf King's guard and the Sword Wolf King, I was left with only 2. Bang! I was struck by a fatal blow from the Sword Wolf King, crashing into the corner of the rocky wall with hard stone behind me. Surrounded by the 4 Wolf King's guards, I found myself in a dire situation with no way to retreat. I quickly downed a potion that restored 300 health, then cast a healing spell to bring my health back to half. At that moment, the 4 Wolf King's guards lunged at me, their blood-red claws striking down. Slap, slap, slap. With successive strikes, my health dipped below 200 again, and I could only rely on constant potion drinking to stay alive. Fortunately, the guard's attack frequency wasn't high, and with some desperate healing, I managed to survive. At this moment, I was delighted to discover another piece of good news. The Sword Wolf King glared fiercely but did not advance because my perimeter was blocked by the 4 Wolf King's guards. The Sword Wolf King couldn't enter, only standing there growling angrily. Damn, the opportunity has come. I was both excited and surprised, immediately drawing an iron arrow and firing a fire arrow at the Sword Wolf King. With a bang, flames erupted above the Wolf King's head. 894. The damage number wasn't particularly high, but it was enough. This was a boss over level 27, and dealing such damage was enough to make many players envious. After all, the mainstream players were mostly between levels 15 and 20, and without much equipment, their attack power typically stayed below 100. Being able to deal over 100 damage was already a great achievement. The Sword Wolf King roared furiously, but unfortunately, it couldn't exert its strength. Clearly, the system had not given the Wolf King's guards much intelligence. They were merely focused on tearing at me while blocking the Sword Wolf King's path. I continued to drink potions to withstand the attacks of the Wolf King's guards. When I could no longer bear it, I would cast a healing spell. It was a fortunate coincidence. Without the healing spell, I would have certainly perished beneath the wolf's jaws. The Sword Wolf King attacked ferociously, but its health wasn't very high. In just 10 minutes, it lost half its health under my fire arrows. Another 10 minutes passed, and when the heated tip of my iron arrow pierced into the Sword Wolf King's eye, it let out a tragic howl and collapsed. I could faintly see several pieces of equipment dropping. Ding! System notification: congratulations, you have killed the boss Sword Wolf King, earning 100 experience and 450 reputation. Hey, equipment. Looking at the shining gear on the ground, I excitedly rushed to pick it up, but when I lifted my foot, I found myself still surrounded by the 4 Wolf King's guards, unable to escape. And be those pesky guys. I glared at the Wolf King's guards, which I had previously found quite friendly. My fire arrows flew in rapid succession, and though the guards had high health, they couldn't withstand such relentless assault, soon collapsing. Without further ado, I dashed forward at 70 miles per hour to the Sword Wolf King's corpse, scooping up 3 pieces of equipment into my bag. Amidst the attacks from 3 Wolf King guards, I drank a potion while picking up the 25 gold coins dropped by the Wolf King and I directly tossed the bloody head of the Wolf King into my bag. There was no time to check the equipment's attributes. I spent a few minutes dealing with the Wolf King guards first. Moments later, the evil Wolf Ridge fell silent. All the monsters lay dead, transformed into my experience and wealth, and of course a complete set of equipment, the 5 pieces of the Scarlet Flame, set along with 3 pieces dropped by the Wolf King. In just one night, I had already acquired 8 pieces of equipment, and I was certain that their quality would be high. The experience from the Wolf King propelled me directly to level 23, with the experience bar nearing level 24. I believed that after completing the quest, I would reach around level 25. At this moment, the evil Wolf Ridge was utterly silent. I rushed past with a cursory glance, unhindered, arriving at the hunter's camp, pulling out 100 pieces of Wolf King pelts, and then I tossed the Wolf King's head directly onto the ground. Instantly, the hunters were stunned, and after a long pause, one of them exclaimed, "Brave young man, you actually completed such a daunting task. Here, this is your reward." Ding. System notification: congratulations, you have completed the quest Wolf King, gaining 180 experience points, 10 gold coins, and 400 reputation. The experience, gold, and reputation were substantial, befitting the quest's difficulty of 387. The only downside was the lack of equipment, but from what I gathered, the chance of getting equipment from quests was about 25, so it was normal not to receive any. As I expected, the generous experience reward pushed me directly to level 25. I opened the leaderboard again, refreshed it, and to my astonishment, I was already ranked 6th in China. There were still 5 players ahead of me, with the first place being a level 26 female mage named Qingfeng Ling Yue, and the other 4 were all players with names starting with Battle Soul. I pondered for a moment. Battle Soul was a familiar name, a gaming organization that had suddenly risen in recent years, amassing a large number of gaming elites and sweeping through various online games. I never expected they would fully enter Ling Tong as well. It seems that in the days to come, Ling Tong would not be short of bloodshed and chaos, just like the forces of Sword Fire and Proud World, who would undoubtedly engage in both open and covert battles with Battle Soul. After all, everyone playing the game had a strong competitive spirit. No one was willing to back down, and in the end it would come down to fists deciding the victor. Checking the time, it was 4 a.m., with still an hour left before my standard logout time. I took out a town return ticket that cost 1 gold coin and returned to the novice village. Only after reaching level 30 could I apply to bind my return point to the secondary main city. A flash of white light, and I appeared in the novice village, where the sight of low-level players in pitiful equipment greeted me. The majority were still wearing the worn clothes with a defense of 0-1 provided by the system. Now it felt a bit like entering the scenery of a beggar's place. Arriving at the appraisal shop, I placed the 5 pieces of the Scarlet Flame set on the table. The appraiser glanced at them, slightly surprised, and then solemnly stated the appraisal fee is a total of 15 gold coins. I felt a chill in my heart. Each piece of equipment cost 3 gold coins, so they must be bronze equipment. Indeed, it seemed that silver equipment was not so easily obtained. After paying 15 gold coins, the appraiser waved his hand, and the 5 pieces of equipment gleamed with a faint glow. Scarlet Flame chestplate, bronze, leather armor. Defense 55. Agility 12. Stamina 8. Required level 25. Set effect activated. Your range skill attack power increases by 15, a defense increases by 5, and you have a 12 chance to evade physical attacks. Scarlet Flame leggings, bronze, leather armor. Defense 45. Agility 9. Stamina 6. Required level 25. Scarlet Flame boots, bronze, leather armor. Defense 42. Agility 9. Stamina 6. Required level 25. Scarlet Flame hood, bronze, leather armor. Defense 45. Agility 8. Stamina 4. Required level 25. Scarlet Flame gloves, bronze, leather armor. Defense 42. Agility 9. Stamina 6. Required level 25. 5 pieces of bronze equipment. Although their quality wasn't particularly high, the high level of the equipment and the impressive attributes made them outstanding. After changing out the glimmering leather armor and Windwalker boots, I put on the entire Scarlet Flame set and felt a warm sensation all over my body, as if I were floating. The Scarlet Flame set shimmered, making it apparent to anyone that it was extraordinary. Ding. System notification: set effect activated. Your range skill attack power increases by 15, a defense increases by 5, and you have a 12 chance to evade physical attacks. I was dumbfounded. Indeed, it was powerful. After my skills received another boost to their attack power, I was evidently invincible, ha ha ha. Looking at my personal attributes. Reckless Scholar Apprentice Archer. Level 25. Health 880. Attack 175,230. Defense 205. Reputation 1041. Luck 0. After leveling up, I allocated all 45 points to strength, increasing my attack by a total of 27 points, while my defense reached a terrifying 205. It's hard to imagine an archer could have such strong defense, and my health had also risen to 650 after leveling up. The set increased my stamina by 26 points, which equated to 130 health for an archer's stamina growth. My total health became 880. I laughed heartily. Now I was undoubtedly a high-defense tank archer. Suddenly recalling that the equipment dropped by the Wolf King had not yet been appraised, I took them out one by one. The first was a pair of armored boots handed to the appraiser. Without even looking, he said the appraisal fee is 80 silver coins. I instantly realized that this piece of equipment was likely trash. Indeed, with a flash of light, the attributes of the battle boots appeared. Wolf-tail battle boots, black iron, armor. Defense 72. Strength 4. Required level 27. Damn, it was indeed trash. But I couldn't help but marvel at how powerful the defense of the warrior class was. Just a piece of black iron equipment could far exceed any piece of the Scarlet Flame set. If a level 27 berserker wore a set of bronze armor, I would probably only be able to break through his defense with a piercing shot. The second item dropped by the Wolf King was a book which didn't need appraisal. Crimson Flame Sea Skill Book summons a sea of blazing flames to continuously damage targets within a certain range, requires level 25 mage. I was secretly delighted this was a skill book for mages. Perhaps in the coming days, with everyone's levels being low and not being able to use it after about half a week, when many mages reach level 25, I believe the market for this book will open up. No matter what'll save it for now. The third item dropped by the Wolf King was a dazzling dagger. Just from its appearance, I had a premonition that this dagger might be silver equipment. When I placed the dagger on the table, the appraiser's expression indeed brightened. This, such a treasure. The appraisal fee is 10 gold coins. I was overjoyed and immediately paid the gold coins. The appraiser waved his hand, and the dagger instantly shone with brilliant light. Wave light dagger, silver equipment. Attack 6095. Agility 15. Stamina 8. Required level 25. A dagger with substantial attack power, though its attack was still slightly inferior to the golden bow. This clearly showed that the attributes of the golden bow had surpassed those of silver equipment and should belong to the category of golden equipment. As an archer, I could equip 2 weapon slots, one for the bow and the other for the dagger. Thus, I immediately equipped the wave light dagger, and my health rose by another 40 points, bringing my total health to 920. There were no other players in the appraisal shop, so I activated the effects of the Scarlet Flame set, and the golden bow instantly filling the room with dazzling light, blindingly bright. After satisfying myself, I quickly concealed the effects and continued leveling up discreetly. Once I engaged in PK, I would definitely make a stunning appearance. Stepping outside, I stored the book Crimson Flame, then shouted a few times to sell the glimmering leather armor and Windwalker boots I had changed out, earning 10 gold coins. Now my total gold coins in my bag amounted to 76, making me incredibly wealthy at this stage. I replenished my potions, but found there was nothing to do. If I went to the Evil Wolf Ridge, not only would I not know if the Wolf Kings had respawned, but even walking there would take half an hour, leaving me no time to level up. I shook my head and chuckled, forget it, I should just sleep. Health is the foundation of revolution. Just as I was about to log off, a ding sound rang out. It was a friend message. I opened it to find a message from Ziyuner. Instantly, the image of Ziyuner's enchanting figure flashed through my mind. What could such a beautiful priestess want from me? I clicked on the message, which read, "Are you busy? Can you help me with something?" Since I had nothing to do at the moment, I replied, "Not busy." After a few seconds, Ziyuner messaged me back, "See you at the village entrance." Looking at the village entrance, I stepped over, and after a few steps, I saw a beautiful figure waiting there. It was Ziyuner. At that moment, Ziyuner was wearing a slightly glowing robe, which seemed to be at least bronze-level equipment. The Sword Fire family truly had some means to acquire bronze equipment so quickly. Ziyuner was looking around, seemingly searching for me, and her beautiful eyes revealed a unique charm. Wearing the Scarlet Flame set, she didn't recognize me until I walked up to her and greeted her with a smile. "Hi." Immediately, Ziyuner looked up at me, her eyes filled with astonishment. After a long pause, she finally smiled and said, "You gathered a full set of equipment so quickly, that's impressive." I humbly smiled and said, "It's nothing. By the way, what quest do you want to do, or is it something else?" "A quest to kill a level 20 boss. Kuangren and Xingtian have gone offline, so I thought of you. It won't take up too much of your time. I can offer a commission of 5 gold coins." Ziyuner said seriously. I couldn't help but chuckle, "Forget it, you don't consider me a friend anymore. Killing a boss is nothing. They'll just think of it as accompanying a beauty on a trip. If you don't charge me, you'll be fortunate. My words made Ziyuner smile, which was stunning and gentle. Meanwhile, in another corner of the novice village, a swordswoman was swinging her sword to take down a goblin. Golden light cascaded down as she wiped the sweat from her forehead and sweetly smiled. Finally, level 20. I wonder if that idiot has reached level 20 yet. Under the moonlight, the young girl's delicate face shone with a radiant glow, stunningly beautiful. Ziyuner's task required her to go to a cave in the east of the village to kill a boar leader. When I inquired about the difficulty of the task, she smiled slightly and said, "The current difficulty of the task is 150. How about a dare to take it on?" I couldn't help but smile. Dare? Why wouldn't I? Ziyuner, for some reason, suddenly blushed and said, "Then let's hurry over. This task can be taken on by multiple people. If we don't act quickly, we will have to wait another 10 hours for the next boss to respawn." I nodded and ran alongside her towards the east. Feeling that just running was too boring, Ziyuner smiled and asked, "Scholar, what do you do in Suzhou?" I thought for a moment and replied, "In a digital plaza doing planning work. I can't really figure out what exactly I do." "What about you?" Ziyuner frowned slightly and then smiled. "What I do is quite similar. I work at an advertising company, but haven't been going to work much lately, leveling up at night and sleeping during the day." I couldn't help but feel envious, saying, "That kind of life is great. I level up at night, but have to clock in during the day. I can only sneak in a nap while at work." Ziyuner couldn't help but chuckle and said, "If you're not happy with your job, come work at my company." "Oh, forget it. A high-end player like you can exchange game currency without worry. No need to come to my little place." I laughed heartily. What kind of expert am I? I'm just a bit lucky, far behind you guys at Jianhua. By the way, who came up with the name Jianhua? How did they not think of the homophone Jianhua? Jianhua? Ziyuner couldn't help but burst out laughing and said, "That was a name thought up by the leader of Long Han. It has nothing to do with me. However, the leader of Long Han is actually a very good person, very righteous. He would go all out for his friends. That guy Xing Tian does things without thinking, but thankfully the leader of Long Han can keep him in check." "What about Guizhi? What kind of person is he?" I suddenly remembered that dark mage. Ziyuner smiled slightly and said, "I've never seen Guizhi in person, but in the game he's always been very quiet and looks cold. However, I know that Guizhi is a typical cold on the outside, warm on the inside person. Last time in Yuhang, because Xing Tian offended a guild leader, Guizhi went to that guild alone and killed their leader right on the spot." I couldn't help but laugh. Not bad, not bad. It seems that the Jianhua team is indeed very impressive. Ziyuner glanced at me and meaningfully asked, "Would you like to join us?" I thought to myself that at this moment, any normal man would find it hard to resist such temptation. Ziyuner's gaze was like water, seemingly possessing a magical power that could draw people deeper. However, I had my reasons to refuse. After half a minute, I smiled faintly and said, "If that person abandons me, then I will join Jianhua. But before that, I must be with her and do anything for her." Ziyuner looked a bit surprised and asked, "Who is that person that makes you feel this way? Your girlfriend?" I couldn't help but chuckle. Of course not. What kind of girl would look at a poor guy like me? I'm talking about another person. I owe her a lot. Without her, I wouldn't even be able to enter this game. Haha, I see. Ziyuner smiled lightly and said, "I'm not forcing you. In any case, the door of Jianhua will always be open for you." I nodded, "Thank you." Just then we had arrived at the entrance of a small cave deep in the forest where there were almost no players around. As a priest, Ziyuner naturally couldn't take risks, so I consciously walked in front and invited her into the party. Inside the cave, it was dim and my boots sank into the soft, damp soil, feeling quite uncomfortable. Ziyuner held a green staff made of black iron, cautiously following behind me, watching everything around. Pat pat. A slight sound echoed as several bats were startled and flew out of the cave, a black mass coming straight at us. "Up!" Ziyuner exclaimed in surprise, and I quickly pulled her behind me while waving my shimmering dagger to drive the bats away. Thankfully, these bats posed no threat, merely minor scene monsters, and soon dispersed. Looking inside the cave, it wasn't very deep, and I could vaguely see a red shadow within. Ziyuner gasped slightly and said, "Scholar, look, is that the boar leader?" Ziyuner was only level 22, while I was level 25, able to see further. Indeed, in the faint light, there was a robust boar fast asleep. I nodded. "Yes, it's the boar leader. Boar leader, black iron, level BOSS. Level 20. Attack 165,250. Defense 55. Health 40000. Attack type bloodthirsty with a 10 chance to deal a fatal blow to the target." Being 5 levels higher than the BOSS, I could see all its attributes clearly, so I relayed the boss's attack and defense to Ziyuner, who gaped in shock and said, What should we do? It actually has an attack power of 250. That's too high. We don't have a tank to withstand it at all. I should have left Xing Tian here to finish this task with me instead of going to the sauna really. I couldn't help but feel speechless, then said with a smile, "No worries, I'll take care of this, boss. You just need to heal me." Ziyuner looked up at me and smiled lightly. "Can you do it?" "Why not?" I patted my chest confidently. I then asked Ziyuner to step back outside the cave. I lured the boar leader out to the spacious area outside where it would be easier to fight. After all, both Ziyuner and I were ranged attack classes, and we needed space to unleash our full potential. Seeing that Ziyuner's figure had retreated outside, I raised my golden bow and swiftly shot an ice arrow. Snap! Blue light erupted, and the boar leader immediately lost 245 health. It was a joke. With my full damage output of 230, the boar leader's mere 55 defense was nothing to worry about. Hoo-hoo. The boar leader was awakened, snorted twice, and immediately charged out. I didn't linger, turning to leave. Outside the cave, I saw Ziyuner with a worried expression. As soon as she saw me come out, she smiled faintly and skillfully took a few steps back to create some distance. Two ranged players fighting a monster would be foolish to stand together. The boar leader with great momentum came directly in front of me, its sharp fangs whistling as they struck toward me. Bang! A muffled bang echoed as the boar leader's attack landed on my shoulder, and I immediately felt a pain as the damage number, 124, appeared above my head. Not too bad it didn't break through my defense that much. I drew my golden bow and fired a fire arrow directly at the boar leader. The powerful fire attack was indeed extraordinary, directly taking away 467 health from the boar leader. Ziyuner was again astonished and couldn't help but ask, "Scholar, how much attack power do you have?" A monster with 55 defense Guizhi could only deal around 200 damage. I chuckled and cryptically replied, "Anyway, my attack power is stronger than Guizhi's." Ziyuner smiled and didn't ask further, then threw a weakness spell onto the boar leader's forehead. Ding! Battle prompt. The boar leader received the weakness effect with attack and defense reduced by 5. I was slightly surprised and couldn't help but say the effect of weakness is surprisingly good. Ziyuner smiled and said, "This is still relatively weak, it's just a basic skill. After job advancement, you can train the skill's proficiency to advanced or even master level, then the effect will be really significant." While we were talking, the boar leader had already given up on me and charged directly at Ziyuner. Ziyuner remained calm and cast a healing spell on me to fully restore my health. Of course, I wouldn't let a priest take the boss's attacks. With a twang, I released another fire arrow. Puff, puff, puff. The boar leader dashed back and forth in the space between Ziyuner and me, but it couldn't discern which one to attack, ending up not being able to hit either of us. A few minutes later, with a loud bang, my fire arrow landed a critical hit, directly inflicting 884 damage on the boar leader. Ow, ow. The boar leader let out a mournful cry and fell to the ground, dropping some coins and a piece of equipment. Ziyuner quickly stepped forward and collected the boar leader's head into her bag, slightly frowning. The graphics in this game were incredibly realistic, and the boar leader's head looked just like a butchered pig's head, bloody and gruesome. After picking up the 2 pieces of equipment and some coins from the ground, Ziyuner walked straight up to me and opened the trade window, placing a pair of mage boots, a helmet, and 12 coins on the table, smiling. "This is all that dropped. If you don't mind, please take these as your reward for the task." I looked at the 2 pieces of equipment. They seemed to be of bronze level, and to be honest, I didn't really need the coins either. So I directly canceled the trade and said, "You should keep the mage boots. I don't need what you can use. I can't equip the helmet either, so better leave it for Xing Tian or Long Han. As for the coins, could you trade again? I just want the coins." Ziyuner was taken aback, then smiled lightly. "You." She still confirmed the trade and gave me the 12 coins. I knew that if I didn't take something, she would feel indebted to me. 12 coins weren't much, and their value was certainly not comparable to those 2 pieces of bronze equipment, but it would make Ziyuner feel at ease. Receiving the 12 coins again, I now had 88 coins in my inventory, a very nice number. Ziyuner also happily placed the equipment into her bag and said with a smile, "Then he'll go back to turn in the task. Scholar, you should get some rest too. Don't tire yourself out too much." Ziyuner's voice was very gentle, making me feel a bit moved. I hadn't heard such caring words in a long time. However, my moment of emotion was quickly shattered when a voice echoed through the woods, "Hey, boss. The boar boss has been taken down by someone, damn it." Another voice rang out, "Damn. Who stole my task monster? Get him." A few figures slowly emerged from the jungle, 2 berserkers, 2 assassins, and 3 mages. At a glance, my heart sank. Familiar faces, members of the Aoshi family. Leading them was the Aoshi family's leader, Aoshi Kwangren. Aoshi Kwangren also recognized me, and Zuner, his expression instantly turning cold as he said, "It seems that enemies are destined to meet. This world is too small." Zuner coldly replied, "Less talk. Aoshi has no grievances with Jianhua, but you are too arrogant." Aoshi Kwangren raised his brow and shouted, "Jianhua. Yesterday we were unprepared, but today I want to see what tricks you two can play." After speaking, Aoshi Kwangren turned to the three mages and commanded, "As soon as you strike, prioritize taking down that priest. Haha, I want to personally chop him up." I took a glance at Aoshi Kwangren's gear was evidently impressive, wielding a glowing axe likely of bronze tier, and he seemed to have 4 pieces of armor, all attribute gear at least of black iron tier. The other 3 mages also had decent gear considered mid to high-level players. Zuner tightly gripped her staff and whispered, "Scholar, it seems we are in serious trouble this time. You find a chance to return to the city while I buy some time." I couldn't help but chuckle. No need, even if someone has to stay behind, it should be me. If I run away, how will I face Long Hun and Xingtian next time? Zuner smiled helplessly and nodded. "Then neither of us will retreat, we'll die together." I smiled slightly, not necessarily. Zuner looked surprised, about to ask something. I had already moved, charging forward, suddenly my shimmering dagger drawn, aimed straight at Aoshi Kwangren's chest. Aoshi Kwangren was also taken aback, completely not expecting me to take the initiative in a weaker position, so he hastily commanded, "Let's take him down together." However, just as the dagger was about to strike, I abruptly stopped, not attacking and becoming gray. Whoosh! A fireball flew up, smashing directly into my chest. I must say the 3 mages had quite impressive attack power. Each fireball nearly took away 150 of my health points, but my total health was a terrifying 920 points, so it wasn't that easy for me to go down. Quickly swallowing a red potion, I dashed at a 45-degree angle toward the enemy camp, my target extremely clear. Aoshi Kwangren mistakenly believed I was an assassin, and without looking at my title swung his battle axe, shouting angrily, "Earth split slash." Boom! A burst of fire erupted, and at the same time a damage number of 45 flew above my head. I couldn't help but feel pleased. The Qiyin set truly lived up to its reputation as a level 25 bronze set. Even Aoshi Kwangren, a high-attack berserker, couldn't break through my defenses. While Aoshi Kwangren was still in shock, I quickly switched to my golden bow, firing a fire arrow that exploded directly on the chest of a level 21 mage. Bang! The fire arrow ruthlessly pierced through the mage's chest, instantly taking him down. The Aoshi members were taken aback. Before they could react, my second ice arrow was already launched, and another level 20 mage watched in horror as the ice arrow approached, having no time to evade. A flash of white light passed, and yet another mage was slain. But I did not stop moving as long as the 3 mages remained. Zuner was not safe. The mage had already brushed past me. With a flash of light, I switched my shimmering dagger back into my hand. As expected, the dagger sliced across the mage's neck, blood splattered, and white light erupted again. In just a few seconds, the tide of battle had drastically changed. The 3 mages of Aoshi were all taken down, leaving only 2 berserkers and 2 assassins. After killing 3 people, I flashed and stood directly in front of Aoshi Kwangren, looking straight at him and laughing. "Aoshi Kwangren, even if you are mad, you must have the ability to be mad. Oh, do you think you can take me down with a bunch of rotten tomatoes? Haha, if you want to take me down, then come at me." Suddenly, under the gaze of Aoshi Kwangren and others, I activated all my equipment effects, instantly filling the forest with brilliant colors. The golden bow emitted dazzling light, and the Qiyin set glowed with a sinister red light fluttering like hellfire around me. In an instant, not only were Aoshi Kwangren and the others rendered speechless, even Zuner behind me was equally shocked, her mouth agape, unable to utter a word. But a few seconds later, Aoshi Kwangren angrily shouted, "Damn. Don't think that just because your equipment is good you're invincible. Today I will make you regret provoking me." Aoshi Kwangren, seemingly spurred by anger, talked to Aoshi Shusheng for a moment, and then the two began to move. Aoshi Kwangren's axe flashed and attacked again, while Aoshi Shixu's dagger also glimmered with red light, stabbing toward my back. Their intentions were clear: to use the heavily armored berserker as a distraction, while the agile assassin executed the ambush. I retreated a few steps, the golden bow flashed, and an ice arrow flew out, directly hitting one assassin in the chest. He didn't even have time to figure out what was happening before turning into white light and returning to the city. During the brief exchange, I intentionally drew their fire. The Aoshi members had turned gray, and helplessly they had to engage in battle. Otherwise, they would be hit without retaliating. My attack power was evident, and they wouldn't be foolish enough to stand there as targets. I was struck again on the chest by Aoshi Kwangren losing 100 health points, but it still did not pose a fatal threat to me. The real threat was from those mages, but they were already in the novice village. Swish! A fire arrow shot out, catching Aoshi Shusheng off guard, and he was sent back to the city. An assassin's meager health could not withstand such assault. In an instant, only 2 berserkers remained. Aoshi Kwangren was furious and shouted, "Old Four, come with me." Old Four nodded, charging forward with his battle axe, but just halfway through I unleashed a piercing arrow. The pale white light drew a straight trajectory in the air, exploding in front of Old Four's chest with a bang. 1,240. The astonishing number almost drove Aoshi Kwangren to despair. A high-defense berserker was actually dealt over 1,000 damage by an archer. How could such a high-defense class survive? Old Four turned into white light and returned to the city. Aoshi Kwangren's face turned ashen as he glared at me, shouting, "Bastard, I will make you regret provoking me." Bang! I directly retaliated with a piercing arrow, causing Aoshi Kwangren to lose 1069 health points, nearly being taken down, leaving him with just a sliver of health. I was just about to finish him off when Xiuner said with a smile, "Let me do it." She gracefully raised her hand, casting a purple punishment skill right on Aoshi Kwangren's head. With a soft sound, Aoshi Kwangren painfully fell victim to the priestess punishment skill, his expression showing a clear sense of humiliation. Clang! A helmet fell to the ground, and I immediately laughed heartily. Aoshi Kwangren's helmet had been dropped. I stepped forward to pick up the helmet dropped by the proud world madman, and the attributes jumped before my eyes. Green helmet, bronze equipment, armor, defense 52, strength 6, stamina 1, required level 14. The helmet's defense is decent, and its additional attributes are passable, though its name is somewhat unrefined. I said, "Green helmet, green." Xiuner couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, saying, "If you mean a green hat, just say it directly. Are you afraid I might be shy? I've seen too much in life. I'm not just a fresh graduate out of school." I smiled. Indeed, Xiuner had made everything clear. Even if she wasn't a girl, she could be considered a mature woman. In my mind, I had categorized her into the mature woman level. Looking at the green helmet, I said, "Let's sell it when we return to town, and then we can split the money evenly. No need, you killed it, so this equipment naturally belongs to you." Xiuner smiled slightly and added, "It's getting late. You should get some rest early. Don't wear yourself out." I nodded and returned to town. In the novice village square, I shouted out, and the green helmet was immediately sold for a staggering 40 gold coins. Now that players' levels are higher, earning gold isn't so difficult. Since the helmet was of no use to me, it was better to sell it for money. Before logging off, I checked the leaderboard and was surprised to find that I had fallen out of the top 10 among Chinese players. At level 25, I ranked 17th, while the first place was again occupied by Qingfeng Lanyu at level 28. What kind of girl is Qingfeng Lanyu anyway? I couldn't help but mumble to myself before logging off. I slept until just after 8 in the morning, and seeing that I was about to be late, I rushed to the company without even having breakfast. As a result, both Ziyu and Xiatian were late. By nearly 11 o'clock, the two finally arrived at the company with red eyes. When Wu Yu asked about it, Ziyu said, "I was in the same novice village as Xiatian. Last night, I helped her level up to 19. It exhausted me." Xiatian replied, "With a beauty accompanying you to level up, you got such a big advantage, so stop acting so reluctant." Ziyu said, "Spare me, as if I wasn't a beauty." Just as she finished speaking, Bing Cha came in and said, "Everyone follow me, we need to go to the operations department for a meeting." "A meeting?" I asked in confusion. Bing Cha nodded and smiled. "Yes, a meeting regarding the game industry hosted by Manager Wang." I smiled. Finally, I would get to see the legendary Manager Wang. So everyone stood up together, and I followed behind them, walking side by side with Xiatian into the meeting room in the office area. The spacious meeting room could accommodate about 50 people, and many had already taken their seats, consisting of some idlers from the development and operations departments. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Manager Wang is here. Manager Wang is here." I looked up and was surprised to see a rather handsome young man in a neat suit walking, and his hair slicked back impeccably in a stylish manner. I couldn't help but exclaim, "This is Manager Wang." Bing Cha replied, "That's right. He is the top person in the company, named Wang Junjie. He holds dual master's degrees from Cambridge and Harvard and comes from a prestigious family, hired as the general manager of our Blue Star Group." Xiatian remarked with a smile, "Manager Wang is quite accomplished. I heard he's only 28. I was slightly taken aback. He was only 4 years older than me and had already reached such a position. Wang Junjie truly is a remarkable person. Wang Junjie gracefully walked to the meeting table and asked, "Is everyone here yet?" Next to him, the marketing department head said, Director Ling hasn't arrived yet, but everyone else is here. Oh, is you not here yet? Wang Junjie asked quite affectionately, seemingly familiar with Ling Yue. I was taken aback and asked, what is his relationship with Ling Yue? Bing Cha looked around and bit her lip, saying, that idiot Wang Junjie is Ling's boyfriend, but Ling Yue never gives him much face. I felt slightly uncomfortable. Ling Yue is Ling Xue's twin sister, and I can't tell them apart. Therefore, when Ling Yue is in front of me, I see her as Ling Xue. Now suddenly such a handsome boyfriend appears, making me feel particularly displeased. Wang Junjie cleared his throat and said, then let's wait for her. After nearly 10 minutes, Ling Yue finally appeared, her hair still damp, clearly just having gotten up and washed up. However, to my surprise, Ling Yue unceremoniously sat in the chairman's seat, which was the top position. I was somewhat confused, which is higher, the director or the manager? Of course the general manager is higher. Bing Cha said this, and then smiled slightly, saying, I understand your point. It's quite simple. The actual owner of Blue Star Group is Ling Tian, and Ling Yue is his daughter. Therefore here Ling Yue is the most important. As for Wang Junjie, he's just an employee, but he is talented, so Ling Tian values him highly and intends to groom him as his successor. That's why he allows his daughter to date Wang Junjie. I nodded slightly, seeming to understand some things. Bing Cha smiled meaningfully and said, Wang Junjie's family has long since declined. He is looking to take this opportunity to become a son-in-law and leverage Blue Star Group's financial power to regain his status. To put it bluntly, Wang Junjie is just a pretty face. At this moment, Wang Junjie looked at Ling Yue with concern, saying, Yue, did you rest well? However, Ling Yue only said indifferently, let's start the meeting. Wang Junjie appeared slightly awkward, but he quickly announced, the theme of today's meeting is about the operation of the virtual industry in the game. This doesn't need further discussion. Ling Tong has been open for 2 days and many of our employees have already leveled up to 20 and above. This afternoon, everyone will log back in. Those who are above level 20 will gather in Twilight City and contribute 5 gold coins each as initial operating funds. Is that okay? A group of male employees nodded in agreement, while many female employees complained, we're not even level 20 yet, and we can't even afford to learn skills. How can we contribute? Wang Junjie smiled slightly and said, those who don't want to level up should all take on production-related jobs by shovels, bows, and axes and start practicing production skills early. As for the costs of learning skills, they'll be covered by players of combat classes. I hope our Blue Star can unite as one and achieve great things in Ling Tong. Then Wang Junjie asked Ling Yue beside him, Yue, what do you think? Ling Yue frowned slightly and casually replied, they'll tally the planning and operations staff, and I don't want to manage the rest. Wang Junjie was once again met with a cold shoulder, giving a bitter smile and saying nothing further. At this moment, Ling Yue had already stood up, looking towards us and saying, Bing Cha, Xiatian, and Shusheng, all of you come with me to the development department. We need to talk there. I was stunned for a moment, and Xiatian had already pulled me out. I could faintly see Wang Junjie's face turning pale, while the nearby marketing department head appeared embarrassed and said with a forced smile, Manager, Wang, don't take it to heart. Perhaps Director Ling is just in a bad mood. Wang Junjie gazed at Ling Yue's retreating figure, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. In the office of the exploration department, Ling Yue leaned against the file cabinet. Bing Cha sat steadily beside me, appearing calm and unhurried. Ling Yue glanced over to confirm the door was properly closed before saying, this is simply absurd. Bing Cha cautiously responded, Director Ling, are you referring to President Wang? Ling Yue seemed uncomfortable just hearing that name and softly said, forget about him. Everyone knows the situation now, right? The company plans to invest in Ling Tong to cultivate top-tier players as well as a series of professional production players. In the future, we will also manage in-game commercial activities. The members of Shuyu Studio are all specially hired online game experts, so we cannot afford to lose to others. I hope you can take this seriously. Having said that, Ling Yue scanned us and declared, you won't need to work this afternoon. Head home and log in directly. We will gather at the East Gate Square of Twilight City. I need to cultivate my own team. If you have any friends of a decent level, feel free to bring them along. Soon we will establish our own mercenary group. I hesitated, wanting to mention the matter of Jianhua, but thought better of it. We weren't very familiar with each other, and I didn't know much about Ling Yue. After all, she didn't have a good impression of me. Ling Yue reached for a piece of paper and handed it to us, saying, each of you write your in-game names on it, and I will contact you later. Bing Cha and Xia Tian immediately signed, and I wrote my in-game name Qing Quang Shusheng on the paper. Perhaps because I had spent too little time in the top 10 in China, no one seemed to notice. Thus, Ling Yue announced the meeting adjourned. Half an hour later, I was back home. After checking the time and seeing it was only 1 p.m., I had a glass of water and opened my computer to check the official forum of Ling Tong. To my surprise, a news headline on the homepage read, "First Beauty Mage PK Video." Could it be about the PK video of Qing Feng Lanyu? My heart raced with excitement as I quickly opened it. After a brief loading time, the video began to play. In the footage, 5 berserkers surrounded a mage, their eyes fixed on her. From the sheen of their gear, it was evident that these berserkers all possessed armor of at least black iron level. The mage under siege was faintly visible as a female mage with a good figure, though her face was obscured. However, 4 large characters floated above her head, Qing Feng Lanyu. It was indeed her. The explosion of the first fireball signaled the start of the battle. Qing Feng Lanyu's beautiful figure seemed to glide effortlessly, and after a few evasive maneuvers, she remarkably shook off the berserkers' pursuit. Even more astonishing was her impeccable positioning control, which left the 5 berserkers disoriented, unsure of who to strike. From just this, I could tell that Qing Feng Lanyu was undoubtedly a masterful mage. I never expected a woman could play at such a level. Fireballs and frost arrows whizzed through the air as the 5 berserkers were taken down one after another. What astounded me was Qing Feng Lanyu's ice damage. A single frost arrow obliterated most of the health of a level 22 berserker, killing one in just 3 seconds. What incredible strength! The battle lasted less than 2 minutes before several berserkers fell. Scrolling further down, I discovered that this video had set the forum ablaze. For this top-ranked female mage in China, and third in the world, countless players were fervently admiring her. After all, she had reached level 28 within just a few days of the game's launch, a feat not easily accomplished. The replies from players were equally fiery and blush-inducing. Post 1, I Qing Feng Lan, you are the #1 female mage in China, the most beautiful player. Post 2, Qing Feng Lan, you are, I love you. Leave a QQ number. My email is shousage163. Com. Post 3, those berserkers. What fools, they should have charged at her. Post 4, such a beauty is rare. How wonderful it would be to pursue her as a girlfriend. It's worth dying for, but how can an ordinary boy like me attract her attention? Post 5, replying to Post 4, oh, find a dark and windy night, quietly, gently hang yourself at the Twilight City gate. Who knows, it might just catch Qing Feng Lanyu's eye. Post 6, a female user jealous humph. What's so great about Qing Feng Lanyu? My figure is better than hers. Uploaded a photo. Post 7, forum moderator to the sister in Post 6. Post 8, the female user, why did the moderator delete my photo? Post 9, forum moderator, your post was deleted not because she is on a different level than you. I almost spat my tea. These people were truly outrageous. There were already over 1,000 replies, and I didn't have time to read through them all. I quickly closed the web page, grabbed my gaming headset, and logged into the game. Checking my status, I was level 25 with 88 gold coins, but my rank had fallen to 124th in the China region. Meanwhile, the top-ranked female, mage Qing Feng Yue, had terrifyingly reached level 30. I couldn't fathom how she leveled up so fast. I went directly to the square in the novice village, stocked up on some potions, and then spent 1 gold coin at the teleportation array to reach Twilight City. Twilight City, one of China's 8 secondary main cities, is a paradise for mid to low-level players to level up and replenish supplies. The vicinity of Twilight City is rich in leveling resources and has numerous NPCs offering quests. After a flash of light, the surroundings changed completely. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in an ancient city with white walls and black tiles. 2 rows of shops lined both sides of the main street, and several NPC soldiers were patrolling slowly with their polearms. Opening the map, the name was unmistakably Twilight City. I checked the directions and confirmed that the East Gate Square was just ahead, so I jogged over, turning off all the shiny effects of my gear. If Bing Cha and Xia Tian saw me decked out in top-tier equipment, they would surely strip me of it right there. There weren't many players in Twilight City. Most were still grinding around the novice village. After all, the monsters there could reach level 30 and were quite suitable for leveling. From a distance, I could see several people already standing on the square paved with white stone bricks. A notably imposing level 22 swordsman held a slightly glowing slender sword. His in-game ID was Bing Cha. In fact, the name Bing Cha was quite charming, just like her. Upon first meeting her, I thought she was an ice queen, but the more I interacted with her, the more I realized she was actually warm inside, much like iced tea. Something to be savored. Beside Bing Cha stood a delicate level 21 archer who was none other than Luo Yu Wusheng. Her gear wasn't great, as she only had a black iron level bow. Not far away stood a level 20 assassin clad in half-leather armor, clearly identifiable by her ID Ziyu. Ziyu was talking to a level 19 summoner, seemingly discussing something. That summoner was robed in a mage's robe, wielding a staff, and her name was last summer, clearly referring to Xiatian. I quickly approached and said, "You all are here." The girls turned around nearly in unison, exclaiming, "Wow, is this Shusheng? Already level 25? That's impressive." I smiled slightly and said, "Archers level up quickly, it's not surprising." Xiatian immediately stepped closer, grabbing my arm, and said, "Shusheng, can you take me leveling later? I don't want Ziyu to take me as she's so clumsy she died twice while leveling last night." I cautiously replied, "Then you must promise that if you level with me you won't flirt with any other male players in the party, or it will be very troublesome for me to deal with." Xiatian pouted, "You're so mean. How could I be that kind of bad girl?" In just a few days I recognized that Xiatian, who loved to act cute, was actually quite formidable. However, I couldn't muster any interest in her. After all, saying Chungu is a real man, a true iron-blooded hero was fine, but to express liking for someone like her was something I simply couldn't bring myself to do. After waiting a while, Bing Cha said, "Why hasn't Director Ling arrived yet? Did she run into some trouble? Does anyone know her in-game name?" Everyone shook their heads. Just then a sweet female voice suddenly came from behind. "I'm sorry to keep you all waiting." Turning around, I was instantly stunned, as were the others. We were left speechless. Dressed in a fire-red mage robe exuding grace and elegance with long hair flowing, the stunning female mage standing before us was none other than a breathtaking beauty. Gulp. I had difficulty swallowing and finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Qingfeng Lanyu. To everyone's surprise, the renowned first female mage Qingfeng Lanyu stood right before us, and her appearance felt strikingly familiar. She was none other than Ling Yue. My mind was in turmoil. How could this be? Ling Yue was actually Qingfeng Lanyu. How could that be possible? As if sensing our confusion, Ling Yue elegantly raised her brows and said, "Stop staring, you didn't see wrong." Ice-T in utter astonishment murmured, "Director Ling, you're amazing. The #1 player in China is actually you." Ling Yue smiled slightly and said, "Don't be surprised. I had a few friends help me level up quickly." Having said that, Ling Yue took a few steps forward and looked up at me, slightly surprised. "Scholar, your level is quite high. Oh, and your equipment is not bad either." I awkwardly smiled and said, "It's all right, it's all right." Without hesitation, Ling Yue sent me a friend request, and I dared not be slack, immediately clicking to accept. My heart was soaring. MLGBD, the #1 female mage in Ling Hong, was actually my friend. What a glorious moment. In the game, Ling Yue felt more approachable and didn't carry the airs of a director. Perhaps it was only in the game that she could reveal her true self. Ice-T asked, "Director Ling, I only have 6 gold coins, or I can give them all to you as the initial operating expense for the company's game." Ling Yue chuckled and said, "All right, I'll take 5 gold coins. Just consider it my leveling potion expenses." "Leveling potion expenses?" I exclaimed in surprise. "Yes." Ling Yue replied with a hint of annoyance. "Mages consume a lot of blue potions while leveling. I almost spend 20 gold coins a day on leveling expenses, and the equipment dropped isn't much. It's just not worth it. Scholar, you should be quite wealthy. Oh, why not give a bit more?" Ling Yue showed a cute expression, gazing at me with a smile. At that moment, I suddenly realized that her demeanor resembled Ling Xue's, so I directly traded 50 gold coins to her and asked, "What about Ling Xue? How high is her level now?" Ling Yue was startled by my 50 gold coins, but smiled and said, "While you're still thinking about my sister, what are your intentions?" I was momentarily stunned, awkwardly saying, "No, I was just asking." Ling Yue smiled and said, "No need to be so tense. I won't interfere with Ling Xue's affairs. Although I am her sister, I am the same age as her and don't want to be both a sister and a mother. In the game, I want to be carefree and not deal with those troublesome matters." Having said that, Ling Yue looked at me meaningfully and added, "Scholar, come level up with me. The rest of you form your own teams to level up." Summer protested, "Why does Director Ling only take Scholar with her?" Ling Yue replied without politeness, "It's not just taking him to level up, but forming a team. My team doesn't need people without attack power to split experience." Suddenly, Summer had nothing more to protest. Ling Yue then squeezed some coins from Ziyu and Luo Yu, and then went to buy potions to level up, telling me to meet outside the city. After thinking for a moment, I took out the book Red Flame, Sea Mage Skill Book from my warehouse. This book was a treasure dropped by the Sword Wolf King, and it should be of some help to Ling Yue, as it appeared to be an area spell attack skill, making leveling up significantly more efficient. Then I ran to the pharmacy to sell some red potions, and exchanged all for blue potions that added 500 points of magic power, each worth 5 silver coins. Ordinary players couldn't afford this, but I bought 200 at once for just 10 gold coins. I believed Ling Yue would definitely find these potions useful. Once prepared, I exited the east gate of Twilight City. In the distance, the beautiful figure of the number 1 female mage in Ling Hong was indeed standing at the edge of the forest observing. As I approached, Ling Yue immediately smiled and said, "Just now Xue asked me to take her to level up, but I declined. Do you know why?" I was slightly taken aback and shook my head saying, "How would I know?" Ling Yue smiled coyly, her expression ambiguous. "Because I the sister am too busy." "And what kind of reason is that?" As I was lost in thought, Ling Yue had already turned and said with a smile, "Let's go, we'll take you to a good place." I was momentarily stunned. Her back look as she glanced back with a smile was incredibly charming, causing my heart to race wildly. "Ling Yue, wait." I suddenly called out. Ling Yue turned to look at me and asked, "What's up, scholar?" I quickly opened the trade window, placed the red flame C skill book on it, and said, "This I believe will be useful to you." Ling Yue's mouth fell open in surprise, her expression astonished. After a moment, she clicked the trade confirmation button and said, "Scholar, how did you get such a high-level area spell skill book? I've been grinding at the boss point for so long without a drop." I replied, "I got lucky and defeated a boss, and this book dropped. Since I can't use it, it would be a waste to keep it." Ling Yue was overjoyed, smiling. "Thank you, scholar. The value of this book is hard to estimate right now, but I will definitely compensate you in the future." Looking at her beautiful face, my heart was filled with mixed feelings. After all, she is someone else's girlfriend. What does this mean for me? Whether it was for Ling Xue or for myself, I couldn't quite figure it out. So I decided to clarify things and subtly asked, "Ling Yue Wang Junjia also has an account in Ling Hong, right? Why don't you level up with him?" Ling Yue was slightly taken aback, a sense of grievance appearing in her beautiful eyes. After a few seconds, she said, "Would you willingly level up with someone you don't like?" I was immediately stunned. What does this mean? She doesn't like Wang Junjia, which is why she's leveling up with me. Seeing my expression, Ling Yue couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Stop overthinking it. Wang Junjia and I are not what you think. I'm only supporting him in the game to avoid disappointing my father as he builds his career." I smiled and said, "That must be tough for you." Ling Yue looked at me with a daze, and after a while she pouted and said, "Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's hurry. If we delay any longer, we might miss out." I leveled up there for a long time last night, and the experience gained was rapid. "Oh, where is it?" "You'll know when you get there." Half an hour later, night fell, and dew began to fall in the forest. As we moved forward, a scene of withered plants appeared before us, and faint chilling cries echoed like ghostly wails. I felt a bit nervous and asked, "What place is this?" Ling Yue turned back with a smile and said, "The legendary Ghost King's Slope. Yesterday I stumbled upon this place alone and discovered it was a sacred ground for leveling up. The monsters here have high attack power, but the experience is quite good." I smiled, thinking to myself it should be a leveling ground similar to the Evil Wolf Ridge. However, since even the top-level female, Mage Ling Yue, finds it worthwhile, it must be significantly better than the Evil Wolf Ridge. Looking up, a long hill appeared ahead, devoid of any grass. Roar! A deep, low growl echoed as the ground ahead suddenly erupted. With a loud bang, a pale white arm burst from the earth, followed by a skeleton covered only in tattered shreds of clothing, its hollow eye sockets glowing faintly as it fixed its gaze on me and Ling Yue. The sudden appearance of the monster startled me, and I quickly stepped back 2 paces, positioning Ling Yue behind me. Ling Yue seemed somewhat pleased with my reaction, smiling slightly as she said, "The scholar has quite the courage." I thought to myself, "Damn, I'm trembling all over, and she says I'm doing well." Without further ado, I quickly glanced at the skeleton's attributes. Skeleton Warrior, Normal Monster. Level 30. Attack 245,280. Defense 60. Health 1,500. Attack type weak point attack reduces target's defense by 25. I was slightly startled. Damn. An attack power of 280, how terrifying. Ling Yue, however, smiled and said, "Scholar, have you checked its health and defense?" Suddenly I understood that this type of undead monster had weak defense and health, but its attack was incredibly fierce. So I swiftly drew my iron arrow and expertly shot an ice arrow. With a loud bang, a damage number of 724 appeared above the skeleton warrior's head. Without hesitation, I fired another fire arrow, dealing another 879 points of damage. The skeleton warrior had no ability to retaliate and fell to the ground. Ling Yue was slightly surprised and exclaimed, "Wow, scholar, your physical attack is impressive," implying that her magical attack wasn't low either. I understood her meaning and smiled, saying, "Ling Yue, why don't you give it a try?" Ling Yue rolled her eyes playfully and tossed a fireball at another skeleton warrior's head. 1894. Instant kill. She took down a level 30 monster in a single lethal strike. No wonder Ling Yue wanted to level up here. Her fire magic damage was surprisingly powerful. Ling Yue looked at me and chuckled. Our little duo seems quite brutal. I couldn't help but feel speechless. With such a duo, it wasn't just brutal. Our attack output could likely dominate the entire world. Thus, the following events were easy to handle. I explored ahead while Ling Yue closely followed fireballs soaring and annihilating all monsters. My fire arrows also erupted from time to time. Although their attack power was slightly lower than Ling Yue's fireball, they were still sufficient to take down a level 30 skeleton warrior in 2 shots. The experience bar soared rapidly, with nearly every monster yielding over 1,000 points of experience. Whenever a monster dropped a blue potion, Ling Yue would eagerly exclaim, "Scholar, hurry and pick up the potion." In fact, Ling Yue was quite a frugal girl, even though she had bought potions worth 24 gold coins before arriving. Within an hour, we had swept clean the monsters on the hillside, and I had risen from level 25 to level 27. The leveling speed was astonishing, while Ling Yue remained at level 30, indicating that leveling up later on would be quite difficult. Of course, I knew that my lower level had certainly cost her a lot of experience. Eventually, we arrived at the entrance of a cave where the ominous words, "Netherworld Cave," were inscribed at the entrance. Ling Yue said with a smile, "This is my destination. Scholar, look at that pile of skeletons on the right. Talking to it will grant us the quest for the Netherworld Cave. Let's go in and see if we can complete the task together." I glanced over and indeed noticed that there was a pile of old bones on the ground to the right of the entrance, already broken into a heap. I turned back and asked in surprise, "Ling Yue, it's so eerie here, aren't you afraid?" Ling Yue smiled lightly. "Afraid? Of course I'm afraid. Didn't you see how far away I was standing?" I couldn't help but feel speechless and opened a dialogue with the pile of skeletons. Sure enough, the system responded. "Ding. System prompt, this skeleton seems to hide some secrets. Do you want to investigate further?" I quickly clicked confirm, and immediately another system alert rang out. "Ding. System prompt, accept quest Netherworld Cave, current quest difficulty 550. Quest details, the kingdom's general was murdered outside the cave. Please enter the 5th level of the cave and find the culprit to kill." The quest details were quite simple, just enter the Netherworld Cave to kill a certain monster, and it would be done. Ling Yue beside me asked, "What's the difficulty of the quest?" 550, ONU. 450 he. It seemed that due to Ling Yue's higher level, the difficulty was much lower. Seeing me stand up, Ling Yue smiled. "Originally, I planned to find someone with high attack and defense among the top 10 experts in the Chinese region to complete this task together. Now it seems that's no longer necessary. A scholar, you can handle it." After saying that, Ling Yue's beautiful eyes scanned my red flame armor with an intriguing look. I couldn't help but feel distressed that dealing with a clever girl was indeed no easy task. She must have noticed the extraordinary aspects of the red flame armor. So I pretended to be innocent and said, "I can't do it, I'm just a frail archer. Do you want me to tank the monsters?" Ling Yue shot me an annoyed glance and said, "Don't play dumb with me. This armor has at least 150 defense, right? My eyesight is very sharp." I was secretly amazed that she had actually guessed it. At that moment, Ling Yue smiled slightly and opened the effects of her equipment one by one, instantly dazzling us with brilliant light. Her entire set of mage equipment shone brightly, extremely eye-catching. Ling Yue didn't hide anything, sharing the attributes of each piece of equipment in our party. Her gear turned out to be a set of blaze armor, a level 30 mage bronze set. The blaze armor added about 5 fire magic damage for almost every piece, and the set effect increased fire magic damage by a full 50, additionally granting a flame shield skill that could protect the mage from physical damage for a short time. I was thoroughly impressed. It was indeed true that people could make others feel inferior. I originally thought my red flame armor was pretty awesome, but compared to Ling Yue's blaze armor, it still seemed to fall short. So I no longer concealed it and shared the attributes of my red flame armor with her, as well as the properties of my golden bow. Upon seeing the attributes of the golden bow, Ling Yue couldn't help but widen her mouth in surprise, exclaiming, "Wow, it turns out the first piece of silver equipment is actually in your hands. Humph, you still act all pitiful every day, but it turns out you have such strong equipment." I helplessly replied, "There's no choice, I have to be patient. Otherwise, I don't know how many times my equipment would have been dropped by others. I can't just worry about thieves stealing it. How can I level up with my mind always in turmoil?" Ling Yue chuckled lightly. "True. Now I feel more confident. Let's boldly charge into the 5th level of the Netherworld Cave today and complete this quest. The rewards will surely be generous." I nodded. With a difficulty of 550, the rewards had to be substantial. So I stepped into the cave, immediately sensing a sharp drop in temperature that sent a chill down my spine. The interior of the Netherworld Cave resembled a large circular pit, and opposite there were stairs leading to the next level. A hoarse growl echoed, and Ling Yue quickly warned, Be careful on the right. I turned around and was startled. At some point, a skeletal monster in armor had stealthily appeared on the right, swinging a heavy sword towards me. With a light snap, the heavy sword grazed my shoulder, sending a sharp pain through me. Upon checking, I realized my health had dropped by nearly 300 points. What ferocious attack power! I hurriedly checked the attributes of my opponent, but to my dismay. Netherworld Warrior, normal monster. Level. Attack. Defense. Health. At that moment, Ling Yue had already skillfully cast a fireball, directly knocking the skeleton back and reducing its health by nearly a quarter. I was struck by a realization. No wonder Ling Yue needed assistance. The monsters in the Netherworld cave were significantly stronger than those outside on Ghost King's slope. I fired a fire arrow, and with a loud bang, the skeleton lost 421 health. I wasn't satisfied with this damage. Just moments ago, Ling Yue had knocked off 600 health in one shot. So I quickly switched to the armor-piercing arrow. A flash of white light darted through, piercing straight through the skeleton's armor, with 894 points of health floating above its head. Ling Yue again cast a fireball, dealing 558 points of health damage, and this skeleton finally fell. Ling Yue looked at me in astonishment and asked, "What skill did you just use?" It was so powerful, knocking off 900 health in one hit. I, feeling quite proud, explained the armor-piercing arrow's attribute of ignoring 50 defense, causing Ling Yue to smile even wider. In that case, we are even more confident in completing the quest. Many of the monsters below have iron armor defense types, so the armor-piercing arrow will come in handy. At that moment, another Netherworld warrior was detected nearby, but I couldn't see its level or attributes at all. Ling Yue informed me that this type of Netherworld warrior was level 34, with an attack of 250,320 and health of 2,400. I was level 27A, and the monster's level surpassed mine by 6 levels, making it completely invisible to me. I quickly picked up the silver coin dropped by the previous Netherworld warrior, and in coordination with Ling Yue took down another Netherworld warrior with 2 armor-piercing arrows. But just then a shadow appeared behind Ling Yue, and without her being prepared, a glint of a dagger flashed. A soft crack echoed. Above Ling Yue's head a number shimmered into view, 428. Instantly, her frail mage constitution buckled under the blow, her vital energy plummeted to near exhaustion. She staggered backward, frantically uncorking a blood potion and gulping it down, while simultaneously raising her staff. A crimson aura flared outward, coalescing into a rippling fire shield. Only then did I see clearly the assailant was a monstrous entity, Yoming assassin. Though its attributes remained veiled from my sight, Ling Yue's grim expression spoke volumes. The creature's assault was undeniably lethal. In one fluid sidestep, Ling Yue widened the distance between herself and the Yoming assassin. Instantly, she loosed an ice arrow spell. A frost instantly encased the assassin's form, drastically slowing its movements. Its dagger slashed futilely through empty air. Seizing the moment, I released my own ice arrow, its effect mirroring hers with uncanny precision. The assassin froze, completely paralyzed and helpless, until Ling Yue's successive fireballs detonated upon it, scattering a cascade of silver coins. Alas, mere silver coins. As I stooped to gather them, I remarked these creatures appear and vanish like phantoms. Ling Yue, keep your flame shield active at all times. She pouted. Impossible. I drain an entire 500-point mana potion every minute. I chuckled. Go ahead, better safe than sorry. Dying would cost us a level far worse than any mana loss. Don't worry, I'm fully stocked with mana potions. Our reserves are more than sufficient. Her face lit up with a radiant, captivating smile. Very well. And so she sustained the flame shield continuously. My nerves settled. Even the Yoming assassin's fiercest strike could no longer fell me outright. At level 27, my vital energy now approached 1,000. The first tier of the Yoming cavern housed only 2 types of foes: Yoming warriors and Yoming assassins. They lurked in absolute darkness, revealing themselves only when players drew near, posing a subtle but persistent hazard. After all, I was a leather-armored archer. A berserker clad in bronze-tier armor might boast roughly 350 defense. Against a warrior's 320 attack, damage would scarcely exceed 150 points. Yet with our overwhelming offensive power, we swept through the first tier effortlessly. Amidst the sprawl of fallen monsters, my experience surged, leaping me to level 28. While Ling Yue finally broke past level 30 into level 31, her joy effervescent. Gazing at the dim, spiraling staircase descending to the second tier, Ling Yue gently nudged my arm and whispered, "Shusheng, you lead the way." I dared not object. She was after all my superior, the heiress of the Blue Star Group. Offend her, and my newly secured position would vanish overnight. So I stepped onto the stone steps, descending cautiously, while Ling Yue followed closely, her slender snow-white hand gripping my arm, sending a tremor of quiet exhilaration through me. I couldn't help but marvel such an enchanting young woman, the undisputed foremost female mage in spiritual sorrow. It defied reason. Male mages truly had no excuse. Patter. A soft footfall, and I stood upon the second tier's floor. Light flooded the chamber, revealing a vast hall teeming with monsters. No longer cloaked in invisibility, they stood revealed, Yoming warriors and Yoming assassins once more, but now elevated to level 36. Ling Yue could barely discern their stats. By the third tier, we'd likely be fighting blind. With meticulous care, I lured a Yoming warrior forward using a armor-piercing arrow. Ling Yue immediately followed with her ice arrow to slow it, then finished with fireballs. Typically, the warrior never reached us, falling lifeless before our feet. Occasionally, however, Ling Yue mistargeted, drawing two foes instead, plunging us into frantic chaos, chugging potions, dodging blows, fleeing for our lives, yet always emerging unscathed. Before long, Ling Yue and I developed seamless synergy. No words needed, yet our focus converged instinctively on the same foe. Level 36 monsters yielded extraordinarily rich experience. My XP bar surged relentlessly. Ling Yue laughed. If we clear every monster on this tier, I'll reach level 32. I replied, take your time. Don't outpace me so quickly I can't catch up. She smiled faintly. You wield a silver tier bow and armor-piercing arrows. You could solo here easily. Just don't leave me too far behind. I grinned. Then let's train together from now on. She returned a gentle, knowing smile, her silent assent. Just then another Yoming warrior charged toward us, wounded and roaring wind whipping around its body. Ling Yue's ice arrow struck true, cracking its chest, while my armor-piercing arrows erupted in rapid succession. As it lunged forward, it let out a guttural roar, then collapsed into brittle shards, dropping a generous hoard of silver coins and a suit of armor. I snatched up the armor and examined its properties. Revenge breastplate, bronzeteer armor. Defense 72. Strength 8. Required level 30. Undetermined. Ling Yue glanced over and gasped, wow, impressive defense. Once determined, its defense may even surpass 100. I nodded and offered it to her via trade, but she swiftly declined. What use has a mage for such heavy armor? Yet as an archer I cannot equip it either. She laughed. Then let's hold on to it. Back in town, if its determined stats exceed 100 defense, it's mine. If not, it's yours. Fair enough. I was speechless. Indeed, the elder sister of Ling Xue was just as enigmatic and unpredictable. Without further debate, I stowed the armor in my pack. The second tier held over 500 monsters. Though we dispatched them swiftly, clearing them all still demanded 2 or 3 hours, and proved indispensable. They clustered tightly around the stairwell to the third tier, blocking passage entirely until eradicated. Fortunately, the cavern's respawn rate was sluggish, approximately once every 6 hours, granting us breathing room. Otherwise, killing one only to watch another spawn instantly would have been endless. Still, continuous grinding held undeniable appeal. Experience flowed abundantly, and rare hide-ear gear occasionally dropped. Of course, drop rates remained vanishingly low. These level 36 monsters towered 8 levels above me, yet after slaying hundreds, only a single bronze tier item emerged. Against evenly matched foes, even that would likely never drop. Yet this one bronze piece carried incalculable value. Most level 30 players wore black iron gear suited for level 15. Acquiring bronze tier equipment at level 30 was nearly impossible. Ling Yue, however, stood apart. A top-tier player whose blazing set of flame armor remained a mystery, perhaps forged through fortune akin to my own. Soon we felled the final monsters of the second tier. As hoped, I ascended to level 29 with half my XP bar, filled a Ling Yue sword to level 32. Yet she confirmed plainly reaching level 33 would demand clearing both tiers. Not once, but repeatedly. A sobering reminder. Progression grew ever steeper. Next came the descent into the third tier. The Yoming cavern spanned 5 tiers. We had now explored 2/5 of its depths. The moment I crossed the threshold into the third tier, I recoiled in surprise. No warriors or assassins awaited. Only ranks of Yoming archers, bows drawn and ready. Their levels remained hidden, surely exceeding level 38. Worse, their vision spanned astonishingly wide. The instant Ling Yue and I appeared, at least 5 archers locked onto us with searing hostility. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Arrows hissed through the air. My vital energy plummeted by over 300 points. Though individually weak, their combined volleys were devastating. Ling Yue fared no better, targeted by 2 archers. Their icy projectiles ricocheted violently off her flame shield, which flickered ominously. Her vital energy halved in seconds, Danger loomed imminent. I fired an ice arrow to slow their advance. Ling Yue meanwhile began a prolonged incantation. Flames erupted skyward, raining a torrent of fire upon the 5 archers below. Crimson infernos engulfed them, damage numbers bloomed above their heads. Within moments, all 5 slumped to half health. Indeed, the Crimson Flame C proves formidable. This was the very skill I'd just entrusted to her, Crimson Flame C. Yet its novice-level duration lasted only 10 seconds, so she cast it again. In the heart of the conflagration, the 5 Yoming archers shrieked in unison, then crumbled, scattering silver coins across the scorched floor. Alas, those coins lay unretrievable. Too many archers stood guard. Any attempt to collect them would turn the taker into a living pincushion. Ling Yue sighed wistfully. Such waste. I murmured, survival comes first. These third-tier monsters are simply too powerful. Clearing them is grueling. At that very moment, distant voices echoed from beyond the cavern entrance. Ling Yue turned to me, eyes sharp with alarm. Shusheng, players are approaching. I was slightly startled and immediately grabbed Ling Yue's arm, pulling her swiftly into the corner of the inner wall on the 3rd floor, where a protruding rock conveniently concealed our figures. Ling Yue blinked and leaned against my arm, instantly radiating a warm feeling. I looked down and noticed that in her haste, she had grasped my hand and her softness was inadvertently pressing against my arm, completely unnoticed by her. At that moment, my heart raced uncontrollably, and Ling Yue seemed to sense something unusual, chuckling softly. Are you very nervous? I nodded with difficulty. Of course I was damn nervous. How could any man not feel overwhelmed with such a stunning beauty leaning against him? Ling Yue looked up at me, her beautiful eyes filled with playful mirth. Just then a voice came from the 2nd floor. There are a large number of monster corpses here. Has someone already been here? Another voice responded, never mind. Let's go check it out. It would be better to complete the task directly on the 5th floor. I felt a jolt in my heart. This was bad. Someone had taken the same task as us. Ling Yue and I exchanged glances, both filled with a hint of worry. In less than half a minute, 3 figures appeared on the 3rd floor, and both Ling Yue and I were startled again. The 3 of them were all players from the Battle Soul Guild, and their strength was formidable. Battle Soul Ao Tian, a level 29 berserker, Battle Soul Feng Lu, a level 28 mage, and Battle Soul Tai, a level 30 mage. All 3 were well-known figures on the Chinese regional leaderboards, ranking 2nd, 4th, and 5th, while Ling Yue held the 1st position at level 32, and I was 3rd at level 29. What a coincidence that the top 5 players in China had gathered in this tiny underworld cave. Battle Soul is a highly renowned organization that dominates various online games, already recognized as the gaming monarch within China, and these 3 were clearly part of its management. Battle Soul Feng Lu looked slightly suspicious and said, there are still monster corpses here. Why is no one around? Did they return to the city? Battle Soul Ao Tian laughed heartily and called out, friends inside, come out. Ling Yue and I exchanged glances. This person actually guessed that someone was inside. There was no way to avoid it, so I stepped out cautiously, carefully avoiding the monster's line of sight. Ling Yue followed closely behind me, gracefully stepping out with her staff. When Battle Soul Ao Tian saw me, he couldn't help but exclaim, oh, it's the young and wild scholar, the master ranked 3rd on the leaderboard. However, when Ling Yue appeared beside me, the members of Battle Soul truly trembled in surprise, exclaiming, it's actually Qingfeng Lanyu. Ling Yue wore a long, fiery red dress that fluttered lightly. Her beauty was unparalleled, and her delicate face and long white neck accentuated her stunning appearance. The graceful figure of the young woman was subtly revealed beneath her gown, making one parched with desire. For a moment, everyone was somewhat stunned, and Battle Soul Feng Liu's eyes lit up with admiration, swallowing his saliva as he said, so beautiful. Qingfeng Lanyu is so beautiful. Battle Soul Ao Tian immediately cleared his throat and said, second, mind your image, show some composure. Look at how you act when you see a beauty. Battle Soul Feng Lu quickly averted his gaze and said with a smile, I didn't expect to encounter the famous Qingfeng Lanyu here. Seeing her today, she truly is a breathtaking beauty. Ling Yue let out a light snort, probably used to such flattering remarks, so she didn't respond. Battle Soul Feng Lu, feeling slightly awkward, said, you all are here to do this task as well, right? If so, how about we team up? We can't see the levels of the monsters here, so teaming up would benefit everyone. However, Ling Yue was not interested, saying, I have my own companions and don't need to team up with more people. After saying this, Ling Yue wrapped her arm around mine, her demeanor quite affectionate. Unsurprisingly, a hint of resentment flashed in Battle Soul Feng Liu's eyes, though it was only for a moment, but I caught it clearly. Humph, ungrateful. Battle Soul Tai, who had been silent, suddenly snorted. I immediately retorted with anger that mage better watch his mouth, Remember that trouble comes from speaking too freely. Battle Soul Tai raised his brow and shouted, "Do you think being high level makes you impressive? Let me tell you, I never look down on people like you." Ling Yue immediately raised her staff angrily, saying, "If you want to fight, do it quickly and don't keep chattering on." Battle Soul Aotion chuckled and stepped forward seemingly casually, moving a few steps closer. I was slightly startled. Damn it, did the Berserker want to get closer before attacking? Faced with 3 top leaderboard experts, I naturally wouldn't be arrogant enough to let them strike first. Thus, before they could act, I had already released a piercing arrow. With a loud bang, the pale white arrow pierced directly into Battle Soul Aotion's chest. 872. The conspicuous number appeared above Battle Soul Aotion's head, but clearly as an elite berserker, he possessed nearly 2,000 health points, and my attack had only taken away less than half. Swish! With a light sound, Ling Yue's fireball had already flown out, directly hitting Battle Soul Aotion's chest, instantly dealing 642 points of health damage. In an instant, his health bar was reduced to critical levels. Evidently, our violent attacks had caught Battle Soul Aotion off guard. He never expected our strength to be so formidable. The members of Battle Soul were certainly not novices. Without much thought, Battle Soul Aotion stepped forward, raising his giant axe to unleash a ground splitter strike. Flames erupted, and I felt a sharp pain in my chest being knocked back. When I looked at my health bar, I was shocked to find I had lost over 800 health points and was about to die. Battle Soul Aotion was evidently even more surprised, probably astonished that this attack didn't instantly take me out. Battle Soul Tai and Battle Soul Feng Lu, the 2 mages, were not idle either. 2 fireballs flew directly towards Ling Yue. They aimed to suppress the number 1 mage of Ling Huan, not giving her a chance to retaliate. Immediately, Ling Yue's flame shield shook violently, and her health dropped to half in an instant. I suddenly turned and fled, quickly escaping the attack range of Battle Soul Aotion's giant axe, while simultaneously firing an arrow at the level 28 mage Battle Soul Feng Lu. As if by tacit agreement, Ling Yue also threw out a fireball targeting Battle Soul Feng Lu. Boom boom. The 2 sounds echoed as Battle Soul Feng Lu couldn't dodge in time, and 2 damage numbers floated up above his head: 546, 678. A white light flashed, and after a scream from Battle Soul Feng Lu, he dropped a pile of potions and returned to the city. At the same time, Ling Yue's name turned red, indicating she had become a notorious player. Battle Soul Aotion was instantly furious. Kill Qing Feng Lanyu. Ling Yue remained calm, taking 2 steps back out of the mage's attack range, then quickly conjured an ice arrow, which struck Battle Soul Aotion's shoulder, instantly enveloping him in frost and significantly reducing his movement speed. Seizing this precious opportunity, I hurriedly consumed a red potion that restored 500 health points, while turning back, racing towards Battle Soul Tai, and somehow my golden bow had already transformed into a shimmering dagger. Battle Soul Tai was slightly startled, clearly realizing that the shimmering dagger's attack power was not to be underestimated, so he quickly retreated, even heading back to the 2nd floor while shouting, "Boss, take care of yourself." Seeing Battle Soul Tai flee, I immediately raised my middle finger and thought, "Damn it, expert." On the other side, Ling Yue had been driven into a corner, directly using her flame shield to block Battle Soul Tai's axe, resulting in a significant loss of health. The shield had absorbed at least 70 of the damage, showing just how terrifying Battle Soul Aotion's attack power was. Smack! A blue light enveloped Battle Soul Tai. My ice arrow had instantly slowed down Battle Soul Aotion, and Ling Yue finally found an opening, quickly turning back and passing by Battle Soul Aotion, running directly to my side. At that moment, I heard a voice behind me. "It's those 2. Help me take them out, and they'll pay you 100 gold coins." I immediately cried out in despair. It was Battle Soul Tai's voice. Did this bastard hire assassins? Suddenly, a blazing fireball flew towards Ling Yue, and the caster was indeed Battle Soul Tai. I was extremely anxious. Ling Yue's flame shield had not yet recharged, and her health was still slowly recovering. With less than half health, she definitely wouldn't withstand Battle Soul Tai's attack. As I stood in front of Ling Yue, I found that the fireball still passed through the gap under my armpit, crashing fiercely into Ling Yue's body. Seeing Ling Yue was about to fall, she exclaimed in panic, but just then a holy radiance suddenly shone, and her health was instantly restored. Healing spell? A priest's intermediate healing spell. Battle Soul Tai's fireball did not claim Ling Yue's life, and she was able to once again raise her flame shield. I looked up, and my heart stirred. The beautiful priest who saved Ling Yue was none other than Ziyuner. Beside Ziyuner stood a few others, clearly Jian Hualonghun, Jian Huaxingtian, and Jian Huaguizhi. Ziyuner smiled at me without speaking. Meanwhile, Battle Soul Tai, he was enraged, cursing, "Damn it. What are you doing? I said to kill them, why are you using a healing spell?" As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of fire erupted. Jin Huashing Tian raised his axe high and brought it down with a bang. Boom. With a ground-splitting strike, Battle Soul Tai's body was instantly shredded and turned into white light, returning to the city. Jin Huashing Tian rubbed his nose and smiled, saying, "Kid, you still don't know that the scholar is our brother." Zhanhuan Fenglu and Zhanhuan Ti were instantly slain, triggering an absolute reversal of the battlefield's momentum. Zhanhuan Outyan's face darkened severely. This peerless leader of Zhanhuan stood in grim silence, downing healing potions one after another, clearly determined to fight on. At that moment, Jinhua Longhun stepped forward with a faint smile and said, "Outyan, how have you fared these years?" "Neither well nor ill," Outyan replied flatly. "This game is but a fleeting dream in the void. Only grinding gear for gold and chasing girls remain unchanged." I retorted, "Ugh, spare us the sour grapes. Say something meaningful, like vengeance, for instance." Jinhua Longhun chuckled. "Vengeance?" Zhanhuan would never raise a hand against Jinhua. "Why not?" "Because Zhanhuan Outyan was my high school classmate." He shrugged helplessly. "Damn." Outyan strode over and declared, "Since Qingfeng Ling Yue and Qinghuang Shusheng are friends of this rascal Longhun, what just happened was merely a misunderstanding. Though my two brothers fell unjustly." Longhun scoffed. "Unjust? Those two swaggered around like kings just because they wore Zhanhuan's insignia. Bah, their arrogance has tarnished Zhanhuan's reputation for years." Outyan couldn't resist snapping back, "And you dare lecture me? When you abandoned Zhanhuan to found Jinhua, everyone called you a traitor. Remember? You turned your back on your brothers over a girl in game, and then discovered she was a male player. How's that for satisfaction?" Longhun flushed slightly. "Oh, spare me that ancient history. I stumbled once and doomed myself forever." Outyan sighed wistfully, then pressed on Longhun. "Come back. Zhanhuan desperately needs administrators like you. Without you, chaos only deepens. You've seen it yourself. Fenglu and Ti amount to nothing. I'm holding the entire sect together, alone." Longhun smiled gently. "I've found new companions now, and I won't abandon Jinhua." Outyan paused and nodded resignedly. "Very well. If you count Qingfeng Ling Yue and Qinghuang Shusheng among your friends, I'll press you no further. Farewell." "Wait, won't you finish the quest with us?" Outyan gave a bitter laugh. "With both my brothers sent back to town, how could I possibly complete it alone?" So saying, he activated his recall scroll and vanished. Jinhua's members exchanged amused glances. Xingtian glanced at Lin Yue and me, astonished. "Shusheng, you're no ordinary player. Who'd have thought you'd stand side by side with the realm's foremost female mage? Truly, fortune smiles upon you." I blinked, speechless. Lin Yue feigned composure, but her cheeks bloomed faintly pink. "We owe you our lives," I said sincerely. "Without your intervention, both of us would have fallen here." Longhun waved it off, grinning. "Hardly worth mentioning. Yesterday you dueled Aosher's faction for Xenar. We're the ones indebted to you. Truly, a mere 3 days can transform a man. In less than a day you've stormed into China's celestial rank. Remarkable, truly remarkable." I glanced at Jinhua's party. All level 25, slightly behind, but unquestionably elite. After all, players as extraordinary as Zhanhuan's core were rare exceptions. Lin Yue, however, was an outright anomaly. I proposed, "Then let's form a party and complete this quest together. You bring 2 tanks and a priest, precisely balancing our weaknesses." Longhun nodded decisively. "Agreed, we must finish swiftly. Zhanhuan may return with reinforcements. Fenglu and Ti are no trifling foes. By the way, are you two traveling together?" Before I could answer, Lin Yue smiled lightly. "Yes, we're friends." She cast a glance towards Ziyuner and added, "I see Shusheng knows your teammate as well." Ziyuner smiled warmly. "I met Shusheng only in game, madam. No need for concern." Lin Yue shot me a sharp look, then huffed, "I'm not concerned. Let's simply finish the quest. It'll go faster this way." I invited Jinhua's 4 members into the party. This time Longhun deferred respectfully to Lin Yue. "Madam Lin Yue, how shall we proceed?" Lin Yue studied the nearby Yoming archers and instructed calmly. "Standard formation: swordsmen and berserkers hold aggro up front. Mages and archers focus damage output. The priest maintains health, prioritizing the tank and swordsman." Longhun nodded and signaled Xingtian, "Brother, let's begin." Xingtian complied eagerly. The 2 heavily armored warriors advanced, instantly drawing fire from several Yoming archers. Their armor, reinforced with multiple bronzeware-grade pieces, rendered the archers' arrows nearly harmless, inflicting barely over 100 points of damage per strike. Ziyuner effortlessly restored their health with mid-tier healing spells. Lin Yue and I assumed primary offense. Jinhua Fiji joined without delay. His incantation culminated in a dark fire orb hurtling through the air and striking an archer squarely in the chest, dealing 457 points of damage. Ling Yue unleashed a searing fireball, obliterating another archer and draining 724 points of its vitality. My flame arrow pierced the air with a sharp thwip, felling a third archer instantly, inflicting 845 points of damage. Guizhi gaped eyes wide. Whoa, what are those attacks? So monstrously overpowered. Do you even leave room for others to breathe? Ling Yue smiled faintly. This is merely our baseline output. Guizhi recoiled inwardly, his confidence utterly shattered. Ziyuner offered a gentle smile. Guizhi, check the leaderboard. Qingfeng Lanyue ranks first in China, Shusheng third. Do you truly believe such standing comes without extraordinary prowess? Guizhi relaxed with a chuckle. Of course, not with firepower like theirs. Our success is all but assured. Ling Yue grew impatient. Shall we escalate the pace? Longhun blinked in surprise. Escalate. We're already engaging 5 monsters simultaneously. Ling Yue pursed her lips, smiling. Then lure more, herd them together. I can annihilate the entire group within 10 seconds, provided you can manage the aggro. Longhun, no novice, nodded firmly. Understood. I'll test it. He dashed forward, drew aggro from over a dozen Yoming archers, then sprinted back, guiding them along a tight path before halting and gulping down a crimson healing potion. Ziyuner focused her attention on him, landing 2 consecutive healing spells. Meanwhile, Ling Yue began chanting a grand incantation. As flames erupted skyward, torrents of fire rained down upon the clustered archers, causing mass attrition and sending dozens of vivid damage numbers soaring upward in unison. When she unleashed her second crimson flame, the Yoming archers collapsed en masse, and our experience bars surged rapidly. Xingtian's eyes gleamed with exhilaration. Heavens! This XP flows like a river. I'll level up in under half an hour. Indeed, the Yoming archers outranked Xingtian's party by nearly 10 levels. Slaying such high-level foes yielded staggering experience. Soon after, all of Jinhua's members ascended in rank. With 2 tanks and a priest bolstering our formation, our clearing speed soared. Within 30 minutes, we purged all monsters across the 3rd floor, yielding no equipment but a generous hoard of silver coins. After looting, Longhun returned and traded me 25 gold coins. 30 dropped in total. Since you and Qingfeng Lanyue consumed the most potions, these are yours. I hesitated. That's too much. We're only 2, but feels improper to claim the lion's share. Longhun grinned. Take it. Without you, we'd still be grinding endlessly. He had a point, so I accepted. Then turning, I transferred the coins directly to Ling Yue. She truly needed them. For while an archer's skills cost little mana, a single armor-piercing arrow required only 10 MP. Ling Yue's crimson flame, devoured 100. There was no comparison. No wonder she'd greeted me complaining of poverty. Surveying the now empty 3rd floor, Longhun and Xingtian mounted the stairs to the 4th level. Guizhi hurried after them. I glanced at the 2 remaining women. They watched me expectantly. I offered ladies first. Ling Yue rolled her eyes. Spare me the chivalry. Cannon fodder goes first. I groaned inwardly. Of course. I was the cannon fodder. Ziyuner stifled a giggle beside Ling Yue as they followed me into the 4th floor of the Yoming cavern. A flash of light appeared before me as I stepped into the 4th floor, surrounded by monsters. The Lich priest, gripping a bone staff, let out a low guttural roar. The Lich mage, cloaked in black robes, revealed a skeletal arm with faint ghostly lights flickering in its eye sockets. The Lich knight, clad in full armor, stood without a mount, wielding a heavy sword, his gaze drifting around. Clang! The dragon soul swung its great sword and clashed with a Lich knight. Meanwhile, Xingtian struck the knight's back with an axe, but the knight merely swayed slightly, losing only 35 health points. Xingtian exclaimed, "Damn! I can't break its defense." The dragon soul was hit by the Lich knight's sword, staggering back and losing nearly a third of his health. He helplessly said, "This isn't working. The level difference is too great. Our attributes are heavily suppressed by him." Without hesitation, I released a shattering arrow, the pure white light piercing through the Lich knight's chest armor, revealing a damage number floating above its head, 549. I sighed in relief. At least my shattering arrow could bypass its defense. Ling Yue softly chanted, releasing a fireball that dealt 347 points of damage. Though not a lot, our combined attack was enough to reduce nearly a third of the Lich knight's health. Everyone was astonished. They witnessed the power of our attacks earlier, yet now we could only deal this much damage. It's clear how formidable the monsters we are facing are. We can't rely on the Crimson Flame to deal with monsters anymore. One Lich Knight's attack has already overwhelmed the Dragon Soul and Xingtian. If more show up, it could cost us lives. So we can only lure monsters one by one to fight. With Geetzi's support in the attacks, it wasn't too slow. The Lich Knight had slightly more health, but wouldn't attack ranged targets, making it relatively safe. However, the Lich Priest and Lich Mage were quite troublesome. The Lich Priest began to chant loudly, its harsh voice unbearable, causing Ling Yue to cover her ears helplessly while giving me a faint smile. At the same time, a purple halo enveloped us. Ding! Combat prompt: you are affected by the Lich Halo, reducing your attack power by 10. I was taken aback, not expecting the Lich Priest to have such a bothersome status effect. With this, Ling Yue's and my attacks were no longer so sharp. Instead, the melee fighters, the Dragon Soul and Xingtian, became the main force, swiftly bringing down the Lich Priest with their swords and axes. Thud! A black leg guard fell at my feet. Picking it up, I saw leggings of Oblivion bronze armor, cloth. Defense 28. Intelligence 10. Bonus increases dark magic damage by 3. Required level 30. Set attribute. Not identified. I was stunned. A piece of bronze set gear appeared here. Ling Yue leaned beside me, glanced at the gear's attributes, and smiled, saying, a level 30 set. I quietly asked, what should I do, Ling Yue? Ling Yue teased, you decide. Oh, I can't use this anyway. So I shared the attributes of the leggings of Oblivion with the team. In an instant, the Dragon Soul and Xingtian nearly drooled, while Guizhi also showed a look of desire. Among us, only Geetzi's attack type was dark magic. If I gave this equipment to Zeuner, it might add some mana, but it would be a waste. The Oblivion set could only truly show its value on Guizhi. While Guizhi was in a daze, I had already initiated a trade for the leggings of Oblivion with him, saying, Guizhi, come on, this is a bargain for you today. Guizhi was taken aback, but suddenly cancelled the trade, saying, actually, Qing Feng and Lan Yue could also use this. I can't hog it all. I was surprised. This is your class equipment. Who else should I give it to? If you feel bad about it, then just give me 10 gold coins as a share for me and Qing Feng Lan Yue. Guizhi hesitated, but the Dragon Soul laughed. Guizhi, just accept it. Brother Shusheng's kindness is sincere. Besides, do you still consider Brother Shusheng an outsider? In my heart, he was already part of our brotherhood, a true comrade. I smiled. The Dragon Soul was really good with words, and I felt a bit touched. Today I gained 3 more brothers in this game. Xingtian laughed heartily. Guizhi, just take it. Besides, didn't you say you still need to give 10 gold coins? Guizhi couldn't help but smile wryly. You don't get it. This piece of equipment is worth at least 200 gold coins. Your 10 gold coins won't help much. Geetzi's words, though straightforward, hit the nail on the head. I burst into laughter. All right, enough chit-chat. If all goes well, this 4th floor will definitely drop the Oblivion set. Instead of wasting time talking, we might as well defeat more monsters. Guizhi nodded vigorously, then directly sent me 80 gold coins in the trade window and accepted the leggings of Oblivion. The Dragon Soul smiled and said, Brother Shusheng and beautiful Lan Yue's kindness I Dragon Soul will remember. In the future, if there's a need, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Ling Yue couldn't help but chuckle. All right, enough with the flattery. I can't take it. Shusheng, let's continue hunting monsters. Everyone smiled knowingly. I turned around and traded gold coins to Ling Yue, totaling 155 coins today, enough for her medicine expenses for several days. So we continued to hunt monsters. The 4th floor was bustling with creatures, and it took us nearly 5 hours to finally reach the end. The Oblivion set dropped 3 more pieces, just 1 helmet short of completing the set. Guizhi was anxious and could only place his hopes on the last few monsters. As it was already past 9 p.m. and everyone hadn't had dinner yet, Ling Yue frowned and said, Shusheng, I'm so hungry. I was taken aback. Ling Yue's expression was really similar to Ling Xue's, especially when she mentioned being hungry. Her delicate demeanor was simply enchanting. Seeing me staring at her foolishly, Ling Yue lightly laughed. Hurry up and enter the 5th floor. Afterwards, I and Xue are going out to eat. Shusheng, do you want to join us? I asked, where are we going to eat? At Baiyulan. I took a deep breath. Oh wow, that's a star-rated hotel. I might consider grabbing a bowl of miscellaneous noodles from a stall downstairs instead of Baiyulan. So I shook my head and said, you guys go ahead, who I want join you. Ling Yue smiled lightly, teasing, don't you want to meet Xue? She often mentions you at home, making Dad suspect she has a boyfriend outside. Images of that night resurfaced in my mind, with Ling Xue crying in my arms, making me feel tender. That beautiful girl, does she really have me in her thoughts? Seeing my dazed expression, Ling Yue chuckled, Shusheng, hurry up and hunt monsters. After we're done, I'll log off to eat. Don't starve yourself. I nodded. A shattering arrow flew out, directly killing a Lich Priest. Clang! A soft sound rang out as a black helmet fell to the ground. Guizhi jolted in surprise, quickly picking up the helmet, exclaiming, "Enjoy, great. The Oblivion set is finally complete." Saying this, Guizhi took out each piece of the set for everyone to admire. At this time, the set had not yet been identified, so we couldn't equip it. After 5 hours of hunting, it's clear how many monsters there were on this 4th floor. Ling Yue had reached level 34, while I was now level 32, becoming the second highest level player in the Twilight City area. The members of Jinhua had all reached near level 30, while Guizhi had directly leveled up to 30. Even Ziyuner reached level 29, ranking 11th in Twilight City. Looking at the alluring Oblivion set, Guizhi felt a sense of fulfillment, while the Dragon Soul nearly traded all his gold coins to Ling Yue. However, Ling Yue was not polite, happily accepting all of it. The more gold coins, the higher grade potions she could by making leveling up much more efficient. Finally, after clearing all the monsters on the 4th floor, we advanced to the 5th floor. Xingtian was the first to enter, but just 2 seconds after stepping into the 5th floor, he reappeared on the 4th floor, his face pale, trembling, as he spoke, pointing towards the 5th floor. "There's a super boss in there." Xingtian was nearly going crazy with excitement, while Ling Yue and I exchanged smiles. Great, the highlight of tonight's adventure was finally about to begin. What the hell? Dragon Soul kicked Xingtian down to the 5th floor, then quickly entered with me following closely behind. Ling Yue and Ziyuner walked in side by side, while Guizhi brought up the rear, just in case monsters suddenly appeared, he would be the first to face them. As soon as we entered the 5th floor, a chilling wind swept through and the temperature around us dropped significantly, making it feel surprisingly cold. When Ling Yue and Ziyuner appeared together, both gasped in surprise. Ling Yue immediately tightened her robe, while Ziyuner crossed her arms in front of her chest, accentuating her impressive figure. Looking ahead, we collectively gasped in horror. Gray hair whipped wildly, a golden armored long sword, and a purple cloak fluttering in the wind. Before us stood a sword-wielding skeleton, its hollow eye sockets radiating an overwhelming aura, regarding us as though we were mere ants filled with disdain. 10,000-year Skeleton King, Golden Tier, BOSS level. Attack, Defense, Health. Additional info: 10,000 years ago, a great king perished here. His unwillingness to accept defeat and his rage brought him back to life. Now the Skeleton King leads an army from hell attempting to sweep across the Linghong continent. Everyone was dumbfounded, and Xingtian exclaimed, "My God, a Golden Tier BOSS, our doomsday is upon us." Dragon Soul tightly gripped his great sword, saying, "Stay calm. Stay calm. Whether we strike it rich or not depends on today." Guizhi said, "What a pity I can't equip the Annihilation set right now, otherwise I might actually defeat this boss." Ling Yue gasped in surprise, murmuring, "A Golden Tier boss? Scholar, we are about to get rich." I asked, "When do we strike?" Prompted by my words, not only did everyone come to their senses, but the Skeleton King also suddenly opened its eyes wide, and chilling light burst forth, an intimidating glow shooting from its eye sockets, making everyone shiver uncontrollably. The warhorse ridden by the Skeleton King had also turned to bones, yet still wore battle armor. With a piercing neigh, it stomped the ground violently a few times before galloping towards us at lightning speed. Swish! A cold light appeared. The sharp sword in the Skeleton King's hand gleamed ominously, clearly not an ordinary item. "Watch out!" Dragon Soul called out, and Xingtian, the first to bear the brunt, hurriedly raised his battle axe to defend himself. With a crisp sound of ding, the Skeleton King's sword actually sent Xingtian flying. When he crashed to the rock wall, he had already lost a significant amount of health. Everyone was shocked, as Xingtian should have successfully defended, yet he still lost over 1,000 health points. If he had been struck directly by the Skeleton King, would he even survive? Ling Yue immediately said in a serious tone, "Everyone spread out, and use frost skills to slow it down, it's too fast." As the highest-ranked player in China, everyone naturally followed Ling Yue's command. They quickly dispersed, and I was shocked to see that the Skeleton King's next target was actually Ziyuner. So I swiftly fired a penetrating shot, and a flash of white light erupted from the Skeleton King's back with damage numbers that were still acceptable, 542. Ziyuner turned pale with fright, and immediately shot me a grateful smile, but I had no time to exchange glances as the deadly Skeleton King was charging straight at me. Dragon Soul suddenly appeared at the side, shouting, "Sweep across the army." With a flash of purple light, Dragon Soul's giant sword struck the skeletal warhorse's rear, causing the Skeleton King's health to drop sharply, dealing 234 and 185 points of damage. Given the Skeleton King's defense, it was impressive that Dragon Soul could deal so much damage. The skill Sweep across the army allows for multiple attacks with a maximum of 5 consecutive hits. However, current players can only achieve 2 attacks. After landing a hit, Dragon Soul smartly withdrew his sword and retreated swiftly, his speed astonishing. The Skeleton King, as if insulted, immediately roared and charged at Dragon Soul. In panic, Dragon Soul shouted, "Brothers, help me." Of course, it was not the brothers who saved Dragon Soul, but rather Ling Yue's frost arrow. In an instant, the Skeleton King's speed decreased, significantly relieving the pressure on Dragon Soul. I also used Ice Arrow, combining it with the penetrating shot to inflict heavy damage on the Skeleton King. Among all the players present, it was clear that I was the absolute main force. Why? It was the only one capable of dealing significant damage to the Skeleton King with my penetrating shot, while even Ling Yue's fireball could only inflict 400 health points. After the initial panic, we finally stabilized our formation. Ling Yue, Guizhi, and I formed a triangle, each attracting the Skeleton King's aggro, while Dragon Soul and Xing Tian waited for the right moment to unleash a split earth slash or sweep across the army, then frantically escaped. After all, they knew that if the Skeleton King's sword touched them, it would spell certain death. As time passed slowly, everything progressed smoothly. After half an hour of our efforts, the Skeleton King's health was finally down to a sliver, and it could collapse at any moment. Xing Tian was visibly excited, charging forward with his battle axe. After a booming swing, he immediately turned to flee, his comical appearance causing Ziyuner to burst into laughter. As the main attacker, I had almost used up all the remaining blue potions in my bag. I even asked Dragon Soul to deliver a batch of blue potions to Ling Yue. Her consumption as a mage was much greater than mine. Watching as the once mighty Skeleton King lost its strength, even the most impressive boss had no power to fight back under perfect tactical control. Dragon Soul licked his lips excitedly, saying, "The first golden tier boss in Ling Hong will soon fall to us. With this, our names should be recorded in history." Xing Tian replied, "Boss, what if our names are inscribed on the tombstone of the souls who perished under the Skeleton King's sword?" Dragon Soul glared. "Hey, can't you say something more auspicious?" Xing Tian shouted, "Long live the Skeleton King. For ages to come, our achievements will surpass all history, unbeatable." MD, how ominous. Just then a sudden change occurred. Xing Tian's ominous words actually came true. The severely injured Skeleton King suddenly halted, raising its sword high. An obscure incantation echoed around us, causing the ground to tremble. The surrounding stone spires fell, and the entire 5th layer of the underworld cave seemed on the verge of collapse. Ding. System message: please be aware the 10,000-year Skeleton King is using a skill summoned the 1,000 Armies. In a flurry of hoofbeats, the rock wall before us suddenly transformed into a void, and countless skeletal knights riding warhorses wielding long halberds charged through the air like fierce tigers, sending chills down our spines. In a brief moment, nearly 100 undead knights rushed in rapidly. At the forefront, Xing Tian swung his giant axe fiercely, using split earth slash, and the light flashed, knocking several knights off their horses. However, the knights behind pounced fiercely, instantly overwhelming Xing Tian's figure. In a flash of white light, Xing Tian had already fallen and returned to the city to respawn. Dragon Soul was taken aback, just about to turn around, when he noticed a shadow flash past him. The enormous figure of the Skeleton King swept across the ground, and with a swish, its sword struck Dragon Soul's chest. Dragon Soul didn't even realize what happened. His health was instantly depleted with a damage number of 3,458, jumping up high. Another flash of white light, and Dragon Soul also fell, dropping a pile of red potions. Damn, how could the Dragon Soul fall so easily? He is the leader of Swordfire. I looked at Ling Yue, and she was looking at me too. A hint of dread was visible in both our eyes. The attack from the Skeleton King was just too ferocious for us to withstand even a single blow. Ziyuner was surrounded by the Death Knights not far from me. She smiled bitterly at me and said, "Scholar, I'm heading back to the city first." Ziyuner also transformed into a white light and returned to the city calmly. However, Guizhi was already furious, attacking the Skeleton King with all his might. I immediately shouted, "Guizhi, return to the city right now." Guizhi exclaimed, "No way, how can I leave you guys behind?" I shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Do you want your destruction set to explode? Get your ass back to the city right now and wait for us, it'll hold them off for a while." Guizhi was startled and stopped arguing, immediately retreating to escape the battle and used the return scroll, while I flew forward directly, attracting the hatred of those Death Knights, then turned back towards the Skeleton King. A few seconds later, Guizhi successfully used the return scroll and had already gone back. I then began to attack the Skeleton King, and whether I could succeed in this last effort depended on these few seconds. Ling Yue understood my intentions and coordinated with me in the attack. Fireballs rained down on the Skeleton King's chest, but this detestable boss seemed to have endless vitality and just wouldn't fall. Finally, a group of Death Knights surrounded Ling Yue, and her fire shield only resisted a few hits before shattering. The attacks from these Death Knights were no joke. Watching Ling Yue turn into white light and return to the city, a pang of pain shot through my heart, but I calmed down instead. I quickly moved to evade the Death Knight's pursuit, while attacking the Skeleton King with the armor-piercing arrow, and the Skeleton King came charging at me, sword raised, cutting through the air with a whistling sound. I was aware of my own limitations. My defense could never compare to that of the Dragon Soul. If he was killed in an instant, I knew I would be obliterated just as quickly. So I closed my eyes and released the armor-piercing arrow one last time. Boom. At the moment the milky white light entered the armor of the Skeleton King, he suddenly froze, almost collapsing onto me, an overwhelming pressure descending. Ding. System prompt: congratulations, you have killed the golden equipment level BOSS, the 10,000-year Skeleton King, earning 4,000 experience points and 2,000 reputation. A golden light fell, and I immediately leveled up to 33, but in the blink of an eye I was surrounded by a group of Death Knights, and the flashing sword light instantly drained my full health. I was startled and quickly glanced at the items dropped by the Skeleton King, a book and a sword. I immediately hastily placed both items into my bag. As for the coins, I could only grab a handful, but as soon as I did, I felt a sharp pain and the light before my eyes flickered. Ding. System prompt: you have been killed by the Death Knight, and your level has dropped by 1. Ding. System prompt: you cannot complete the quest while in a death state. Quest failed. Damn, I actually failed. Is there a time delay for this quest? Plus, I returned to level 32. And around me were all familiar faces. Ling Yue, Longhun, and others were all waiting for me at the resurrection point. Longhun said, "It seems like everyone has also fallen." Xingtian added, "That's for sure. Returning to the city is in the square, not here." In the distance, Guizhi was running over from the square. Beside me, Ling Yue and Ziyuner stood there beautifully. Ling Yue chuckled softly. "So how did it turn out?" I replied, "Look at my level." Ling Yue was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly realized and exclaimed, "You killed the Skeleton King." Smart. Everyone dropped a level, and I was originally level 32, but after dying I remained at level 32. This only meant that I had leveled up one more time before I died. Upon learning that I had taken down the Skeleton King, Longhun and the others were all visibly delighted. However, when I mentioned dividing the spoils, Longhun immediately shook his head and said, "One shouldn't be too greedy. Guizhi has already obtained the destruction set from you. And since you killed the Skeleton King, to put it bluntly, we didn't help much at all. Even if the Skeleton King dropped a divine artifact, we wouldn't take a single bit of it." After saying this, Longhun smiled and said, "It's time to log off for dinner. Scholar brother, see you later." Xingtian and Guizhi went to identify their equipment, while Ziyuner also said she was logging off for dinner. I was also going to identify my equipment, and Ling Yue followed me, saying, "I want to broaden my horizons." When we arrived at the identification office, Guizhi was already flaunting a dazzling destruction set, and Xingtian happily followed behind, occasionally pointing at Guizhi and saying to passersby, "This is my brother, isn't he awesome?" I took out the 2 items from my bag, but found that the skill book didn't need identification. Thousand Blade Arrow inflicts a certain degree of damage to enemies surrounding the target, requires Apprentice Archer level 30. I was overjoyed. Indeed, one reaps what one sows. I actually received a group attack skill book for archers so quickly. Seeing the description of this book, Ling Yue smiled happily and said, "Scholar, I must bring you along every time I level up from now on." I smiled and replied, "I would be more than happy to." Then I took another look at the sword dropped by the Skeleton King. Flowing Light Sword, golden equipment, attack 140-185, strength 15, stamina 10, required level 30, not identified. Golden equipment. It was actually golden equipment. Ling Yue and I stood there speechless for a long time. The sword shimmered with moving light, a ripple-like glow slowly flowing along the blade, and the sword's streamlined design was quite exquisite. Overall, it belonged to a more delicate type. After a long time, Ling Yue finally shook my arm and said, "Scholar, do you want to identify it?" I replied, "Of course." When I placed the flowing light sword on the table, the identifier was immediately taken aback, hurriedly running into the room while shouting, "Master! Master! There's a piece of equipment that needs your identification." A few minutes later, an elderly identifier with a haggard appearance walked out with his title, showing his level Royal Palace identifier. The old identifier looked at the flowing light sword, unable to contain his excitement, gently stroking the hilt and tremblingly saying, "I never expected to see such a treasure in my lifetime." Then the old identifier determinately stated the identification fee is 100 gold coins. What? 100 gold coins? I was taken aback. The old identifier nodded seriously. Do you want to identify it? I only had 56 gold coins left, which was far from enough. Ling Yue seemed to see my predicament, smiled slightly, and directly handed 100 gold coins to the identifier, saying, "I'll pay for him." After the identifier received the money, he immediately waved his hand over the flowing light sword. As the light shone, the flowing light sword radiated a bright golden glow, illuminating the entire identification office. Taking back the flowing light sword, I excitedly opened the attributes of the sword. Flowing light sword, golden equipment, attack 185270, strength 24, stamina 20, agility 15 additional, increases the attack power of all skills by 20, required level 30. Looking at the impressive attributes of the flowing light sword, Ling Yue and I were once again astonished. This is just too overpowered, Ling Yue said, speechless. I was also stunned, holding the flowing light sword, feeling a surge of immense power coursing through me. Unfortunately, as a mere archer, I couldn't use the sword at all. Ling Yue smiled and asked, "What do you plan to do with this sword?" "Give it to Longhun." I replied, "Do you think I'm that generous? Giving away golden equipment? Unless I've lost my mind." Ling Yue smiled slightly and said, "Who knows, maybe Longhun just doesn't have enough charm. Since you don't plan to give it to him, just keep it for now. After half a month, when the mainstream players reach level 30, the true value of this sword will be revealed." I nodded and said, "All right, if this sword sells, you'll have a share in the profits. I'll give you 10 as a bonus." "Wow, you're really generous." "That's a must." Once again, opening the equipment leaderboard, the top spot for the golden bow has been overtaken by the flowing light sword, and its evaluation score is nearly 10 times that of the golden bow and 100 times that of the third-place bronze sword. If others knew that the only golden and silver equipment were in my possession, I wonder what they would think. Oh, perhaps some would even consider jumping off a building. I went to the warehouse manager and stored the flowing light sword. Looking at the time, it was already 10 p.m. And I was feeling quite hungry. So I logged off, took out the 1,000 yuan overnight fee that Ling Xue had given me, paid 500 for rent, and then went downstairs contemplating, since I can't exchange money in the game now, I need to apply for a new bank card. In about a week, the game will enable the bank card binding feature, and that will be my real opportunity to make money. The flowing light sword goes without saying, with my current high level, even if I sell some other equipment, it will be enough for me to live comfortably. Arriving downstairs, I sat in a small restaurant, ordered 2 small dishes and a bottle of beer, then began to drink by myself. Outside, pedestrians moved in throngs, all strangers to each other. Only fate could bring 2 people together, and I and Ling Xue have such a fate. Of course, I wonder if she thinks the same. Ling Xue should be having dinner with Ling Yue right now. I couldn't help but smile as images of Ling Yue and Ling Xue's stunning faces flashed through my mind. Being fortunate enough to meet and know these 2 beautiful twins is truly a stroke of luck. I can't help but wonder who in this world could be lucky enough to have one of them. If I could have both, with Ling Xue on my left and Ling Yue on my right, I wouldn't trade it for anything, even if offered by a deity. Just as I was lost in my daydream, I noticed 2 students entering, ordering a pot of sauerkraut fish, and began chatting. One of them said, "I'm already level 24 this afternoon. I even got 2 black iron equipment pieces. My attack power is already very high." The other scoffed, "Humph. Don't get cocky with black iron equipment. I've heard that there's a senior in our school who got an 18-level bronze axe. Now that's impressive. If I had such a weapon, I'd rush to level 30 tonight." "MD, you're only level 13. What's the rush for level 30? I'll help you get to level 18 tonight. By the way, do you know about that mage named Qingfeng Lanhua? Today her candid photo was leaked online, and she's really gorgeous. I heard she's from Suzhou." "Suzhou? Which school? I should pursue her as a girlfriend, as she could help us level up." "Damn, what a loser." Listening to the 2 students chatting, I couldn't help but smile slightly, quickly eating a few bites of chives, then downing a glass of beer. Dining in summer like this is particularly refreshing. After finishing my meal and drink, I immediately returned to my place. At that moment, I saw several girls next door gathered around a table, and one girl in a green dress smiled at me. "Hey, scholar, want to come in and eat together?" I shook my head. "Thanks, I just had a meal outside." I must say these girls were quite decent looking and dressed rather provocatively, with curvy thighs and ample busts. It's no wonder their business was thriving. After bidding farewell to the girls next door, I closed the door and logged onto the internet. I marveled at the soundproofing effect of the Ling Tong helmet. I had been playing the game for days and hadn't heard any more uhs and hs, or "even if I die, I'll love you." Going online, I appeared in Twilight City, opened the leaderboard, and saw that the player ranking in Twilight City hadn't changed much. Ling Yue still held first place at level 33, while I was in second place at level 32. Below me were several players from Zhanhuan, while Jinhua's Guizhi and Longhun were ranked 7th and 8th at level 30. Opening my friends list, I saw that Zi Yuner and Ling Yue were both offline. Longhun had logged off, while Xing Tian and Guizhi were still online, likely flaunting their strength, as they probably found a new leveling spot to test their desolation set. Looking at the equipment leaderboard, there was basically no change. The flowing light sword still maintained its top position with an incredibly high score. It felt like a dream. The #1 weapon in the world was actually in my hands, which made it hard to believe. So I rushed to the warehouse to confirm. When I saw the gleaming flowing light sword still lying in the warehouse, I burst into hearty laughter, drawing the attention of players in the square. Next, I should plan where to level up next. Previously, while browsing the forum, I discovered a high-level players leveling paradise located in the western canyon of Twilight City. There is a vast ancient temple known as the General's Tomb. The General's Tomb was originally a millennia-old temple. Legend has it that thousands of years ago, a famous general who traversed the continent was betrayed by the king. The king, furious, led 1,000 wizards to seal the general and his confidants within the ancient temple. Over the long years, resentment and loneliness transformed these once valiant warriors. Thousands of years later, this ancient temple has become a forbidden area that no one dares approach. Basically, the information provided by Ling Tong about the General's Tomb is limited. There are no coordinates or monster details, and everything relies on the player's exploration. However, internal sources from Yueheng revealed that the location of the General's Tomb is within a canyon to the west of Twilight City, serving as a leveling paradise for players between levels 30 to 60. It is said that the drop rate of treasures is exceptionally high, but no player has ever successfully found the General's Tomb. It seems as elusive as a mirage. After purchasing a pack of potions, I decided to continue as a lone wolf, reviewing my skills. Basic archery, intermediate proficiency, 500,000, no MP cost. Fire arrow, intermediate proficiency, 500,000, costs 10 MP. Ice arrow, beginner proficiency, 100, 007234, costs 5 MP. Armor piercing arrow, intermediate proficiency, 500,000, costs 20 MP. Thousand blade arrow, beginner proficiency, 100,000, costs 50 MP. Through constant use, both fire arrow and armor piercing arrow have reached the intermediate level, but as an apprentice archer, I can only raise my skills to the intermediate level. After reaching level 40 and officially advancing in my profession, my skill proficiency will naturally increase to advanced skills. It is said that skills above advanced have master level, then grandmaster level, and finally divine level. In any case, the higher the level, the more formidable. This time, besides leveling up, I also need to practice the proficiency of the thousand blade arrow. I still don't know how effective this area attack skill is, or I hope it's not just a pretty sight without substance, or I'll go crazy. Checking my potions and equipment durability, I realized that after dying once, the durability of the Crimson Flame set had already dropped by half. Thankfully, nothing had broken, otherwise I would have cried. So I headed to the equipment repairman in Twilight City to repair a set of Crimson Flame armor. The repairman, without looking up, said, "Repair costs 7 gold. What? Repairing costs that much?" I was taken aback. However, I had no choice but to pay up despite my reluctance. After the Crimson Flame equipment was renewed, I didn't delay any longer and directly opened the map, heading westward. On the way, I saw quite a few players coming out of Twilight City, scattered in groups towards the western mountains. Outside the city, there are 2 excellent leveling spots. One is Qingfeng Forest, where 25-level demonic rabbits spawn, and the other is Twilight Forest, where monsters ranging from 25 to 35 levels, such as hedgehogs and wolves, spawn. However, these spots have already been taken over by a large number of players, and some teams from organizations like Aoshi and Zhanhuan have gathered substantial players there. As solo players simply cannot compete. In the distance, 2 players from Aoshi were eyeing me, whispering, "Hey, isn't that the arrogant scholar that the boss specifically wants to kill? Should we go and take him down?" The other was startled. "You idiot. What can 2 level 20s do? He's a level 32 expert from the leaderboard. We should quickly report to the boss and have him gather his brothers to surround and eliminate this kid." Looking at his well-equipped attire, he must be quite wealthy. I couldn't help but be startled. Indeed, becoming famous brings about a host of troubles. So I immediately took the southwestern path to Qingfeng Forest, cutting in there to search for the legendary General's Tomb. This way, even if the Aoshi members really chased me, they might not be able to find me in the vast forest, while I would just need a small return scroll to easily escape them. After walking for about half an hour, suddenly a flock of birds took flight, and several players stumbled out of the jungle, their health around half, looking extremely disheveled. Following them was a monster with a human body and wolf head, wielding a large knife, exuding a bloody aura. With a loud crash, it directly killed a swordsman player. I shuddered slightly. This monster had a high attack. A level 24 swordsman had lost more than half of his health in one blow. I quickly checked the monster's attributes. Blue Wolf Guardian, normal monster. Level 28. Attack 185,240. Defense 80. Health 2,400. Attack type normal. So it's a level 28 monster. Looking at the disheveled party after the swordsman was killed, there were still 2 mages, 2 berserkers, and a priest left, making 5 in total. The Blue Wolf Guardian swiftly raised its large knife, once again striking at a terrified mage. The young mage paled with shock and blurted, "Blast it all. I'm done for," he muttered, just as a streak of white light shot past, pierced the Azure Wolf Guard's mouth with a soft thwip, and erupted from his skull in a gush of blood. 1848. A single critical strike. My armor-piercing arrow felled the half-health Azure Wolf Guard instantly. The other players, still trembling from the ambush, whirled around to stare at me in astonishment. "Huh? Isn't that Shusheng, the top-tier player on the celestial rankings?" I smiled faintly and replied, "Just lucky, leveled up a bit faster than most. By the way, how did you all end up in such dire straits? After all, the monsters in Qingfeng Grove aren't supposed to be particularly formidable, are they?" A berserker spat on the ground and said, "Who knows?" We entered the grove as a party and suddenly spotted a deep shadowed ravine. We went in. Inside lay an ancient tower. The moment we stepped inside, we were swarmed by hordes of these Azure Wolf Guards. Our original party of over a dozen has been whittled down to just 5. I recoiled in surprise. "A tower? Does your map label it as the General's Tomb?" "No, it's called the Phantom Monastery, first floor." My heart leapt. That matched perfectly. Legend held that the General's Tomb comprised 7 tiers, the first being the Phantom Monastery, ascending step by step until the 7th and final level, the true resting place of the ancient hero of the luminescent divine clan. I said, "Then where exactly is the Phantom Monastery? Could you guide me there?" The berserker blinked in mild disbelief, then chuckled. "Of course, a master like Qingquang Shusheng can roam freely, even in restricted zones like the Phantom Monastery. But us?" His hesitation hung thick in the air. I read his thoughts instantly and smiled. "How about this? We form a party. I'll supply all leather armor. Oh, everything else you divide among yourselves. Mutual benefit. What do you say?" "Huh, perfect." Laughing heartily, the berserker immediately invited me into their party. I didn't dwell on it. The Phantom Monastery hosted monsters up to level 60, a daunting challenge not meant for casual leveling. It was clearly a long-term training ground. Right now, my priority was locating its entrance. As for having 5 level 24 teammates, not bad at all, especially with a priest and 2 berserkers. Safety, after all, was paramount. The berserker led the way, axe raised high, plunging into the thicket. The others followed closely, and I, gripping my golden bow, brought up the rear. Mist curled through the woods, veiling clusters of wild beasts, level 25 or so, bounding wildly. Yet against my attack range of 195,250, they stood no chance. 2 arrows felled each, leaving my teammates agape, whispering reverently, "A true master." For nearly 15 minutes, we wound our way through the dense labyrinthine undergrowth, until, parting a curtain of emerald leaves, we glimpsed it, an ancient colossal tower rising from the mist-shrouded forest. Strangely, though it soared skyward, it remained invisible from afar, surely obscured by the grove's impenetrable fog. The berserker pointed toward the monastery and grinned. "We've arrived. Why don't you go in first?" A flicker of disdain crossed my mind. So this fool expected me to shoulder the danger alone. Did he truly mistake me for a disposable pawn? Still, I stepped forward. Level 28 monsters. With my 240 attack power and 200 defense, they posed little threat, and my 1060 health points guaranteed I wouldn't fall in a single blow. Stone lions, Swan and I, stood sentinel around the monastery, arranged like stars across the courtyard. An aura of solemn majesty radiated from their stony forms, deepening the structure's mystique. The bronze gates were sealed tight, pitted with rust scarred by time and thick with verdigris. When I pressed my palms against them, they refused to budge, immovable, immense. Gritting my teeth, I summoned every ounce of strength, and at last, with a thunderous groan, the gates swung inward, unleashing a wave of savage, oppressive energy. Roar! Roar! 3 Azure Wolf Guards lunged straight at me. Clang! 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 3 slashes tore across my chest, sharp stinging pain, and over 400 health points vanished. Not fatal, But my priest behind me instantly channeled healing light, while the mages began chanting incantations. I leapt backward, drew my bow twice, and dropped one guard with 2 armor-piercing arrows. Glancing back, I saw the 2 berserkers frozen in place, hesitant, unwilling to advance. Damn it! I cursed silently, and realized the peril of this venture. These berserkers weren't merely cowards. They were waiting for my health to dwindle to 0, then striking to kill me outright. And if I fell, my gear would drop. Gear dropped by the 2-player on the celestial rankings. Undoubtedly legendary. I drew a slow, heavy breath. How treacherous this world truly was. I had just saved them, and yet instead of gratitude they schemed betrayal. Chilling indeed. As if signaled by the berserkers, the priest ceased healing me entirely. The mage's fireballs grew sporadic, half-hearted and different, as if expecting me to face the 3 guards alone. Seeing this, a quiet fury rose within me. So, you think I'm easy prey? 2 sharp thunks. 2 ice arrows struck, slowing the remaining guards. I darted in a wide arc, halting beside a swan and eye statue at a safe distance, and called out loudly, "Hey, it's your turn to fight." As anticipated, the extended range broke the guards' aggro. Immediately their wrath turned upon the other 5. Confronted by 2 ravenous azure wolf guards, my 5 teammates faltered desperately. One berserker nearly fell, but I fired an armor-piercing arrow in time, sparing him. Not out of mercy, but because they still served a purpose. If they intended to use me, then let us use each other. After dispatching the 2 guards, the mages sat to restore mana. The berserkers guzzled health potions. Alone, I re-entered the monastery. The moment I stepped across the threshold, I stiffened. Earlier, I'd been too rushed to notice. Now clearly revealed, the entire first floor was divided into countless gray, lifeless cages. A broad stone path ran down the center, while each 10-meter square cell held anywhere from several to dozens of azure wolf guards. Many had already shattered their cages and now prowled the flagstone corridors, cleaving apart any intruder with their massive blades. My gaze swept eastward and froze. Bodies of azure wolf guards littered the path, scattered haphazardly. A suspicion stirred: someone's already been here. No, that was our party's doing. The berserker behind me laughed. But then, things went sideways. That's why we got chased out. I frowned. 2 berserkers, take point. We pushed forward. He flinched, clearly unprepared for such direct command. When neither moved, I gave a cold, mirthless smile. What's wrong? Aren't berserkers meant to lead the charge? If you lack the courage, leave. Return to town. My party tolerates no ornaments. My words landed like iron weights. Flustered, the 2 exchanged awkward grins. Don't misunderstand. We'll serve as frontline shields, of course. They shared a glance, cold, calculating, edged with menace. I saw it, and said nothing. Let them clear the path ahead. I'd stay back, raining armor-piercing arrows, conserving potions, staying safer. For half an hour, our 6-man party carved a narrow corridor through the first floor, until before us loomed a vast circular arena-like cage, surely the core chamber of this tier. At that moment, the 2 berserkers exchanged a subtle, knowing look, preparing for action. I barely registered it, when suddenly darkness swallowed my vision. With a deafening crash, the arena gate burst open, and a black blur shot forth, slamming into me, knocking us both sprawling backward. Thud! My head cracked against stone. Pain flared. Then a delicate floral scent drifted upward. My hands brushed soft, smooth skin. A girl had thrown herself atop me, her entire body pressing down, her supple curves crushing my breath, her silken hair brushing my cheek. Tingling electric. Ow! It hurts. She clutched her arm, scrambled off me, and froze, eyes widening as she took in my face. Her lips parted in silent wonder, her luminous eyes blinking rapidly, her porcelain complexion flushed with shock. After a long pause, she murmured, "Dolt." Just then my teammates shouted in unison, "That girl killed our leader. Without her, we'd have slain the boss already. Qingquang Shusheng, kill her now." Could it be anyone but Ling Xue cradled in my arms? I looked up. Her in-game name, Clear Wind, and flying snow floated above her head, a perfect counterpart to her elder sister Ling Yue's Clear Wind embracing the moon. That sealed my certainty. My voice trembled with excitement. "Ling Xue, is it truly you?" She offered a captivating smile, then swiftly glanced behind her and teased, "Fool. The level 1 boss has been drawn out. Run for your life." Before I could even process her words, a guttural roar shook the arena as its massive gates exploded inward. A savage, oppressive aura flooded the space. From the wreckage strode a towering boss, gripping a blood-drenched greatsword, radiating fury and menace. Azure Wolf King, Black Iron Tier Boss. Level 30. Attack 275,360. Defense 150. Health 40000. Attack type knockback. I flinched slightly. So the boss had indeed appeared. At that moment my 5 teammates shouted in fury, "Qingquang Shusheng, you hesitate still? That woman is no ally." I seized Ling Xue's hand and rose, pivoting instantly to fire a piercing armor arrow. A milky white light erupted upon a berserker's chest plate. He didn't even have time to utter a sound before collapsing, slain outright. The damage number, 1540, left the second berserker utterly stunned. Ling Xue's delicate face hardened. She snapped, "You fools. Do you really think cornering me beside the boss leaves me powerless?" Before the last syllable faded, she dashed forward. Her blade flashed, cold precise, and slit the priest's throat. Crimson spray arced through the air as struck at a vital point. He dissolved into blinding white light and vanished back to town. The remaining berserker recoiled in shock and roared, "Damn it. Qingquang Shusheng and this woman are in cahoots. Attack brothers." His curse remained unfinished. The 3-second cooldown on my piercing armor arrow had already reset. With a resonant twang of golden bowstring, a shaft of pure white light pierced his chest plate. A crimson spatter bloomed, another one-shot kill. In the same breath, Ling Xue's graceful form blurred again. 2 swift strikes felled the second mage. The final mage staggered backward in panic, only to stumble directly into the aggro range of several Azure Wolf guards. His fate was grim, torn limb from limb, scattering potions across the blood-soaked floor. I felt a quiet surprise. I hadn't expected Ling Xue to choose the close combat swordsman class. Clearly she was no docile Persian cat, but rather a spirited, untamable wild kitten. She wore gleaming bronze armor, refined by feminine grace, its streamlined contours accentuating her slender frame. Delicate curves rose beneath polished plates. Her legs, bare beneath the armored skirt, were smooth and luminous. Paired with her exquisite features, she was nothing short of breathtaking, enough to captivate all who beheld her. "Hey, fool, boss incoming, stop staring." Her voice snapped me alert, just as a frigid gust slashed across my back, sending me reeling violently forward. I crashed hard at Ling Xue's feet, losing nearly 600 health points in the impact. She laughed at my disheveled state. "Stop standing there like a statue. Let's slay this boss first." I nodded, scrambled upright, and chugged a healing potion. Ling Xue's defense far surpassed mine. Her full bronze set granted at least 300 defense, enabling her to trade blows boldly with the Azure Wolf King. Yet her offense lagged. Each strike barely chipped away 100 health points. Without delay, I loosed another piercing armor arrow, a flash of white light, and the Azure Wolf King staggered as the number 1025 burst above his head. Relief washed over me. This was merely a level 30 Black Iron Tier boss. My level exceeded his, so such damage was perfectly natural. Ling Xue, however, stared as if witnessing a ghost. She instantly invited me into her party and typed in the group chat, "Fool, how is your attack so high?" I smiled, "We'll talk after. We must focus." She beamed and thus our first true collaboration unfolded, under the crimson glow of mutual infamy. Killing a player incurred 100 points of sin value. Reaching 200 required 2 hours of uninterrupted monster slaying to cleanse. Hardly an insurmountable burden. This Azure Wolf King held low pedigree, dwarfed by the Sword Wolf King, let alone the legendary Gold-tier Skeleton King. Ling Xue carried ample red potions, sustaining herself entirely through them. No priest needed. It was enough to make those 2 fallen berserkers blush with shame. 10 minutes later, the Azure Wolf King let out a final mournful howl, then fell pierced clean through by my piercing armor arrow. A cascade of coins clattered onto the stone floor, gold and silver alike, alongside a single piece of armor, a bracer. Bloodfang bracer, bronze tier, armor. Defense 42. Strength 9. Required level 28. Undetermined. Ling Xue grinned, "This one's mine." "You gather the coins," she added. I nodded, seated myself atop the boss's corpse, and asked as I collected Ling Xue, "What truly happened just now? Why did they claim you killed their captain?" She blinked innocently. "I found this place alone and cleared a path toward the second floor. But my damage was too low. I killed monsters slowly. By the time I finished, new ones had already respawned behind me. So when that group arrived, thinking themselves the first to enter the Azure Wolf King, drawn out by me, wiped them out completely." I sighed wordlessly. "So, you deliberately lured him out?" She pouted. "How could I? Do you take me for that heartless?" I nodded firmly. "Absolutely. It's entirely their fault. They perished as they deserved." She smiled faintly, then asked softly, "Fool, you trust me so easily?" I returned her smile. "Not trust, inescapable belief." "Why? How should I know?" By then I'd tallied the spoils, 11 gold coins and 48 silver. I offered half in trade, but she declined, instantly laughing. "Keep them. I'm not short on coin." I studied her anew. At level 28, she was a probationary swordsman, her gear top tier overall. In truth, her prowess surpassed that of Jian Huolonghan. Her earlier duel had revealed crisp, masterful execution, undeniably elite. It made sense. Ling Yue and Ling Xue were twin sisters. If the elder was the undisputed premier female mage in spiritual agony, how could the younger possibly fall short? Some things, after all, were written in the bloodline. So I said, Ling Xue, you've leveled quickly. She immediately puffed her cheeks. Don't remind me. You used my helmet. That's why I waited in line until past 11 o'clock the next night just to buy a replacement. By the time I logged in, the newbie village was swarming with job seekers. I couldn't even snag half a monster to kill. Otherwise, don't you think I'd be level 30 by now? I froze. Oh, I truly am sorry. I'll make it up to you. She tilted her head, mischief dancing in her eyes. Fool. How exactly do you plan to compensate me? I paused thoughtfully, then ventured with my life. She laughed, a bright warm sound, and teased, oh, is this compensation for me? Or for you? I chuckled, then said earnestly, Ling Xue, tonight let's team up and grind together. Once you hit level 30, I'll give you a surprise. She regarded me curiously, then grinned. Fine. I'll reluctantly accept you as my personal training partner. I nodded, glancing around the first floor of the haunted monastery. The Azure Wolf guards here stood at level 28, not ideal for Ling Xue. True mastery lay in hunting beyond one's level. So I suggested, then let's head to the second floor to train. Have you been there yet? She shook her head. Of course not. The entrance only opened just now after we defeated the Azure Wolf King. I gave a slight nod and stepped into the arena. There at its center, a stone staircase spiraled upward, the gateway to the second floor. A chilling gust of wind swept through, sending shivers down the spine. The second floor of the haunted monastery mirrored the layout of the first, yet the monsters had grown markedly fiercer. Not far ahead stood several elite warriors clad in gleaming silver armor, their breastplates adorned with fierce tiger-shaped emblems. Lure one over, Ling Xue declared. I immediately loosed an ice arrow. The warriors slowly turned, only for Ling Xue to gasp aloud at his face: desiccated, crumbling flesh, sunken ink-black eye sockets, cracked, blackened lips, teeth stained with decay, like a mummified corpse, yet moving with startling agility, gripping a long black spear. Ghost Warrior Enhanced Creature. Level 35. Attack 265,350. Defense 200. Health 4000. Attack type Physical. Defense type Heavy Armor. Trait: these warriors, tormented for centuries by death's grasp, have become thralls of darkness, bound by a single unshakable vow to shield their master from all harm. I instantly compiled the creature's attributes into a bestiary and shared it with Ling Xue. She beamed delightedly. Fool, we've struck gold. I heard enhanced creatures yield slightly higher stats, but double the experience. Then let's get started right away. I smiled faintly. Ling Xue furrowed her delicate brows and murmured softly, ugh, but he looks so revolting. What do we do? Don't be afraid. I'm right here. Do you think he'll devour you? Ling Xue pressed her lips together, stifling a giggle. All right then. I'll just imagine he's Colonel Sanders. I rolled my eyes. Truly, only she could conjure such a comparison. Still, the ghost warrior did bear an uncanny resemblance to the old man, especially that wispy goatee. Drawing my bow, I fired a piercing arrow straight into the warrior's chest. His entire frame jolted violently, and his health plummeted by 578 points. A solid blow, more than enough to sustain our training. Meanwhile, Ling Xue darted forward, her blade flashing in a sweeping arc. The Swordmaster's foundational technique, Thousand Army Sweep. 123. 131. Two sharp metallic clangs rang out as the numbers leapt from the ghost warrior's head. Ling Xue groaned. Ugh, I deal such pitiful damage. Don't you dare laugh at me, you fool. I hastily swallowed my laughter and replied solemnly, your defense is truly impressive. Indeed, her defense was formidable, capable of barely mitigating the warrior's 350-point assault. Her full set of heavy armor was clearly of exceptional quality, and unmistakably bore the imprint of Ling Yue's craftsmanship. As the realm's foremost female, Mage Ling Yue undoubtedly forged countless rare armaments. Among them, the finest bronze-tier armor would naturally be reserved for her younger sister. I had considered unleashing the 1,000-blade arrow for area control, but this narrow space made it impractical. Though Ling Xue's defense held strong against a single foe, facing more would demand a priest's healing support. The upgraded mid-tier piercing arrow surged in power. Within moments, the ghost warrior let out a guttural shriek and collapsed, dropping a single gold coin. I rubbed my eyes to confirm. It was real. A common monster, not even a boss, had yielded actual gold. Rare indeed. Though only one coin, it felt like divine favor. Oh, So much experience. Ling Xue cried out, elated, gazing raptly at her surging experience bar. She cared only for gear, not gold. So she left the coin to me with a playful smile. Right now the exchange rate is 1 gold coin to 5 renminbi. Grinning, I scooped up the 5 yuan coin from the ground. By then Ling Xue had already drawn another ghost warrior, and I plunged back into battle. Fortunately, I'd stocked ample iron arrows and potions before setting out, ensuring hours of uninterrupted training. Perhaps, just perhaps, we'd even reach level 30 together. Time slipped away unnoticed, for hours vanished like mist. All the while we battled monsters and chatted idly. I learned Ling Xue studied at nearby Su University and was playing Spirit Agony over campus Wi-Fi. Hence her occasional lag, perfectly understandable given China Telecom's unpredictable reliability. Midway Ling Yue logged on and messaged, "Did you enjoy dinner?" I replied, "Excellently well. You may arrive 2 hours late tomorrow. No need to abide strictly by protocol. I'll handle your attendance record at month's end." Delighted, I replied, "Thank you so much, Director Ling." She sent a smiling emoji. "Carry on. I'm off to level up too. Perhaps I'll arrive even later than you tomorrow." Soon after, Ziyuner signed on, stuffed beyond belief. I typed back, "Same here." She giggled. Minutes later, Ziyu logged in and messaged, "Scholar, take me leveling." I replied, "Out of the question. I'm already escorting a beauty." "Which beauty? Director Ling or Xia Tian?" I checked my friend list. Xia Tian hadn't yet appeared, so I answered, "Guess." "I can't guess." Seconds later, a system chime rang. "Your friend last summer has logged in." Before I could react, Xia Tian messaged, "Scholar, take me leveling." I refused Ziyu's guidance. Her skills are abysmal. I refused flatly. "No reward, no escort." Xia Tian teased, her tone sultry. "How about letting you touch me at work tomorrow? You've nothing remarkable to offer. Perhaps I'll pat the rotund head of marketing instead." Xia Tian pouted, "You're incorrigible, Scholar. I'll never speak to you again." Naturally, I felt no concern. Silence would torment her far more. She was after all a young woman whose heart fluttered with restless longing. Switching off the communicator, Ling Xue sheathed her slender sword and glanced back at me with a knowing smile. "Fool, why are you grinning so mischievously? What mischief are you up to?" "Nothing, just exchanging pleasantries with Bing Cha and the others. Strengthening workplace bonds." Ling Xue chuckled softly. "Hee. I've actually been part of Snowy Moon Studio all along." "Really?" I asked, genuinely surprised. She laughed brightly. "Of course. Didn't you realize Snowy Moon is formed from the first characters of my name and my elder sister's? How about this? I'll visit Blue Star Plaza tomorrow and see how you're faring there, all right?" My heart leapt. Absolutely no problem. After all, how could I possibly decline a visit from the Blue Star Group's princess? Yet Ling Xue giggled. "Nope. I've got a final exam tomorrow afternoon," Mao Zedong thought. "I'll have to finish it first. Better wait until summer break. I'll intern there instead." I felt a quiet pang of disappointment. All right then. How many days until vacation? It's already June 20th. What do you think? At that very moment, a ghost warrior crumpled lifelessly, clattering to the ground with a golden coin, a dozen silver coins, and a helmet. But the true marvel unfolded above Ling Xue. A radiant golden rain cascaded upon her luminous form. She had ascended to level 30. Ling Xue smiled, gently extending her snow-white palm toward me. "Fool, where's my surprise?" I smiled and said, "Ling Xue, come back to Twilight City with me and wait for me at the warehouse manager." Ling Xue was slightly surprised, but nodded with a smile. "Okay, that sounds good." Then Ling Xue and I simultaneously took out our return scrolls, shattered them, and the immense magical power transported our bodies to Twilight City. Players were coming and going around us, but soon everyone's attention converged on Ling Xue beside me. A beautiful and charming swordswoman like her was bound to attract attention. I quickly went to the side of the warehouse, took out the gleaming Liuguang sword, then entered the materials shop nearby and sent a message to Ling Xue, "Come to the materials shop." A few minutes later, Ling Xue's beautiful figure appeared in the small shop, finally free from those pesky admirers. I directly opened the trading panel, carefully placed the Liuguang sword on it, and then clicked to confirm the trade. Liuguang sword, golden weapon, attack 185-270, strength 24, stamina 20, agility 15. Additional increases the user's attack power by 20 for all skills required, level 30. The dazzling golden sword's flowing light and impressive attributes were intimidating. The first golden weapon in Ling Tong had already caused a stir today, and players worldwide knew that a golden weapon had emerged from the Chinese region, yet no one knew it was in my possession. Looking at the perfect curves and brilliant light of the Liuguang sword, a mist formed in Ling Xue's beautiful eyes, and her voice trembled slightly silly. "Where did you steal this golden weapon from? Why take it out to tempt me?" I couldn't help but smile, confirming the trade again. I didn't steal it, bit dropped from a boss. Ling Xue, your attack power is too low, so this sword is meant for you. Don't say anything polite. If it weren't for your helmet, I wouldn't have had the chance to obtain this equipment. Giving you this sword will ease my guilt a little. Ling Xue's beautiful lips curled into a smile as she gently clicked to confirm and accepted the Liuguang's sword, but then she whispered to me, "Thank you." I teased, "Is that it?" Ling Xue's cheeks flushed immediately as she quietly said, "What else do you want? Do you think just a golden weapon would make me owe you my body?" "Absolutely not. At least it should be a dark gold weapon." I chuckled helplessly. "All right, a dark gold weapon it is. I'll get one eventually." Ling Xue smiled slightly and sweetly said, "Okay, but really thank you this time." In fact, the value of a golden weapon far exceeds that helmet. Looking at her charming demeanor, I couldn't help but say, "If you feel indebted, then take me along to level up." Ling Xue nodded earnestly and said, I was secretly delighted. With Ling Xue by my side, her attack power would undoubtedly become incomparable and our leveling speed would significantly increase. Moreover, leveling up with Ling Xue was truly enjoyable. After all, who wouldn't feel elated leveling up with such a cute beauty? Looking at the time, it was past 2 in the morning, and I said, "Shall we go practice in the Ghost Ancient Temple for a while longer?" Ling Xue smiled and nodded. Sounds good. So we repaired our equipment, bought enough potions, and set off on our journey again. In the depths of the Qingfeng forest, the grass was growing and the orioles were singing in the February sky. However, this time as I passed through here, I felt differently. Ling Xue was walking alongside me. I had always wanted to find her in the game, and now it finally came true, filling my heart with joy. Ling Xue did not disappoint me at all. She remained stunningly beautiful in the game, and every smile and frown seemed to infect others with joy. Ling Xue was different from Ling Yue. Ling Xue was a naturally spirited girl, showing her purest side to everyone. In contrast, Ling Yue was much more profound in her beauty. As the company's director, she rarely smiled in front of others, often appearing cold and unapproachable. Only in the game would she reveal the smile a 20-year-old girl should have. Perhaps the pressure of being the family heir was much greater for Ling Yue. Ling Xue said, "Sister is a remarkable person, and I have always been proud of her." I certainly wouldn't know that in the days to come Ling Yue would say the same to me. However, to me, whether it's Ling Xue or Ling Yue, they are both so outstanding that they instill no courage for any form of disrespect. In nearly half an hour, we had crossed the Qingfeng forest. Along the way, we encountered numerous leveling teams, each with at least 5 members, and some full teams of 10. Naturally, our duo attracted envy, and almost all the male players cast astonished glances at us. Some even approached and said, "Big brother, take me along to level up. I'm already level 19, a berserker, and I have a black iron axe. I absolutely won't hold you back." I replied, "All right, little brother, you should stay in the novice village to kill wolves for a bit. It's very dangerous out here." Ling Xue pursed her lips and smiled. "You're too discouraging." I said, "How can you flirt like that? It's too unrefined." Ling Xue said meaningfully, "Then show me a more refined way to flirt." Taking a deep breath, I smiled at Ling Xue and said, "Fair lady, please wait. Our clothing colors are the same. It's truly fate. Fair lady, may I borrow your—" Stop. Ling Xue couldn't help but laugh. "Silly, turns out you're a rogue too." I wanted to explain, but Ling Xue wouldn't listen anymore. At that moment, we had also ventured deep into the jungle and arrived at the opposite side of the Ghost Ancient Temple. Upon entering the first level, the monsters had already respawned. It was clear that the small team we had just defeated hadn't returned. Their gear was simply inadequate to survive in the first level of the ancient temple. At that moment, a blue wolf guardian charged at us with a large knife. Ling Xue smiled slightly, leaped into action, and the Liuguang sword drew a beautiful arc in the air, striking the blue wolf guardian on the shoulder. 1989. The striking damage number jumped out and my jaw dropped. It wasn't a critical hit, yet it dealt nearly 2,000 points of damage. Ling Xue's attack power was truly terrifying at this moment. Crack. With the second swing, it was another damage value of 1872, and the blue wolf guardian let out a muffled groan before being taken down. I estimated that Ling Xue's attack power had already exceeded 500, almost double mine, which explained the alarming damage numbers. Ling Xue cheered, pulling my arm and laughing, "Silly, did you see that? I took down a level 28 monster in 2 hits. Before it took me 20 hits. I laughed heartily. Indeed impressive. Let's quickly clear these monsters and face the boss on the second level. Good." With the Liuguang sword leading the way, we faced no obstacles. In fact, my opportunities to attack had greatly diminished. Ordinary monsters simply could not withstand 2 strikes from the Liuguang sword. If Ling Xue used a sweeping attack, she could instantly take down monsters. The once fierce blue wolf guardian was cut down painfully like tofu. The boss on the first level of the ancient temple had yet to respawn, so we could still enter the second level. When we arrived at the second level, the ghostly warriors we had defeated earlier had respawned, patrolling the corridors with long spears. This time Ling Xue was particularly exuberant. She charged in with a sweeping attack, dealing consecutive damage values of 1346 and 1423. The ghostly warrior's 4,000 health was suddenly reduced by more than half. After my armor-breaking arrow, Ling Xue struck again, and the level 35 enhanced monster immediately perished, dropping a gold coin and some silver coins. Holding the Liuguang sword, Ling Xue smiled radiantly. Silly, our leveling speed is going to be incredible from now on. I nodded and continued to slay monsters. What originally took a minute to defeat a ghostly warrior now only required 10 seconds. The golden weapon, the Liuguang sword, completely changed the dynamics, turning this swordswoman into a vital source of firepower in our team, while I found myself somewhat idle, occasionally using my healing talent to support Ling Xue. When I used the healing spell for the first time, Ling Xue was immediately surprised. Are you an archer or a priest? I replied, this healing spell is a low-level skill that can't be upgraded, it's a talent. By the way, Ling Xue, what is your talent? Ling Xue smiled slightly. I won't tell you. All right then. For nearly 2 hours, Ling Xue and I cleared every monster on the second floor of the haunted monastery. The Radiant Light Sword's assault was overwhelmingly fierce. These enhanced level 35 monsters stood no chance against its devastating power. Ling Xue, brimming with exhilaration, darted about with flushed cheeks, eagerly hunting down foes. I had advanced to level 3389 toward the next tier, while Ling Xue reached level 31, miraculously securing a spot among the top 10 on the Dusklight City leaderboard, albeit thanks to several key members of Zhanhuan Guild having departed the city. Seizing the opportunity, I briefly returned to the monastery's first floor, only to find numerous player parties already arriving. Yet, predictably, their gear proved subpar, and their levels hovered around 25. They were swiftly slaughtered by the newly spawned Azure Wolf Sentinels. Just as I pondered retrieving some healing potions, Ling Xue burst into the party, chat her voice alight with excitement. Hurry up, you dolt. I've spotted the second floor boss. At the mere mention of a boss, I instantly turned back toward the second floor, carefully circumnavigating the freshly spawned phantom warriors, then consulted my mini-map to locate Ling Xue's glowing orange icon. Within less than 2 minutes, I caught sight of Ling Xue's graceful figure sprinting across the hall. Behind her loomed a colossal warrior, nearly 3 meters tall, hefting a massive longsword that cleaved downward with a thunderous whoosh, unleashing a shockwave that hurled her violently backward. I lunged forward, instinctively catching her slender waist just in time, preventing her fall, but her health bar had already plummeted sharply. My gaze swept over the towering figure, and my breath caught. Clad head-to-toe in obsidian armor, it radiated an aura of dread. Only its eyes gleamed with eerie phosphorescent light. Phantom General Silverdeer Boss. Level 38. Attack 320,450. Defense 250. Health 40000. Attack type Armor Piercing. Special skill Heaven Shaking, Earth Trembling. A subtle tremor ran through me. Without hesitation, I compiled the boss's attributes into an illustrated bestiary and shared it instantly with Ling Xue, whose jaw dropped in stunned silence. What on earth are we going to do now? She whispered. It's armor piercing. No wonder it drained so much of my health at once. I replied, voice low and steady. No more frontal assaults this time. I'll take primary aggro. Ling Xue, wait for your opening and unleash horizontal sweep. Her luminous eyes sparkled with delight as she smiled. Understood. We immediately widened the distance between ourselves and the boss. The Phantom General, seemingly fixated on Ling Xue, strode forward, each heavy footfall reverberating like a drumbeat, so powerful it seemed poised to shatter the very foundations of the haunted monastery. Gripping my golden bow, I drew taut, and a piercing armor-shattering arrow screamed forth, striking the general's chest plate with a resounding boom. Its armor yielded under the arrow's force, dealing 568 points of damage. Instantly, the Phantom General pivoted toward me, charging with weapon raised. Yet fortune favored us. Its movement speed remained sluggish, granting me precious room to maneuver and evade. Ling Xue glided forward, the radiant light sword flashing. A whirlwind of steel erupted in the horizontal sweep technique. 456. 432. Indeed, even wielding the radiant light sword, Ling Xue struggled to inflict meaningful damage upon this boss. Its formidable 250 defense rendered her strikes largely ineffectual. As a swordsman, her standard attacks lacked sufficient penetration against such heavily armored foes. Had Ling Yue joined us, instead, a single fireball might well have seared away nearly 1,000 points of the boss's health. Still, our strategy proved remarkably safe. I never closed within melee range, while Ling Xue, graceful and sharp-witted, engaged only in fleeting evasive strikes like a dragonfly skimming water. Each flicker of her blade left faint gashes upon the general's dark armor, and slowly, steadily, its health dwindled. In under 10 minutes, the Phantom General's health dwindled to less than 1/5 of its maximum. A quiet smile touched my lips. I wonder what treasures this level 38 boss will drop. Ling Xue dimpled sweetly. Whatever it drops is yours. I'll just be your sparring partner this round. I chuckled. No need. Swordsman gear belongs to you. I won't use it. She said nothing more, merely danced forward with ethereal grace, weaving a butterfly dance step that left the boss whirling helplessly in pursuit, never once laying a hand upon her. Just as the boss teetered on the verge of collapse, voices echoed suddenly from the second-floor entrance. My heart tightened. Bitter frustration welled within me. At this critical juncture, more players had arrived. I could only hope they came as allies, not adversaries. Yet fate rarely grants wishes. As the group approached from afar, their names blazed above their heads. Aoshi. I cursed inwardly. Damn it. It's past 3 in the morning. How many of Aoshi's bastards are still online? Into the party channel, I declared firmly. Ling Xue. We may not finish this boss. Prepare for PvP. The prospect of combat lit her eyes brighter still. She responded with a cheerful honeyed yes, then abandoned the boss entirely, dashing away to restore her health fully. At the vanguard of their formation stood Aoshi Quangren and Aoshi Shusheng, 2 old nemesis. Since entering Spirit Sorrow, I'd already dueled them twice, and emerged victorious both times. Quangren's gaze locked onto mine, his expression twisting with venom. This world is smaller than we thought. We paid 50 gold coins for the coordinates to the general's tomb, only to find it already claimed. I met his glare unflinchingly. You again. Quangren sneered. Qingquang Shusheng. Let's see if luck still favors you this time. With that, he wheeled about and barked orders to his followers. Ready yourselves. Whoever slays Qingquang Shusheng earns 100 gold coins from me. 100 gold. I'd almost consider killing myself for that reward. Instantly, a dozen Aoshi berserkers surged forward, axes gleaming, advancing with predatory intent, while dozens more mages and archers fanned out, holding position, awaiting the command to unleash devastation. I gauged the distance, then retreated just 1 pace beyond the effective range of their frost arrows. Their frustration mounted visibly, and I knew full well if they landed even a single frost arrow to slow me escape would vanish. After all, Aoshi had brought 50 players, none below level 20, and Quangren himself stood at level 28. Ling Xue's voice chimed softly in the party channel. What should we do? Shall I rush out and attack right away? Absolutely not. I replied at once. Though you wield a legendary tier weapon, your armor remains far inferior. Those dozens of mages would obliterate you in seconds. Losing the radiant light sword would be an unforgivable loss. She blinked playfully. So what do we do? Am I just supposed to stand here like a statue? I drew a slow, steadying breath, and my gaze fell upon the ever-renewing ranks of phantom warriors in the distance. Inspiration struck. Into the party channel, I said. Ling Xue, circle behind them and draw aggro. I'll do the same from the front. Let's turn their own enemies against them. Her brilliance needed no explanation. Silently, she slipped forward, radiant light sword in hand, using the elongated prison cage as cover to slip unseen behind Aoshi's formation, where waves of newly spawned phantom warriors now rose like a spectral tide. Meanwhile, Aoshi Shusheng, Aoshi's premier assassin level 27, had already vanished into stealth. Clad in polished bronze tier gear, his lethality had grown immeasurably since yesterday. The moment Shusheng disappeared, ice flooded my veins. I sprang backward without hesitation. Quangren roared, trying to flee. Not so fast. Brothers, take him down. Now. But inwardly I smiled, then charged headlong into the mass of phantom warriors, weaving through their ranks with lightning speed, tracing flawless zigzag patterns. Within moments, scores of them, lances raised, low growls rumbling, pursued me in furious unison. In just 2 minutes, I'd drawn nearly 50 phantom warriors, but the peril was known only to me. My positioning wasn't yet flawless. A few glancing blows sent my health bar plunging alarmingly close to 0, leaving me pale with terror. Only frantic gulping of healing potions saved me from death. As I whirled to reorient myself, searing pain exploded across my back. A crimson flash flared. Ding. Combat alert, you have been ambushed by player Aoshi Shusheng, losing 568 health points. A cold wave crashed over me. The blow had reduced my health to fewer than 100 points. Without pause, I bolted, swallowing red potions in rapid succession, while Shusheng laughed coldly and activated his assassin's rush skill, dissolving into a streak of shadow hurtling straight toward me. Everything hinged on this single moment. Stealing my resolve, I whirled and loosed an ice arrow, just as Aoshi Shuebi's bloodthirsty dagger pierced toward my chest. A sharp metallic whisper cut the air, yet astonishingly, I remained standing despite having no health left, and a colossal mist floated above my head. Heaven itself was aiding me. Aoshi Shuebi stared in disbelief at his failed strike. Then before he could react, my ice arrow detonated squarely upon his chest. Instantly frost encased his body, drastically slowing his movements. I seized the precious reprieve to rapidly restore my health, then cautiously led a cohort of ghost warriors straight into Aoshi's formation. Even a fool could now grasp my intent. Aoshi Kwangren's face paled with dread as he roared, "This brat means to use the monsters to wipe us out. Attack him. Archers and mages, take him down now." And I smirked, then abruptly veered sideways, tracing a flawless arc that skimmed just outside Aoshi's circular formation, evading every ranged attack by a hair's breadth. Behind me, the monsters swiftly lost their target and redirected their fury toward Aoshi's ranks. Even more devastating, the silver-tier boss Ghost General, already reduced to critical health by me and Ling Xue, erupted in wrath, cleaving one of Aoshi's mounted knights clean in two. A cold dread gripped Aoshi Kwangren's heart as he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He barked orders without hesitation, "Everyone, retreat to town now." Damn, in my breath caught. I had to admit Aoshi Kwangren possessed remarkable decisiveness. That command had been issued with razor-sharp timing. Yet I had no intention of granting them escape. Having already made the Aoshi clan our sworn enemies within spirit agony, we would play this game to its fullest. So what if it came to PvP? Who feared whom? I surged forward, only to see elite mages across their ranks already unrolling teleport scrolls. Their 5-second casting time could not be interrupted. Once engaged in combat, the scrolls would become useless. With a swift draw, I nocked an iron arrow, and for the first time unleashed my never-before-used area effect skill, Thousand Blade Arrow. A prismatic flash erupted from my golden bow, unleashing a radiant torrent that instantly fractured into countless arrows, raining death upon Aoshi's ranks. Patter, patter, patter. In rapid succession, Thousand Blade Arrow pierced over half their formation. Mages and archers were instantly interrupted mid-cast, and worse, thrust into combat status, forcing them to wait a full minute before disengaging. By then, they would face over 50 ghost warriors, and the ferocious, unstoppable Ghost General. Damage numbers bloomed like crimson blossoms above every Aoshi player's head. Heavy-armored warriors fared well, losing only around 100 health, but mages and archers suffered grievously, each volley stripped away 200 to 300 health points, and several low-level mages nearly perished outright. I laughed aloud. The golden bow's lethality was no mere ornament. Though it fell short of the flowing light sword's brilliance against ordinary players, it was nothing short of a killing instrument, currently ranked second among all weapons in the Equipment Hall of Fame. Just then a spectral silhouette flickered into view nearby, to my right. I cursed inwardly, damn it. Aoshi Shuebi, that assassin truly clung like a shadow. Yet I held a 6th-level advantage over him, easily piercing his stealth veil. Feigning calm, I struck without warning. An ice arrow followed instantly by a fire arrow. Before he could even cry out, Aoshi Shuebi vanished in a flash of light, reborn back in town. What unfolded next was even more spectacular, as Aoshi Kwangren stood paralyzed in dismay. A fierce chorus of bestial roars erupted behind him. A delicate yet radiant young woman, Qingfeng Feishua, herded a massive wave of monsters toward the battlefield, executing the same elegant diagonal incursion I had used moments earlier, transferring the entire horde directly onto Aoshi's formation. Damn it, where did this woman come from? Is she allied with Qingquang Shusheng? The truth was plain, yet Aoshi Kwangren asked anyway, his face livid with rage. Kill Qingfeng Feishua now. An Aoshi berserker charged forward, raising his battle axe high to cleave Ling Xue's back. His gear was impressive, a full set of bronze-tier equipment, including the axe itself. As onlookers collectively held their breath, bracing for the petite beauty's instant demise, reality defied all expectation. A sweet, serene smile played upon Ling Xue's lips. With effortless grace, she pivoted lightly in place, describing a perfect half circle, while her flowing light sword traced an elegant fluid arc through the air. Crack! Na thunderous impact echoed. The berserker staggered backward, blood spraying violently into the air. N3248. A critical strike. None ordinary swing. yet it delivered fatal devastation, obliterating the berserker without mercy. Every Aoshi player drew a sharp collective gasp. None had imagined such devastating power could reside within so delicate a frame. Ling Xue swiftly retrieved the battle axe dropped by the fallen berserker, then bounded to my side, offering it with a radiant smile. Here, you keep the spoils. Without another word, I seized her hand and sprinted backward, far enough to leave every ghost warrior far behind. The two monster groups converged, encircling Aoshi's forces tightly within a corner of the temple's second floor. Steady yourselves, Aoshi Quangren commanded, voice low and steady. Archers, use ice arrows to kite the ghost general. Everyone else, form teams and clear the ghost warriors. Instantly his followers obeyed, organizing themselves with commendable discipline. Yet they had gravely underestimated the ghost warriors' elite 35-level adversaries, far deadlier than their appearance suggested. Within moments, shrieks of agony pierced the air, as several berserkers fell in an instant. Only then did Aoshi Quangren realize these majestic spectral warriors were utterly beyond his party's current level. Soon the ghost warriors shattered Aoshi's outer defenses, advancing relentlessly with lances drawn, turning their assault upon the inner circle of mages and archers. Aoshi Quangren stood defiant, gripping his battle axe, three priests frantically channeling healing spells just to keep him barely alive. Ling Xue and I exchanged knowing glances. She smiled faintly. Shall we continue leveling up? And I grinned, exactly what I had in mind. So we moved to the periphery, dispatching ghost warriors who had lost their targets. After all, clearing these minions would be essential before attempting the boss. Ling Xue danced ahead, her blade flashing thrice, obliterating a full-health ghost warrior in an instant, then turned back with a playful wink. Dolt. We're outpacing them in kill speed. I burst into laughter. Aoshi Quangren, hearing every word, looked ready to collapse from sheer despair. Then together we methodically dispatched the remaining ghost warriors on the outskirts, until none remained. We sat down nearby, chatting idly. Ling Xue asked Dolt, "What did you eat for dinner?" "Enchives scrambled with eggs, and a bottle of beer." "And you?" "An abalone soup." "Nah, your standard of living is impressively refined." "Hee hee, I'll treat you every day if you'd like." Delighted, I replied, "That wouldn't be proper. You're still so young, such extravagance isn't fitting." And Ling Xue nodded readily. "Oh, I understand. But I'm already 20. Not so young, am I?" "How old are you?" "In 23. "No, so you're quite ancient then." Tears streamed down my face. Steady, yes. "Ancient? Absolutely not." Nor light-hearted banter nearly drove Aoshi Quangren to ritual suicide. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "Damn it. I'll settle this score, mark my words. Brothers, ignore the minions. Focus all fire on the ghost general. We won't leave empty-handed after coming this far." And so Aoshi's forces redirected all attacks upon the wounded boss, abandoning the slaughter of peripheral ghost warriors entirely. But fate, it seemed, refused to cooperate. Suddenly the silver-tier ghost general raised his greatsword skyward and unleashed a deafening roar. The earth convulsed. The entire temple trembled as though collapsing. Aoshi's players hemorrhaged health amid the quaking ground, white flashes erupting in frantic succession. Ding. System prompt: the spectral general has used the skill Heavenly Shock and Earthquake. Enormous rocks continuously formed in the air, suddenly crashing down into the crowd, while spikes emerged from the ground, repeatedly launching the proud players into the air. Many mages with low health were directly pierced by the spikes, hanging there in a burst of blood until they transformed into white light and returned to the city. I was in shock. Damn, luckily the proud players arrived. Otherwise, the ones who would have to endure this boss's desperate struggle skills would probably be me and Ling Xue. Looking at the grim scene from afar, Ling Xue chuckled with regret. "Quick, start the video recording." "What a spectacular scene." I said. "I started it 10 minutes ago." In the blink of an eye, the proud players had been slaughtered to the point of near extinction, with only a few mages left desperately counterattacking. After several priests were sent flying by the spectral warrior, the proud madman finally lost his last support and turned back to me and Ling Xue, saying fiercely, "I will definitely settle this score, just wait." A spectral warrior wielding a long spear brutally thrust it into the proud madman's chest. In an instant, the proud madman let out a pained grunt and returned to the city. Next, in less than half a minute, all the players from the proud family fell one by one, with none surviving. This means that in this battle, all of the proud members lost a level. Ling Xue laughed and said, "This person is so fierce. How did you offend them, idiot?" I replied, "They stole my stuff, so I beat them up, and then we became enemies." "Oh, I see." Ling Xue smiled slightly, pointing at the distant BOSS, and said, "Then let's lure the boss over. We're going to reap the benefits." I laughed heartily and cautiously approached, raising my golden bow. A shot of ice arrow directly hit the chest of the spectral general. However, inevitably, I also attracted as many as 7 small monsters. The spectral general's heavenly shock and earthquake skill had ended, and it immediately lunged at me with its sword. I ran back while saying to Ling Xue, "I'll draw the boss, you take care of these small monsters first." Ling Xue nodded gladly, brandishing her flowing light sword and sweeping through like a whirlwind. In a flash of her sword, one spectral warrior's health was instantly cut in half. Although I knew Ling Xue's attacks were incredibly powerful, witnessing them in person still left me amazed. With such a potent weapon at her side, it would be difficult for Ling Xue not to make it onto the leaderboard. In just a few minutes, Ling Xue successfully killed several spectral warriors that had followed us, turning her gaze towards the boss, the spectral general. At this moment, the spectral general had only a sliver of health left, yet it wouldn't fall. This left me quite helpless, and I had no choice but to continue attacking with armor-piercing arrows. Fearing that the spectral general might trigger its heavenly shock and earthquake skill from a close-range attack, Ling Xue didn't approach, but watched me fight from the side. She also followed me in evading the boss's pursuit. I must say her grasp of rhythm and positioning in the game was quite remarkable, even making me feel a bit embarrassed. Finally, with a reluctant roar, the health of the spectral general was finally depleted. Its massive body collapsed like a small mountain, and at the same time equipment and gold dropped. Ding. System prompt: congratulations, you have killed the silver grade boss, the spectral general, earning 100 experience points and 500 reputation. Ding. System prompt: congratulations, your level has increased. The consecutive system notifications filled me with joy. I finally reached level 34. Looking at the level rankings, I was disappointed to find that I had dropped to 3rd place in Twilight City. The first was level 35 Qingfeng Lan Yue, followed by level 34 Jinhua Guizhi. It seems that after obtaining the Vanishing set, that Guizhi fellow has indeed been leveling up alone a lot, skyrocketing in levels in such a short time. Ling Xue cheered and lightly ran to the boss, gathering up all the equipment and gold, then returned to my side. She first gave me 50 gold coins and then laid out all the equipment before me, smiling slightly. "Idiot, come on and share the loot." I couldn't help but chuckle and took the equipment, looking at it. There were 3 items in total: a helmet, a staff, and a pair of boots. Judging by their luster, they were all bronze equipment. Spectral helmet, bronze. Armor defense 65, strength 8. Required level 35, unidentified flame staff. Silver magic attack 35, 80 intelligence, 12 additional fire magic attack. 5 required level 35, unidentified soul battle boots, silver. Armor defense 75, strength 14. Required level 35, unidentified. Looking at the attributes of the 3 pieces of equipment, I couldn't help but be slightly astonished. My judgment was indeed off. I misidentified 2 pieces, and surprisingly 2 of them were actually silver-grade equipment. Ling Xue glanced at the equipment and smiled. "These silver-grade boots are really nice." I immediately traded the spectral helmet and soul battle boots to her, saying, "Since we got these pieces together, you can have what you can use. I'm having bad luck today and don't have anything for myself." Ling Xue accepted the equipment with a slight smile. "The flame staff is also quite good, you can take it to sell." I nodded and said, "Let's return to the city to identify the equipment." "Sure." I immediately used a return scroll, and with a flash of light, I appeared in Twilight City. I rushed straight to the identification shop, and when I arrived, I found that Ling Xue was already waiting inside. Placing the spectral helmet on the counter, Ling Xue sweetly smiled. "Master, can you give me a discount?" The identifier glanced at the beautiful girl and said, "I'll give you an 80 discount, 80 silver coins." I was immediately stunned. Could this TMD actually bargain? How come I never knew this before? Ling Xue quickly paid the silver coins, and in a flash of light, the attributes of the spectral helmet appeared. Spectral helmet, bronze. Armor defense 85, strength 12, stamina 8, required level 35. The attributes had increased significantly, and the high-level equipment also brought high defense. I believe Ling Xue's defense value would soon reach the level of iron armor. She then placed the silver-grade soul battle boots on the counter, and Ling Xue asked with a smile, "Master, how about this one?" The identifier glanced at it and said 10 gold coins. Ling Xue smiled sweetly. "That means after the 20 discount, it would be 8 gold coins, right?" The identifier was slightly taken aback, then nodded. Thus Ling Xue quickly paid, and after the identification, the attributes of the soul battle boots appeared before us. Soul battle boots, silver. Armor defense 95, strength 18, stamina 10, required level 35. Looking at the attributes of the soul battle boots, I couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, these attributes are incredibly strong." Ling Xue smiled sweetly. Once I reach level 35, I'll really be able to tank and kill monsters. Idiot, let's continue tomorrow and go to the 3rd floor of the ancient temple. You'll definitely get some equipment. I nodded. With the flowing light sword in her hand, I naturally had to make good use of it. At least now Ling Xue's monster-killing speed felt like it was flying. At this moment, I also took out my own loot, placing the flame staff directly on the counter. The identifier rolled his eyes and said 20 gold coins. I asked, is it also at a discount? No discounts. I was speechless. Damn. Does beauty have the privilege of discounts? I regretted not having Ling Xue identify it together with me and painfully pulled out 20 gold coins. The identifier casually waved his hand over the flame staff, and the light instantly burst forth. Flame staff, silver magic attack, 50125 intelligence, 16 stamina, 10 additional fire magic attack, 25 required level 35. Looking at the flame staff, Ling Xue couldn't help but drop her jaw, unable to resist, saying, "Wow, such a strong magic attack." I was also dumbfounded, immediately feeling that the 20 gold coins were truly worth it. Ling Xue smiled and estimated, this weapon is definitely worth over 1,000 gold coins now, and it's hard to find a buyer. I nodded and said, very good, I'll sell it in a few days. Ling Xue laughed and said, why not sell it to your sister? I was taken aback, then remembered that Ling Yue was also a fire-type mage. Her flame set was a fire-type set, and now paired with this flame staff, it seemed perfect. However, I had my own calculations. If this matter went slightly awry, it could turn sour. It was nearly impossible to give such good equipment to Ling Yue, as my relationship with her wasn't that deep. Giving the flowing light sword to Ling Xue was because I owed her a precious game helmet which caused her to lag in levels. But Ling Yue was different. Knew I had no reason to give her equipment. Moreover, even if I did, it would raise rumors. After all, Ling Yue was nominally Wang Junjia's girlfriend, and if I wanted to continue mingling in the Blue Star group, I had to be cautious about this matter. Seeing my frowning expression, Ling Xue smiled and said, idiot, what are you thinking about? I stored the flame staff in my bag and said, nothing much. It's getting late. Ling Xue, you should rest early. You have the MMO exam tomorrow, right? I have to go to work tomorrow too. Ling Xue nodded with a smile. I'll get online after the exam tomorrow afternoon, so remember to wait for me. I smiled and said, okay, go to sleep. I don't want to see you with panda eyes next time. Ling Xue sweetly smiled, preparing to log off. I also clicked to go offline, my body gradually fading away. But at that moment, Ling Xue suddenly grabbed me and said, idiot, wait. What's wrong? Fool? You haven't added me as a friend yet. How will you find me tomorrow? So I quickly added Ling Xue as a friend, and the two of us logged off together. I logged off just after 4 in the morning and ended up sleeping until 9 when I finally woke up. It was already late, but fortunately Ling Yue had promised to look out for me, so I wasn't in a rush. After getting up and freshening up, I left the house feeling refreshed. Upon arriving at the company, I clocked in late. As I walked into the office, Xia Tian was lounging on the sofa, unabashedly declaring, Sister Bingxia, you won't believe it. I've seen all kinds of men. I'm as mature as stainless steel, hard and shining. Bingxia was speechless. Didn't you just say you were a novice? How come you're suddenly an expert now? Xia Tian laughed and explained, it's not the same thing. One can have rich experience without having to personally go through it. Bingxia simply ignored her and continued sipping her iced tea. As I walked in, Bingxia immediately set down her newspaper and smiled, Scholar, you finally made it. I nodded with a smile. I logged off late last night. Bingxia quickly opened a web page and said, come look. You're already a celebrity in Linghong. I leaned closer and was shocked to see a highly popular post pinned at the top of the Linghong forum. Post title, in the midst of the flames of war, the Aoshi family declares war on the reckless scholar and the Qingfeng Feishua. The poster was Aoshi Quangren, and the content of the post went something like this. The usually righteous Aoshi family went to the ghostly temple to level up, but was ambushed by 2 despicable players, leading to their annihilation. Those 2 players were none other than the masters listed on the Twilight City leaderboard, Reckless Scholar and Qingfeng Feishua. I, Aoshi Quangren, swear to make these reckless ones regret for life and ensure they have no place in Linghong. Immediately, a wave of Aoshi players chimed in, praising Aoshi as the symbol of righteousness in Twilight City, while I and Ling Xue became the despicable minions sent by the demon Lord Lucifer. However, wise ones pointed out sharply, don't you Aoshi know what you are? Do you think stirring up trouble on the forum can change your dog-like behavior? Yet one reply was pinned again, and the author was none other than Qingfeng Feishua, Ling Xue. Ling Xue's statement was simple, just a single line: who attacked whom first. Everyone can watch the video. Then came a video window, and upon opening it, I saw the scene where Ling Xue and I led the monsters that resulted in the Aoshi annihilation. The audio clearly captured Aoshi Kwangren's arrogant words, making the truth evident. Thus, Aoshi faced a wave of scorn as countless players bravely pointed out Aoshi's various misdeeds in Twilight City. Some even publicly stood up for the beautiful Ling Xue, as the video clearly showcased her stunning beauty. How could such a lovely girl be wronged without inciting anger? However, someone quickly pointed out Qingfeng Fixue's appearance was strikingly similar to the top female, mage Qingfeng Ling Yue. And so another forum storm ensued with speculations flying. Some astutely remarked that Qingfeng Ling Yue and Qingfeng Fixue might be twin sisters, or at the very least siblings. This could be inferred from their in-game IDs. The flames of war continued to spread, quickly turning back to me as people began to question the relationship between Reckless Scholar and Qingfeng Fixue, leading to yet more speculation. I smiled slightly, realizing that after logging off, Ling Xue hadn't gone to sleep right away, but had instead stirred up trouble on the forums. Truly, she was a restless spirit. After watching the video, Xia Tian looked at me with sparkling eyes and said, "Scholar, I never realized you were so handsome." I shot her a glance, deciding to ignore her, otherwise she would start bragging again. Just then a beautiful figure pushed the door open, and it was none other than Ling Yue. Ling Yue was still in formal attire, standing gracefully at the door of the development department office, asking, "Are you all at work?" Bingxia respectfully replied, "Yes, Director Ling." Ling Yue stepped inside, walked over to my side, and pulled out an envelope revealing 800 yuan in cash. "Scholar, this is your payment." I was taken aback. "What payment?" Ling Yue replied, "Did you forget? Last night you gave me a total of 155 gold coins. According to the current exchange rate, that's 775 renminbi. Here's 800 for you." I didn't hesitate, reaching out to take the money. It felt like a lifesaver, and I didn't need to put on a facade. I came here to earn a living after all. Ling Yue smiled slightly, but then took out another envelope from her small bag, revealing a thick stack of red bills. When Ling Yue handed me this envelope, I was stunned. "Director Ling, what is this for?" Ling Yue's smile faded as she said seriously, "I know you acquired a 35-level silver weapon, the Blazing Staff, last night. I've decided to buy it from you." I was momentarily surprised. "So Ling Xue has already told you?" Ling Yue said, "Of course, she's my sister. Why would there be anything she would hide from me? Here's 5,000 yuan, which I'll consider as 1,000 gold coins. I know this is a bit low for the Blazing Staff, so I hope you won't mind." I laughed, knowing I wouldn't complain. Currently, those who trade equipment offline often get scammed, and now that real cash was right in front of me, it would be foolish to refuse. So I accepted the envelope and said, "Wait for me in Twilight City when I log in this afternoon." "Okay." Ling Yue nodded slightly and left. The atmosphere among the girls in the Shuyue studio immediately lightened. Ling Yue, as the planning and operations director, had a certain presence. At work, she always carried herself with such grace, making her seem both approachable and yet distant. Perhaps the greatest difference between Ling Yue and Ling Xue was the pressure they bore on their shoulders. In the morning, after a bit of idle time, I received notice that we didn't have to work in the afternoon. We could go home and level up while still getting paid, so everyone happily left. Luo Yu silently spent the day online taking numerous notes, and then packed up her notebook and left with Ziyue. Bingxia and Xia Tian chatted and laughed as they exited. I was the last to leave, locked the door, and caught up with them at the elevator. The office is located on the 15th floor of the building, so we naturally took the elevator. When the elevator doors opened, I found it already quite crowded. As our group of girls from the development department piled in, it became cramped. I stood in the corner, extending my arm to block the advance of a hefty woman from the marketing department. However, when I turned my face, I was surprised to see another familiar face. Standing next to me was Wang Junjie, impeccably dressed, and the general manager of the company. So even the general manager had to take the elevator. Several newly arrived employees turned to him, respectfully greeting Director Wang. Wang Junjie appeared relaxed and nodded graciously, resembling a leader inspecting the morale of the people. Just as the elevator was about to close, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared. It was Ling Yue. Ling Yue glanced around and finally bit her lip, deciding to squeeze, and since time was precious. Wang Junjie immediately raised his hand to greet her. "Yue, over here." Ling Yue was momentarily taken aback, a hint of distaste crossing her features, but it was too late to exit as the elevator doors had closed. Several women from the marketing department squeezed aside to clear a path, hoping to allow Ling Yue to stand next to Wang Junjie. But with so many people in the elevator, if Ling Yue moved over, she would end up in his embrace. Bingxia and Xia Tian exchanged glances while Ziyue and Luo Yu said nothing, merely watching. At that moment, Ling Yue's beautiful gaze fell on me. She immediately revealed a hint of joy and deliberately walked over, avoiding Wang Junjie's outstretched arm. In the crowd's chaos, she suddenly lost her balance and fell right into my arms. I was already leaning against the wall, and with Ling Yue colliding into me, I felt two soft mounds pressing against my chest. I was momentarily stunned. Ling Yue's figure was undoubtedly real, and a sweet fragrance wafted into my nose, leaving my hands hanging awkwardly in the air. Wang Junjie looked shocked, his face contorted with anger as he exclaimed, "Ah, Yue." Ling Yue let out a soft hum, comfortably nestled in my embrace, and gently placed her arm on my shoulder, leaning closer to my ear, whispering, "Scholar, thank you." I felt awkward and replied, "No need to mention it, it's the least I could do." As a result, Ling Yue's cheeks flushed red, growing warm. Wang Junjie's face turned livid, a deep shade of anger, as everyone knew that Ling Yue was his girlfriend. Now she was openly leaning against another man. How could he tolerate that? However, soon enough, Wang Junjie showed me why he could rise to the position of general manager at such a young age. He smiled faintly and confidently said, "Well, it is indeed a bit crowded in the elevator during work hours." Bing Xia and Xia Tian wore serious expressions, revealing not a hint of emotion, while Ziyue and Luo Yu struggled to suppress their laughter. The marketing women chimed in, "Yes, Director Wang, we should add another elevator line in our office area." Wang Junjie nodded, "Yes, I'll consider it shortly." Stepping out of the elevator, Ling Yue's alluring figure finally withdrew from my embrace, and I exhaled deeply. Phew. Reciting the Diamond Sutra with every fiber of my being was the only thing that kept me from an involuntary physical reaction. That was dangerously close. If my body had betrayed me in front of everyone, I'd have become infamous across launching group overnight. Ling Yue didn't walk far. She fell into step beside me and asked, "Shall I drive you home?" "The car's just ahead." I shook my head. "No need. I'll head back on my own." Letting her drive me again would make me look like a kept man. Ling Yue smiled faintly. "Very well. Just remember, my blazing staff awaits you online." "Understood. Don't worry." She then strode toward the parking lot. Moments later, a crimson sedan emerged. She turned once more, offered a graceful smile, waved lightly, and vanished into the city's flowing traffic. I chuckled freely. Just as I was about to leave, a voice rang out behind me, "Ding Shusheng, halt." The voice was unmistakably familiar. Wang Junjie. A wry inward smile flickered across my face. I knew he'd come, but not this soon. Turning, I saw Wang Junjie standing not far away, his gaze sharp with venom as he enunciated each word, "Keep your distance from Yu. You know full well what your position is." I gave a light, unruffled smile and asked casually, "Oh, and what exactly is my position?" Wang Junjie ground his teeth in fury, "You're nothing but a penniless office worker. Don't dare flaunt yourself before me. If you want to keep your job at launching, stay far away from Yu. Stay out of her life, permanently." I let out a soft, amused laugh. "Mr. Wang, aren't you also an employee? Do you truly believe your worth is so uniquely exalted?" Wang Junjie seethed, gritting his teeth. "Don't mistake my restraint for weakness. I've already shown you extraordinary leniency. Had I acted on impulse earlier, I'd have kicked you out of launching group myself." I glanced at him, pity lacing my tone. "So this is how you respond when you fail to win the woman you desire? Let me be frank. You think I still care deeply about this job? Besides, I was introduced here by Ling Xue. As long as neither Ling Yue nor Ling Xue speaks against me, no one, not even you, can compel me to leave." My words were calm and unshaken. Wang Junjie snorted coldly and retorted, "Fine. We'll see who prevails." With that, he turned sharply and strode away, arrogant, imperious. I stood there alone, letting out a quiet, rueful laugh. From now on, things would no longer proceed smoothly. Was it truly worth it? Deep down, I knew the truth. Ling Yue might merely be using me as a warning to Wang Junjie. In that case, I was nothing more than a pawn in her game. Yet, watching Wang Junjie's overbearing arrogance, I willingly accepted that role. Who says a single pawn cannot reshape the entire board? Back home, I ordered an extravagant takeout meal. Today, thanks to the gear I'd acquired, I'd earned 500 RMB from Ling Yue, the first real windfall from the game. Time at last to indulge, just a little. Before long, the delivery arrived, authentic fiery Sichuan cuisine from Chuanfulu, so exquisite it lingered in memory long after the last bite. For dishes cost me 300 yuan, still reasonable. Leftovers went straight into the fridge. I reheated the next day. They'd cost me barely 50 per meal. This was the quiet, uncomplicated joy of a bachelor's life. After dinner, I headed downstairs to a nearby electronics market and bought a counterfeit branded smartphone for 800 yuan. Thrilled, I inserted my new SIM card, only to realize I'd forgotten every contact number. Ling Xue's, utterly gone from memory. Never mind, I'd sort it out later. Logging in, it was already nearly 2 in the afternoon. Within seconds, a soft chime sounded. A message had arrived. "Qingfeng Lan Yue, my staff." I smiled and replied, "Meet me at the warehouse." Soon after, Ling Yue appeared at the eastern gate of Twilight City, her blazing armor shimmering with radiant crimson light, transforming her into a phoenix reborn in flame. Breathtaking, awe-inspiring. Players across the square turned instinctively. Those preparing to leave the city for training paused mid-step, whispering in admiration, "Isn't that Qingfeng Lanyue, the top-ranked female mage in China? Truly a rare beauty. I've never laid eyes on anyone so stunning. Tisk tsk, those curves, that bust, those hips, those legs." Ling Yue's expression remained icy. She ignored them entirely, walking straight to my side and asking flatly, "Did you retrieve it?" I nodded and swiftly completed the trade. The blazing staff glowed vividly as its attributes materialized before us. Blazing staff, Silverdeer. Magic attack 50,125. Intelligence 16. Vitality 10. Bonus fire magic damage 25. Required level 35. Ling Yue's eyes lit up with delight and fervent hope as she gazed at me and said softly, "Scholar, thank you." I smiled and confirmed the transaction. "I didn't give it away for free. I charged you." Ling Yue's lips curved into a teasing smile. "But last night, wasn't it you who gifted Ling Xue a golden tier longsword?" I flushed with embarrassment and stammered that was different. I owed her. This is entirely separate. Ling Yue seemed lost in thought for a moment, murmuring quietly, "What if one day you gave me gear too?" I blinked, startled. "Director Ling, did you say gear?" She snapped back to awareness, shaking her head with a light laugh. "Nothing at all. So, where do you plan to train later?" I paused, then replied, "Ling Xue said she'd log in right after finishing her ideological and moral cultivation exam. I'm planning to join her at the haunted monastery. Those monsters yield exceptional experience." Ling Yue pursed her lips in a gentle smile. "May I accompany you?" I hesitated, then answered readily, "Of course. A high-output mage like you would be invaluable. With your support, we could sweep through the first 2, and possibly even the 3rd floors." Ling Yue eagerly equipped the blazing staff. Crimson light danced along its length, casting warm, flickering reflections across her porcelain-fair face, her subtle smile evoking quiet wonder. "Now at last I've fully assembled the blazing armor set," she declared, beaming with delight. I nodded. "Tonight we'll tackle the haunted monastery, aiming for the 4th floor. That should secure at least 1 level up for both of us. But Ling Xue as a swordsman won't withstand the mobs alone. We'll need a high-healing priest dedicated solely to keeping her alive. Only then will our party composition be truly complete." Ling Yue considered it briefly. "I have no priests among my friends, and the highest level priest in our company is only level 25 with limited healing capacity." "I see." I fell silent for a beat, then suddenly recalled someone. "I'll find a priest myself." Ling Yue nodded enthusiastically. "Excellent." I opened my friend list. Ziyuner was indeed online. Without delay, I initiated a voice call. She took a few seconds to respond. Then her melodious voice filled the line, "Scholar." I smiled and asked, "Are you free tonight?" Ziyuner laughed. "Oh, inviting me to dinner." "Well, dinner can wait," I replied. "I simply wanted to ask, do you have a party scheduled for tonight? If not, would you join ours? I've already recruited 2 elite players. We're heading to floors 3 and 4 of the haunted monastery." Ziyuner chuckled warmly. "Count me in. In that case, I'll skip training with Longhun's group tonight and join yours instead. Just hope those elite players you mentioned live up to the hype." I patted my chest with mock solemnity. "They won't just meet your expectations, they'll utterly astound you." As if there were any doubt. Ling Xue wielded the golden tier flowing light sword, while Ling Yue now wore the bronze tier blazing armor set and held the silver tier blazing staff. Together, their offensive power ranked easily among the top 10 in Lingtong. As for me, I lagged slightly. Though my golden tier longbow had dominated early on, time waits for no one, and to remain competitive among true elites, I'd soon need to upgrade again. Seeing Ziyuner's eager acceptance, I said, "Then it's settled. Meet us at 6 sharp tonight at the Eastern Plaza of Twilight City. Punctuality is essential." "Agreed," she replied with a cheerful laugh. I ended the call and turned to Ling Yue. 6 o'clock at the Eastern Plaza, no issues with that, right?" She nodded. "None at all. I'll just eat a bit earlier. So what shall we do now?" I thought for a moment. I need to raise my proficiency in area effect skills. I'll spend this afternoon grinding low-level mobs somewhere nearby. Ling Yue smiled faintly. "Ah, I see. My Crimson Flame C skill also needs upgrading to intermediate level, and I happen to know a perfect spot for you, ideal for AoE practice and rich in experience." I grinned immediately. "Where is it? Follow me." She extended her hand and invited me into her party. Supplemented with potions, I walked alongside Ling Yue, leaving Twilight City and heading east, traveling quite a distance. Finally, to the east of Twilight City, we found a high ground, a place where the Light Army once resisted the Dark Legion, with countless ancient heroes' tombstones standing on the hill for the descendants of the Light God clan to pay their respects. Of course, from the moment I chose humanity, I had already become a valiant warrior of the Light God clan. Looking at the continuous mountains and graveyards ahead, Ling Yue smiled slightly and said, "This place is called the Heroes' Cemetery, a great leveling spot." I looked into the distance and was startled to find that among the graveyard numerous hell skeletons were wandering aimlessly. These skeletons were covered in green rust, wielding broken iron swords, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, and they moved sluggishly. Hell Skeleton Common Monster. Level 35. Attack 240,295. Defense 160. Health 4,000. Defense type heavy armor, takes extra damage from magical attacks. Without hesitation, Ling Yue raised her hand and cast a fireball, hitting one of the hell skeletons and causing it to stagger, losing 1342 health points. I must say, after acquiring the flame staff, Ling Yue's fire magic attacks had become exceedingly formidable. Scholar, look. Ling Yue giggled. What is it? I looked over. Ling Yue lowered her flame staff and smiled. See how long it takes for that hell skeleton to reach us. I was taken aback for a moment, but soon understood Ling Yue's intention. I saw the hell skeleton staggering, dragging its heavy sword, creeping towards us at a painfully slow pace. After almost 10 seconds, the hell skeleton finally reached us. Ling Yue raised her hand and cast another fireball, turning it into empty health. I then followed up with a piercing arrow, and the skeleton shattered into a pile, dropping dozens of silver coins. Moreover, the experience from the skeleton was quite considerable. I hesitated for a moment and turned to ask, Ling Yue, did you level up here before? Ling Yue nodded with a smile. Yes, it's quite good here. The monsters are all heavy armor, and they go down very quickly with magic. Especially after you gifted me the Scarlet Flame, see, it became even easier to eliminate monsters with my area spells. I smiled, saying, I'm glad to help you. I initially thought that skill book was useless. Ling Yue chuckled. All right, let's split up to level. She pointed to the left, saying, you go to that hill, and I'll take the one on the right. Let's draw monsters and use our area skills to kill them. I nodded and flew over. The two hills were not far apart, but here tombstones were everywhere, and ghostly flames floated around, coupled with the hell skeletons crawling about, creating a rather eerie atmosphere. Perhaps Ling Yue was a bit scared, which is why she didn't want me to go too far. Looking back, I saw Ling Yue's beautiful figure gracefully weaving through the crowd of hell skeletons, quickly drawing dozens of them, and then began to unleash the Scarlet Flame. See. In that blazing fire, the health bars of the hell skeletons dropped sharply, and in the blink of an eye, a number of them fell. Since we were in the same visual field, I still received experience, although it was a bit less. In Lingtong, the experience distribution rule is based on the attack output and healing output of team members. Thus, I also approached the graveyard on the left side, drawing a horde of hell skeletons in the same manner. Their movement speed was so slow that they quickly lagged behind and formed a pile, allowing me to swiftly start using my 1,000-blade arrow. Bang! Colorful light burst forth as the arrows transformed into countless shards, raining down upon the heads of the hell skeletons, with damage numbers soaring, ranging from 200 to 300. I couldn't help but take a breath with my attack. This was the extent of the damage I could inflict. It seemed that this truly was a leveling paradise for mages. Ordinary physical damage classes would struggle to break through the skeleton's defenses here. However, although my single target damage was low, the 1,000-blade arrow could hit nearly 30 monsters at once. So when calculated, 200 multiplied by 30 equaled 6,000. This means that a single use of my 1,000-blade arrow could inflict a total of 6,000 damage on these monsters. What an impressive feat. Moreover, compared to Ling Yue, I had an advantage, as the natural attack speed of agile classes like archers and assassins was 50 higher than other classes. This meant that my skill casting speed was much faster than Ling Yue's. Consequently, while Ling Yue was taking down a group of monsters, I was doing the same, and experience was soaring rapidly. With high attack power, using area skills to eliminate monsters was quite a pleasant experience. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed, and my bag of blue potions was nearly empty. I even went to deliver potions to Ling Yue once. Mages have weak physiques and carry little. After all, it would be quite absurd for a delicate girl like Ling Yue to carry a whole bag of blue potions. In those 3 hours, I reached 34th level with 98 experience, just 2 percentage points away from leveling up to 35. I must say, leveling becomes increasingly difficult as you progress. The experience needed for level 34 could probably elevate other players from level 25 to level 32. As for equipment, those hell skeletons were rather generous, providing me with 4 pieces of gear over 3 hours, all around level 28 black iron gear, which could each be sold for a few gold coins at the marketplace in Twilight City. Just as I was preparing to return to the city, Ling Xue finally came online. I immediately sent a message. How did the exam go? Ling Xue replied, I logged in so late, what do you think? I guess you must have failed. I couldn't help but laugh as she seemed quite nonchalant about it. After a few seconds, Ling Xue asked, are you leveling with sister? I replied, yes, I found a good spot to grind my skill proficiency. I'm almost ready to level up my intermediate 1000-blade arrow. Also, let's meet at the East Gate Square in an hour. I called Ling Yue and another priest to level up together at the ghostly ancient temple. I hope to reach level 36 today. Ling Xue sent a smiley face emoji. Okay, I will log off to eat. Alright. Ling Xue was offline again in less than 2 minutes. At this moment, Ling Yue also tidied up the gold coins and equipment dropped by the monsters and walked over to me saying, Scholar, I'm logging off to eat. See you in an hour. I nodded. Just as I was about to return to the city, Ling Yue stretched out her delicate hand and pressed it on my wrist, blinking her eyes and saying, I have 6 pieces of black iron equipment. Selling them to the equipment merchant would only get a few silver coins. What a pity. Would you like them? I didn't have time to set up a stall. I was taken aback and nodded with a smile saying, all right, give them to me. After I sell them, I'll give you the gold coins. Ling Yue couldn't help but smile. No need to pay me back, am I that stingy? I smiled slightly, and at that moment Ling Yue had already tossed the 6 pieces of black iron armor directly to me before returning to the city. I opened my bag to take a look and found that I already owned 10 pieces of black iron armor, and by good fortune, I had gathered a 5-piece set called the Forest White set, which granted an additional 5 physical defense. Haha, this is quite a nice low-tier defensive set. I couldn't help but smile and returned to the city, arriving at the square and shouting, selling 28 level black iron armor sets at a low price. If you want to buy, come quickly. Oh, once this village is gone, there won't be another store. Soon a group of players dressed like beggars in heavy armor surrounded me, admiring the attributes of the equipment at my stall. A swordsman player asked, how much for the entire set? I replied, what's your offer? 50 gold coins. The other party said sincerely. I shook my head. 100 gold coins, that's my final offer. The swordsman pondered for a moment, then nodded, saying, all right, deal. Thus, the 5 pieces of black iron gear that Ling Yue didn't want were sold by me for a high price of 100 gold coins. Women, even though Ling Yue is the heir of the Blue Star Group and certainly more adept at business than I am in the game, she falls short in matters like this. Next, the other 5 spare pieces of black iron armor were also sold at a low price, averaging 5 gold coins each. Overall, these gold coins were enough to reimburse all the expenses of our 4-person leveling team for tonight. Thus, I logged off with a broad smile, reheated the lunch, and began to feast at the dining table. After a satisfying meal, I patted my belly and glanced at the clock, already 5:50. I sipped a cup of jasmine-scented green tea and then retreated to my room to log in. A flash of light enveloped me, and I materialized in the plaza before the east gate of Twilight City. In the distance, a stunning young woman stood by the city gate, glancing eagerly in all directions. Ling Xue. She appeared to be waiting for someone, her beautiful eyes shimmering with lively anticipation. I strode toward her immediately. Ling Xue spotted me at once and hurried over with graceful steps, smiling warmly. You dolt. You're finally online. Where's elder sister? I checked my friend's list. The name Ling Yue glowed brightly. She's probably buying potions, I replied. Ling Xue, have you restocked your supplies? Fully stocked. Ling Xue nodded. Just then Ling Yue emerged from the apothecary down the street and approached us in moments, standing side by side with her sister. I froze in astonishment. 2 identical beauties stood before me. Had it not been for their distinct armor, I would have been utterly unable to tell Ling Xue from Ling Yue. I'd had no mental preparation for this. Girls as exquisitely lovely as Ling Xue and Ling Yue were rare beyond measure. I'd even suspected they might be one and the same person. Yet now, seeing them together, my thoughts tumbled like storm-tossed waves, shattering every prior assumption. Reality affirmed an undeniable truth. In online realms, true beauty reigned supreme. Not only I, but players across Twilight City halted mid-step, struck dumb as if struck by lightning, rooted to the spot. How wondrous is the creator's artistry! How could such peerless maidens as Ling Xue and Ling Yue exist in this world, embodying the very essence of celestial grace and earthly elegance? Unconsciously, I gazed longer. Ling Xue's face was porcelain smooth, her lips curved in a radiant, spirited smile. Ling Yue stood beside her, equally exquisite, her delicate features softened by a gentle, knowing smile. Ling Xue leaned in playfully, Elder sister, I failed my afternoon Mao Zedong thought exam. Ling Yue chuckled. Why did you fail? Because I miswrote the content of N representatives. Does Mao Zedong thought even cover those representatives? Exactly. That's why I'm doomed to fail. Ling Yue smiled faintly. No matter. Failing is fine. What matters is leveling up. Ling Xue giggled. I stood nearby, skin prickling. These sisters were truly extraordinary. By now many players had activated their screenshot systems capturing images of the twin beauties, while I standing between them naturally faded into the background as mere foil. Several players were already edging forward eager to strike up conversation. Fortunately Zi Yun arrived just then. Her gaze swept over Ling Xue and Ling Yue, and she gasped softly, Qingfeng Lan Yu. Qingfeng Fei Xue. Heavens above. She turned to me. Shusheng, you said you sought 2 elite companions to level with. Surely you mean them. I nodded. Well, are they not qualified? Qualified? Of course, they're more than qualified. I'm afraid I'll hold you back. I glanced at her profile, level 30. She wouldn't hinder us at all. In spirit agony priests rarely reached such heights. Level 30 marked her as a peerless master healer. So I declared, let's go, before a riot breaks out. Ling Xue blinked innocently. Why would there be a riot? Ling Yue explained with a wry smile, Shusheng's gear is top tier. Everyone wants to snatch it. Ling Xue nodded enlightened. I sighed inwardly, dashed through the gate, and formed a 4-person party. Only upon entering the Qingfeng Grove did I finally exhale, relieved to escape that prickling sensation of being watched. Teaming up with 3 peerless beauties truly invited envy. Ling Yue had met Zi Yun before during our earlier grind in the Netherworld Caverns, so she offered a friendly greeting. Ling Xue simply smiled politely at Zi Yun, her acknowledgement complete. With my quiet encouragement, Ling Xue and Ling Yue added Zi Yun as friends. When Zi Yun mentioned her guild's Swordfire, Ling Xue smiled. I know Swordfire. Elder sister told me about it. Zi Yun laughed. I saw the video this morning of Qingfeng Fei Xue and Shusheng battling others. Never imagined I'd meet you in person. So Qingfeng Lan Yu and Qingfeng Fei Xue really are twins. Ling Xue exchanged pleasantries, then asked me with a playful glint, Dolt, how's work at the company? Anyone giving you trouble? Tell me. I'll have elder sister sorted out right now. Ling Yu's expression shifted subtly. She glanced at me, then sent a private message, Shusheng, do not mention anything about me and Wang Junjie to Xue. I hesitated, then told Ling Xue, everything's fine. She blinked, but asked no further. By then we'd arrived beneath the ancient ghost-haunted temple. Ling Yue and Zi Yun, seeing it for the first time, gaped in awe, while Ling Xue and I seasoned visitors stepped forward without pause and shoved open the temple's massive doors. Instantly 3 azure wolves surged forward. Ling Xue and I were ready. Each intercepted 1 wolf. My golden bow loosed 2 piercing arrows. Armor shattered, and 1 wolf fell instantly. Ling Xue dispatched hers with a single sweeping blow, clean and decisive. Ling Yue reacted swiftly. Fireballs arced through the air, while Zi Yun's holy judgment struck true. Between them the central wolf crumpled effortlessly. 3 azure wolves slain in under 30 seconds. Proof enough of our party's formidable strength. Far off, a group of a dozen players approached the ghost-haunted temple. I commanded sharply, inside. Bypassed the first floor, head straight to the second. The girls nodded in unison and followed me across the threshold. The temple's ground floor teemed with scattered azure wolves, but our levels were high enough that most ignored us. We wove deftly through the mob, dispatching only those that threatened our path. Upon reaching the second floor, a horde of ghost warriors awaited, and I felt a surge of exhilaration. To our party, they were little more than mobile experience points. Ling Xue grinned. So, how shall we kill them this time? Ling Yue and I exchanged knowing smiles. Xue, you'll lure and tank. Ling Yue and I will unleash AoE attacks. Zi Yun, keep Xue healed. Any objections? Ling Xue beamed radiant with confidence. Just luring and tanking. No problem at all. Zi Yun nodded cheerfully. Healing just 1 person. With Xue's gear, that's effortless. I gave a firm nod. Then, let's begin. No sooner had the words left my lips than Ling Xue darted into the mob, a fleeting, elegant blur. Like a dragonfly skimming water, she brushed against the monsters and withdrew. Within moments, over 100 ghost warriors surged after her. Under the warriors' barrage, Ling Xue's health plummeted, until Zi Yun raised her staff with practiced ease. A soft, milky white light washed over Ling Xue's head, restoring nearly 400 health points. Within 3 seconds, a second healing spell followed. Her bar filled completely. Ling Yue and I acted without delay. Crimson flames of the scorched sea technique erupted alongside the silver streaks of thousand-blade arrows blazing across the second floor. Against such dense hordes, our AoE damage reached its zenith. Waves of crimson numbers soared as ghost warriors' health bars vanished in unison. Within 2 minutes, the first wave of 50 ghost warriors collapsed. Gold coins scattered across the floor, glinting amid rare equipment drops. Even more astonishing was the experience gain. In mere minutes, Yue leveled up to 31. Her mouth fell open in disbelief. This is far too fast. Ling Yue smiled faintly. I simply replied, you'll get used to it. In less than an hour, we had completely exterminated the monsters in the ghostly temple, leaving us astonished by the sheer brutality of our team. In that short time, Yue leveled up to 32, Ling Xue reached level 34, and I had already attained level 35, while Ling Yue remained the highest level player among us at level 37. The Phantom Warrior dropped several pieces of bronze-grade equipment, which we divided among ourselves. I obtained a leather helmet with a defense of 55. Although the attributes were decent, it was clearly insufficient to replace my Qi Yen set, so I stowed it away in my bag for selling later. During this time, I visited the first floor of the temple and found that it had been claimed by a sizable guild. They believed they had found a treasure and happily occupied the first floor, preventing anyone from ascending to the second floor. This was actually beneficial for us, as it alleviated our concerns. The boss on the second floor, the ghostly warlord, had already been defeated by Ling Xue and me in the early hours. It wouldn't respawn that quickly, so after clearing out the smaller monsters, we had unobstructed access to the third floor of the temple. Upon stepping into the third floor of the ghostly temple, a chilling wind assaulted us. Looking up, we were startled to see a group of demonized warriors wielding shields. These warriors were long dead, their faces weathered and ghastly, grasping shields in one hand and short blades in the other. Iron Armored Guardian, elite monster, level 40, attack 200, 280 defense, 400 health, 4000. Ling Xue was slightly taken aback by the terrifying visage of the Iron Armored Guardian and quickly grabbed my arm, saying, "Fool, this monster is too disgusting." I chuckled, "You're just not used to it yet. Don't worry, you'll take care of these monsters." Ling Xue smiled brightly. "Okay, thank you." I smiled slightly. There was logic in my role as the monster tank. My current defense was 225, which could easily withstand the 280 attack of the Iron Armored Guardian. These monsters had extremely high defense with 400 heavy armor, and I suspected that even my armor-piercing arrows wouldn't deal significant damage. On the other hand, Ling Xue, wielding the flowing light sword, could penetrate the monster's defenses. Of course, the main killer for these monsters would undoubtedly be Ling Yue. Against high armored defenses, magic possesses an additional 25 damage bonus, and using the Red Flame C against such heavily armored monsters was particularly suitable. I sheathed my golden bow and equipped the shimmering dagger, charging directly into the mob of monsters. In less than half a minute, I returned with a group of Iron Armored Guardians, but my health was nearly depleted, so I quickly consumed a health potion, while Yue's healing magic arrived just in time. In an instant, Ling Yue unleashed the Red Flame C on the third floor, the intense flames scorching the heavy armor of the Iron Armored Guardians. With double damage, these level 40 elite monsters fell one after another, contributing to the experience of the four of us present. Ling Xue wielded the flowing light sword, striking down the fleeing Iron Armored Guardians from the outside. With over 500 attack power, she showed no fear of their high defenses, consistently inflicting damage above 500. At this point, one had to acknowledge a fact: the early lack of equipment made the defenses of heavy armor classes insufficiently robust. However, as we progressed to the later stages, various heavy armor pieces began to drop significantly, enhancing the defense of classes like swordsmen. Often archers of the same level found it impossible to breach the defenses of knights and berserkers, leading them to rely on mages to deal with high defense classes. This was the awkward position of archers and assassins. They could only flaunt their power to mages and priests. Lacking the firepower of the thousand-blade arrow made Ling Yue's task slightly more challenging, but within 10 minutes, she still managed to defeat this batch of monsters. My thousand-blade arrow also successfully leveled up to intermediate, and the equipment and gold that dropped were left for Ling Xue to collect while I prepared to attract the next wave of monsters. After nearly 2 hours, the third floor of the ghostly temple was cleared of monsters. As we stood on the outskirts of the Colosseum, we could all feel the oppressive aura emanating from within. We exchanged glances, and if we weren't mistaken, it must be the guarding boss of the third floor of the temple. Ling Xue asked, "Fool, do you want to lure the monsters in, or should I?" I pondered for a moment. "Let Ling Xue go." "Why is that?" Ling Xue looked up at me. I shrugged. "There's no choice. Your defense is nearly double mine, and your health cap is significantly higher. Ling Xue chuckled softly. Your explanation is valid. Alright, I'll go in and be right back. With that, she leaped into the Colosseum. Not feeling at ease, I followed her in. Suddenly, the ground ahead cracked open, and out of nowhere a massive figure burst forth from the ground. It was clad in sleek black armor with two sharp blades protruding from its jaws. This colossal creature resembled an oversized dung beetle. Oh, what is this? Fool, run for your life. Ling Xue was so frightened that her face turned pale. She grabbed my hand and pulled me out of the Colosseum. I stumbled out of the Colosseum, dragged by Ling Xue, and Ling Yue immediately asked what happened. Why do you two look so flustered? Ling Xue pointed back. Sister, a beetle has emerged from inside. Ling Yue replied, what's so scary about a beetle? You two are really... Before she could finish her sentence, a loud crash rang out as the wall in front of us suddenly exploded. The beetle's blades had pierced through the thick wall, and its gigantic body burst forth. I couldn't see the boss attributes, so I asked Ling Yue, can you see the boss level? Ling Yue quickly glanced while fleeing and sent the monster's attribute profile in the party. Rotten Devourer, Silver Grade Boss, Level 42 Attack, 350-440 Defense, 500 Health, 50,000 Defense Type, Heavy Armor, susceptible to additional damage from magic. Damn, so high in defense. I couldn't help but exclaim, and seeing that the boss attack wasn't overwhelming, Ling Xue revealed a confident smile, raising her flowing light sword and cheerfully saying, let's get to work. Sister Ziyuner, make sure to heal me. Ziyuner immediately came to a halt and nodded with a smile. Ling Xue then stepped forward, raising her flowing light sword to strike. With a loud bang, the flowing light sword left a scratch on the beetle's shell, dealing 324 points of damage. I was slightly taken aback and quickly released an armor-piercing arrow. A flash of white light appeared, and 326 points of damage floated above the beetle's head. It turned out that my damage was not much better than Ling Xue's. At that moment, Ling Yue cast a fireball that soared through the air, smashing directly into the beetle's heavy armor, dealing a remarkable 1024 points of damage. Indeed, she was the first female mage in Spirit Whale, and such attacks were truly unmatched by anyone else. The beetle launched an attack, its blades sweeping across Ling Xue's shoulder. A flash of blood appeared as she took 500 points of damage, but Ziyuner's healing spell arrived just in time, pulling her health back up. With this, Ling Xue only needed to use potions as needed, and withstanding this boss was absolutely no problem. In an instant, the sounds of fierce battle echoed from the end of the third floor of the ghostly temple. Meanwhile, on the first floor, those level 25 players were still desperately battling the level 28 Blue Wolf guards. I wondered what they would think if they saw the scene unfolding here. Perhaps to them, a level 42 boss was merely a distant dream. Moments later, under the relentless assault of Ling Yue's fireballs and the red flame, see the beetle's health steadily depleted, while Ling Xue continued to ruthlessly unleash her skill, sweeping thousands. Finally, with one of my armor-piercing arrows, the beetle finally fell, its mountain-like body crashing to the ground. Ding. System notification: congratulations, your party has defeated the silver grade boss Rotten Devourer, earning 700 experience points and 350 reputation. The four-person team divided the boss experience. Although it wasn't a lot, it was still quite decent. Ling Xue found the beetle too disgusting, so I was tasked with cleaning up the battlefield. Beneath the beetle's corpse, I found 27 gold coins, a set of armored leggings, and a skill book. The armored leggings glimmered faintly, clearly not an ordinary item. Several girls immediately gathered around, and Ling Xue smiled as she asked, "Fool, take a look, take a look." I shared the attributes of the skill book. Resurrection Prophecy grants a resurrection effect to a teammate, allowing them to be reborn at the original spot if they die within 60 minutes. Requirement: Apprentice, Priest, level 30. It is well known that the Priest class in Ling Tong cannot learn resurrection skills from mentors and can only rely on monsters to drop related books. It seems we have obtained this book. Ziyuner smiled with dimples and happily said, looking at it this way, can I learn from this skill book? I looked at Ling Xue and Ling Yue and said I agree to give it to Ziyuner. What about you guys? Ling Yue nodded with a smile and said, of course. Ling Xue blinked and said, now it's good. Oh, our team is finally not afraid of being instant killed. So I directly traded the exceptionally precious book of Resurrection Prophecy to Ziyuner. With a flash of light, she learned the skill, and then with a graceful motion of her hand, a milky white beam of light immediately fell on Ling Xue, gradually descending until it formed a swirling halo at Ling Xue's feet, which moved beautifully with her. Ding. Battle prompt: player Qingfeng Fei Xue has gained the effect of Resurrection Prophecy, allowing them to be reborn within 60 minutes if they die. Ling Xue cheered, and said now even if I'm instant-killed, I won't be afraid. Zi Yuner nodded with a smile, and said yes, this skill has a cooldown of 10 minutes, which means I can grant everyone a resurrection effect soon. I smiled and continued to share the attributes of the armored leg guards in the team. The exquisite leg guards shimmered with blue light, looking very beautiful. Frost leg guards, silver equipment. Armor defense 75, strength 10, stamina 6, additional increases water type skill attack power by 15, required level 35 not identified. Everyone was slightly taken aback. The attributes of these leg guards were already impressive without identification. What would they be like if identified? So I immediately tossed the leg guards to Ling Xue and said you can equip them as soon as you level up once. Ling Xue nodded happily and said yes. Ling Yue looked at the staircase leading to the upper level and said let's go to the 4th floor and kill some small monsters first. On the 4th floor of the ancient ghost temple, gusts of cold wind howled through, filling the entire tower with a chilling atmosphere. In the distance, pairs of blood-red eyes were fixated on us, the players who had just arrived on the 4th floor. Ling Xue couldn't help but be startled, stepping back a bit and leaning against my shoulder. I gently nudged her and patted her delicate shoulder, signaling her not to be afraid. Ling Xue looked up at me, smiled, and then stood by my side with her sword in hand. Ling Yue seemed to notice our expressions, but said nothing, letting out a light sigh revealing a hint of loneliness. Zi Yuner, holding her staff, released Resurrection Prophecy for the 2nd time, and the target was none other than me, probably because I was the second one here who could engage in melee. Right in front of us, the source of Ling Xue's fear was a cavalryman riding on a giant beast. With dark hollow eyes flashing with a strange color, the soldier was clad in tattered leather armor, revealing half-decayed flesh and white bones beneath. These long-dead soldiers held the reins, controlling the raging beast beneath them. The raging beast was also dead, its eyes rotting away to mere black holes, emanating a foul stench with bones exposed, and spewing foul air, entirely reliant on the soldier on its back to direct its attacks. Beast Rider Corpse Soldier, enhanced monster level, attack, defense, health, attack type. Additional, possesses a tearing attack effect, doubling damage against cloth armor targets. Looking at the series of question marks, only one additional attribute was visible, and I was slightly startled, asking Ling Yue, can you see the attributes of this monster? Ling Yue shook her head, speechless. I can't see them. It should be around level 45. Ling Xue couldn't help but open her mouth in surprise, saying so high. Ling Yue smiled and nodded yes, the higher the level, the more experience and equipment we get. Zi Yuner also smiled and said then, shall we lure one over to kill? Everyone agreed, so I stepped forward and directly cast an ice arrow to lure one Beast Rider Corpse Soldier over. I saw the soldier's empty eye socket suddenly lock onto my position, then he pulled the reins and directed the raging beast toward us. Ling Yue raised her hand and cast a fireball which exploded against the soldier's chest. The soldier staggered and a damage number floated above its head, 764. That was quite a decent attack. I immediately followed up with a piercing arrow, and a white light shot forth, striking the soldier's neck, instantly displaying a noticeable number, 823. It seems that my piercing arrow is slightly more powerful than Ling Yue's fireball. Ling Xue held the flowing light sword, gracefully stepped forward and struck the beast's forehead with her sword. With a bang, the beast let out a pained grunt, but it only lost 435 health points. Ling Xue immediately complained, saying I can't reach the cavalry, I can only hit them out. What should I do? Ling Yue couldn't help but giggle and said that's because Xue isn't tall enough. Ling Xue smiled and said I'm already 168 meters tall. If I get any taller, no one will want me. Zi Yuner listened nearby, covering her mouth as she chuckled. Meanwhile, the Beast Rider Corpse Soldier suddenly launched an attack, driving the raging beast forward. The beast swiftly turned its head, and its sharp fangs grazed Ling Xue's delicate shoulder. Slish! With a soft sound, Ling Xue was knocked back a few steps, and a damage number of 769 appeared above her head. I immediately felt a jolt in my heart, exchanging glances with Ling Yue. This ordinary monster's attack was indeed fierce, even stronger than the Guardian boss on the 3rd level. It seems that luring many monsters for a group attack was impossible, as Ling Xue, this little warrior, simply couldn't withstand it. So I quickly said, Ling Xue, fall back a bit and lure the monsters one by one. Let's all kill them together. Ling Xue understood, smiled, and nodded lightly, stepping to lure the Beast Rider Corpse Soldier, which had decent movement speed, over. With that, Ling Yue and I immediately distanced ourselves, striking the Beast Rider Corpse Soldier from both sides with heavy blows. Zi Yuner quickly restored Ling Xue's health to full, and then cast a curse skill atop the Beast Rider Corpse Soldier, instantly cloaking the fierce monster in a layer of purple, slightly reducing its movement speed. Most importantly, Ziyun'er's curse greatly reduced the defense value of the Beast Rider Corpse Soldier, making it easier for Ling Yue and me to hit it. Even Ling Xue could deal nearly 1,000 points of damage with each hit. Although this method of killing monsters was cautious, it was actually not slow. Especially after Ziyun'er's curse succeeded, the Beast Rider Corpse Soldier's health of about 10,000 points dropped rapidly. When I released my fourth piercing arrow, the Beast Rider Corpse Soldier let out a mournful cry, collapsing along with the beast and dropping several gold coins. I saw clearly that indeed several gold coins dropped. It was rare a non-boss enhanced monster could be so generous, dropping several gold coins in one go. I had never seen that before. As a result, the three girls all found this monster too disgusting, so the task of picking up the gold coins fell entirely on me. I stepped forward, kicked the white bones of the Beast Rider Corpse Soldier aside, and collected the few gold coins, while on the other side, under Ling Yue's suggestion, Ziyun'er had already lured another Beast Rider Corpse Soldier over with a curse, and the three girls began another furious assault. I immediately walked up, raised my hand, and shot a piercing arrow. When I released the piercing arrow for the second time, I saw Ling Xue's sweeping attack directly kill the Beast Rider Corpse Soldier. Clang! Not only were there gold coins, but this time a glimmering blue wristband also fell to the ground. Ling Xue gently nudged my arm with her elbow and laughed. "Don't go take a look at what that gear looks like." I smiled faintly, utterly speechless. How could these young ladies possibly fear undead monsters so much? The Lingtong continent was by its very nature a battlefield where light clashed eternally with darkness. Humanity, elves, and half-beasts stood united against the invading Dark Legion, a horde commanded by demons themselves, composed of vile sorcerers, death knight riders, and skeletal warriors, none of whom bore even a trace of charm. That said, the slimes and goblinlings encountered just beyond the novice village were relatively benign, precisely the sort of creatures Ling Xue and her kind might find endearing. Yet these were merely low-tier foes. In Lingtong, a game meticulously crafted for realism, higher-level monsters grew increasingly terrifying in appearance, archmages and corrupted dragons being but two grim examples. As this thought crossed my mind, I had already reached the beast-riding corpse soldier and stooped to retrieve the bracer and several gold coins. The moment my fingers brushed the exquisitely wrought bracer, a solemn, reverent aura resonated faintly within it. Without hesitation, I shared the bracer's attributes with the party. Stormwind Bracer, Silver Deer Armor. Defense 72. Strength 10. Vitality 4. Bonus increases attack speed by 1. Required level 40. Set bonus. Undetermined. A stunned silence fell over the group. This Stormwind Bracer was not only a silver tier artifact, but part of a set, and most crucially granted attack speed. A true treasure. Logically, completing the full set should boost attack speed by roughly 10%, an exceptionally fine enhancement. I glanced sidelong at Ling Xue beside me. She was only level 34. "You're still far from ready," I remarked. She swiftly snatched the Stormwind Bracer from my hand, blushing faintly and offering a delicate, playful smile. "Better to prepare before the storm." Everyone chuckled. Ziyun'er added, "Then let's press on. Clear every monster on this fourth floor today. If we can gather the entire Stormwind set, all the better." I nodded, then asked Ling Xue, "Do you have an exam tomorrow?" She smiled softly. "Dolt. Have you forgotten? Tomorrow is the weekend." I blinked, startled, and turned to Ling Yue, who smiled gently. "Yes. Which means you won't need to work tomorrow or the day after. Focus entirely on leveling up. Let's see who among us reaches level 40 first and completes their class advancement. Rumor has it the system grants a lavish reward to the very first player to do so." Ling Yue spoke wistfully, then added, "Many players must be sacrificing rest right now, grinding relentlessly." I drew a deep breath and declared, "Then neither will I rest these days until I hit level 40. I refuse to let the title of Lingtong's first level 40 player fall into foreign hands." Ling Yue nodded with a quiet smile. "Exactly what I intend to do." At that moment, Ziyun'er had already lured a third beast-riding corpse soldier, and once again we closed in for the assault. Yet disappointment was absent. The Stormwind set, as a silver-tier artifact, boasted an exceedingly low drop rate. Aside from the single piece we'd obtained from our second kill, none appeared among the dozen or more corpse soldiers slain over the next half hour. Only a handful of Blackronier armor pieces dropped instead, leaving us mildly exasperated. Still, I claimed them all without hesitation, and soon my inventory overflowed with assorted black iron armor. Before we knew it, hours had slipped away, and glancing at the real-world clock, I saw it was already past 3 a.m. The young ladies wore unmistakable signs of fatigue. Yet one source of solace remained: the experience yielded by these beast-riding corpse soldiers was extraordinarily generous. I had advanced to level 36, Ling Yue remained at 37, though she confidently affirmed that defeating this floor's boss would surely elevate her to 38. Ling Xue had reached 35, while Zi Yuner, having surged from 30 to 34 since joining us, was leveling fastest of all. 2 more pieces of the Stormwind set had dropped, though the helmet and boots remained elusive. The chestplate and greaves possessed impressive stats. Yet the predicament was clear: we had eradicated every beast-riding corpse soldier on this floor. Their respawn would not occur for several more hours. Ling Xue stood before me dainty and radiant, rubbing her eyes sleepily as she murmured, so tired. It seems we won't complete the Stormwind set tonight, dolt. Shall we return tomorrow evening? I readily agreed. The leveling pace here was extraordinary, and having 2 formidable allies like Ling Yue and Ling Xue was nothing short of ideal. Zi Yuner's healing, of course, was indispensable. She gazed toward the arena at the center of the 4th floor of the ancient temple and said, shall I lure out this floor's guardian boss? Once defeated, we'll log off and rest. Ling Yue nodded, smiling, yes. Let's get some sleep early. Otherwise, father will accuse us both of neglecting our duties again. Shusheng chuckled softly. Watching the sisters' easy rapport stirred a quiet ache within me. I had no siblings. My parents had divorced long ago and hadn't visited me in over a decade, reportedly having left the country. I'd completed university under the care of a kind aunt. Family, kinship, felt distant, almost mythical. Hey Shusheng, what are you thinking about? Ling Yue's voice broke through my reverie. She stood beside me and lightly bumped my arm. I snapped back to reality and offered an awkward smile. Nothing much, just wondering when I'll finally have a circle of friends, no longer standing alone like a lone general. Ling Yue gave a gentle, knowing smile. Aren't we all your friends already? Why speak so bleakly? As if you were born under a star of utter solitude. Zi Yuner chimed in, nodding warmly, and everyone in Swordfire is your friend too. Unless, of course, you think us unworthy. I hurried to laugh. How could that be? I'm afraid I'd be the one deemed unworthy of Swordfire. At that moment, Ling Xue's graceful figure appeared ahead. She glanced back briefly, then darted toward us, her radiant light sword gleaming as she flew across the ground. Clang! Clang! The earth trembled beneath our feet. With a thunderous crash, the arena gates shattered into splinters, and a colossal bestial head emerged, followed by a titanic body. Upon its armored spine sat a towering boss-clad head, Toto in gleaming plate, his sapphire cloak billowing fiercely in the wind. Beast riding corpse king, gold tier boss. Level: attack, defense, health. Bonus: inflicts paralysis on hit, with a chance to stun the target. As anticipated, the boss's full attributes remained shrouded. Yet this alone confirmed one truth: he dwarfed all previous bosses in stature, power, and rarity, for he was a gold-tier entity. A gold-tier boss meant a tangible, if slim, chance of dropping gold-tier gear. A single such item could transform even the greenest novice into a seasoned veteran. I raised my golden bow, heart quickening with anticipation, and declared, ladies, tonight's final battle begins now. Ling Yue raised the fiery staff in her hand, smiling, great. After defeating this boss, I can finally get some sleep. I couldn't help but feel speechless. It turns out she was so eager for sleep. But then again, it's not surprising. People say that beauty is born from sleep and adequate rest is beneficial for one's looks. What girl doesn't love beauty? I believe she is just trying to level up quickly. Once her rank stabilizes, Ling Yue, Ling Xue, and Zi Yuner probably won't stay up so late to sleep. Staying up late is a privilege for a single young man like me. At that moment, the Beastrider Corpse King charged forth on its mount. The ferocious beast lunged at us, and Ling Xue quickly raised her flowing light sword to block. A sharp clang echoed as sparks flew from the sword's edge, and Ling Xue was knocked back several steps. 1,347. A large number floated above Ling Xue's head. Her health had been halved in an instant. Everyone was stunned. Just then, the Corpse King on the beast's back launched an attack, raising its sword high and bringing it down with ferocity. Boom! The sword light shot forth, and a 5-meter-long sword energy struck Ling Xue. Ding! Combat prompt: player Qingfeng Feishue has been attacked by the Beastrider Corpse King's sword energy skill, losing 2,345 health points. Player Qingfeng Feishue has died. Immediately after, another sound resounded. Ding! System prompt: the effect of resurrection prophecy has taken place, and player Qingfeng Feishue has revived without any loss. Ling Xue stood before us fully revived, but her beautiful face was pale. She hurriedly ran back to my side, still shaken, and said, "Wow, that boss's attack power is so fierce." We were all astonished. Even with Ling Xue's high defense, she was instantly killed by that sword energy skill. If any of us had been hit, we probably would have been left with nothing. Ziyuner immediately tried to cast Resurrection Prophecy on Ling Xue, but received a prompt that a player can only accept Resurrection Prophecy once every 2 hours. This meant that Ling Xue could not revive again. If she died, now she would drop from level 35 back to 34, which would be a huge loss. Ling Yue looked somewhat confused and turned to me asking, "What do we do now? Should we continue fighting this boss?" I pondered briefly and replied solemnly, "Of course we should. But Ling Xue should not participate anymore. She can watch from a distance. The rest of us will fight. Ling Yue will use Ice Arrow combined with Fireball, I will use Fire Arrow combined with Armor-Piercing Arrow, and Ziyuner will cast Curses. Remember, the Corpse King's deadly skill has a range of 5 yards. While our ranged attacks are over 20 yards away, keep a safe distance." Everyone nodded in agreement, and at that moment the Beastrider Corpse King charged at us fiercely, its massive body shaking the entire ghostly temple. I drew my golden bow and fired an Ice Arrow. With a sharp sound, the Ice Arrow exploded against the Corpse King's chest, dealing 124 damage. That was quite low. So I switched to an Armor-Piercing Arrow and shot again, this time dealing 437 damage. A significant improvement. Meanwhile, after failing 3 times, Ziyuner's curse skill finally succeeded, covering the Beastrider Corpse King with a purple unhealthy halo. Ling Yue's Fireball and Ice Arrow skills continuously bombarded the boss's chest. Everyone knew that attacking the mount wouldn't be very effective. Only targeting the main body would threaten the boss's life. After Ziyuner's curse significantly reduced the boss's defense, my Armor-Piercing Arrow dealt an astonishing 821 damage. Ling Yue's Fireball also caused nearly 800 points of damage, making her attacks extremely fierce. Though we couldn't see how much health the boss had left after about 10 minutes of fighting, we noticed a significant reduction in the Corpse King's health bar, and it seemed we could finish it off in about an hour. After successfully casting the curse, Ziyuner used her Judgment skill to attack, but each hit only dealt a meager 30 damage. However, she didn't lose heart and kept attacking one by one. In contrast, Ling Yue and I balanced our damage output, so the boss's attention kept shifting between us. Fortunately, our maneuvers were quite good, and we accurately maintained our distance, making us quite safe for the time being. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and as it neared 4 a.m., Ling Yue finally showed signs of fatigue. Just then the boss suddenly launched an attack, seizing the moment of the slow effect to rush in front of Ling Yue, its massive sword transforming into a beam of sword light. Puff! Ling Yue was instantly killed, and the white light gradually coalesced as she began to respawn. The boss lost its target and immediately turned to charge at me. Caught off guard as I released the Ice Arrow, the boss's sword energy reached me. I felt a sharp pain in my chest as if I had been torn apart. Dang. Combat prompt: you have been attacked by the Beastrider Corpse King's sword energy skill, suffering from paralysis and dizziness, losing 3,345 health points. You have died. Shortly thereafter, another sound echoed. Ding. System prompt: the effect of Resurrection Prophecy has taken place. You have revived at the same spot without any loss. After a false alarm, I couldn't help but break into a cold sweat and quickly backed up a few steps. The BOSS, slowed by the Ice Arrow, found it difficult to catch up with me. Behind me, Ling Yue, who had just revived, also launched an attack with Fireball and Ice Arrow flying forth. Bang! The Fireball shone brilliantly upon striking the Corpse King's chest. Finally, this golden grade boss let out a thunderous roar before its massive body collapsed, dropping some equipment and a large amount of gold. Ling Yue let out a sigh of relief and said softly, "That was close." Ling Xue and Ziyuner gathered around, and I naturally stepped forward to kick aside the boss's arm and collect the gold beneath it. 257 coins in total. Looking again, I saw a blue cloak lying nearby, and next to it was a piece of equipment that made my heart race. Clearly, it was a beautifully curved, exquisite longbow. Ling Xue noticed it and smiled lightly. Finally, the fool can change weapons. I smiled knowingly and picked up both pieces of equipment first, sharing the cloak's attributes within the team. Moonshadow Cloak, Golden Grade. Armor Defense 85, Strength 12, Stamina 8, required level 35, unidentified. Wow, it's actually a Golden Grade item. I was slightly surprised and handed this neat armor cloak to Ling Xue, as it was something she could equip. With this, she now possessed 2 Golden Grade pieces of equipment. In terms of equipment, Ling Xue might have become the best equipped player in the world. It's frustrating that the monsters in the 3rd and 4th levels of the temple are all heavy armor types, and the dropped equipment is also heavy armor. This inadvertently benefits Ling Xue. I only hope that the monsters in the 5th and 6th levels will include some mage or assassin types, so that Ling Yue, Ziyuner, and I can also get some decent gear. At this moment, Ling Xue, holding the Moonshadow Cloak, was overjoyed and sweetly said, "Scholar, quickly check the attributes of that bow." I nodded and promptly posted the longbow's attributes in the team channel. Star Chasing Bow Golden Grade Attack 225250 Strength 10 Agility 8 Required Level 45 Unidentified. In an instant, everyone seemed petrified. After a long while, Ling Yue murmured, "It hasn't even been identified, and its attack power can rival the flowing light sword. From now on, Scholar's attacks will be ridiculously strong for a long time." I was overjoyed, unbelieving that this bow's offensive power could be so formidable. Yet the moment I saw its required level, my spirits plummeted a staggering level 45. When on earth would I ever reach it? As if reading my thoughts, Ling Xue smiled and said, "Fool, don't despair. Let's return to town and have it appraised first." I nodded and turned to the three young women. "Let's head back to town. Those eager to see the gear follow me to the appraisal hall. Those uninterested may go rest well. Sweet dreams to all." Ling Yue and Zi Yuner exchanged knowing glances and chimed in unison, "Of course we'll go." And so the group returned to town together. In a flash of light, it was nearly dawn, but the plaza of Twilight City still teemed with players setting up stalls, a testament to the game's magnetic allure. Rumor had it that within just 3 days of its launch, nearly 100 million players had flooded in, a seismic shock to an otherwise stagnant gaming industry. I headed straight for the appraisal hall, and upon arrival found all three young women already waiting there. Ling Xue was already having the Moonshadow cloak appraised. After collecting 50 gold coins, the appraiser revealed the cloak's attributes, which Ling Xue instantly shared with the party. Moonshadow Cloak, Golden Tier Armor. Defense 128. Strength 18. Vitality 14. Bonus increases wearer's movement speed by 10. Required level 35. A collective gasp rose from the group. The cloak truly lived up to its Golden Tier status, granting enhanced mobility. For a melee class player, movement speed is paramount. Though only a 10 increase, it would render Ling Xue terrifying in PvP. Able to close in for assault or retreat with effortless grace, leaving opponents unable to flee or pursue. There would simply be no contest. With a gentle smile, Ling Xue donned the Moonshadow cloak. A radiant shimmer bloomed as a sapphire-hued mantle billowed softly behind her, framing her porcelain complexion and exquisite gear. Elegant, yet undeniably fierce. Satisfied, Ling Xue wasted no time on the 3 pieces of the Gale set, and urged me instead, "Fool, appraise your new weapon now." I nodded and placed the star-chasing bow upon the appraiser's counter. He glanced at it and recoiled in awe, extending his gnarled vine-like hand to caress its surface reverently. A divine artifact. Truly divine. I murmured, startled. Could it be a legendary tier item? Preposterous. Such a thing appearing this early would spell the end of Ling Tong itself. The elderly appraiser continued rhapsodizing over the bow for several minutes, then abruptly shifted tone. "Appraisal fee, 300 gold coins." "What? So expensive?" 300 gold. That's 1,500 RMB. My heart ached. Wasn't gaming meant to be simple joy? Just earn enough to buy a home, marry a lovely wife. Why must every appraisal feel like a scalpel to the wallet? Ling Yue, observing my pained expression, chuckled softly. "Scholar, didn't the boss Beast Rider Corpse King drop 257 gold coins? Just add a few from your own stash. It'll cover the fee. Hurry up. We're all ready to log off and sleep." Without hesitation, I checked my inventory, 389 gold coins, and handed over 300, wincing inwardly. The appraiser accepted the coins with a contented smile. His withered vine-like hand swept once across the star-chasing bow, and brilliance erupted. Light rippled along its length, and its string glowed with a serene, ethereal azure radiance. Without delay, I equipped the bow and broadcast its stats to the party channel. Star-chasing bow, Golden Tier. Attack 325,380. Strength 21. Agility 15. Bonus increases skill-based damage by 25. Special skill Mastery of the Familiar. Required level 45. Silence fell, stunned. Its raw power dwarfed even the luminous sword. This was no mere upgrade. It was transcendence. Ling Yue whispered, "Such overwhelming attack power. Truly monstrous." Ling Xue laughed lightly. Hee. "Looks like we'll keep leveling alongside the fool." Zi Yuner's eyes misted faintly as she murmured, "Xingtian claimed he was a master, but now with this bow, Scholar might slay him outright with a single piercing arrow." I shook my head and smiled. "Not yet. I'm still 9 levels short." Ling Xue blinked her luminous eyes and teased, "Fool, what does that Mastery of the Familiar skill actually do?" I paused, taken aback. Her knowing smile, radiant and beguiling, quickened my pulse. I immediately opened the skill's description. Mastery of the Familiar reduces equipment's required level by 10. That single line lifted my spirits skyward. Damn. This time I'd finally rise to greatness. I would be the first to reach level 40, no doubt about it. Without pause, I equipped the star-chasing bow. Light flared, brilliant cascading, and my stats surged dramatically. Qinghuang Shusheng Apprentice Archer. Level 36. Health 1120. Attack 465,550. Defense 225. Reputation 5541. Luck 0. My offensive power had more than doubled, from 210265 to a staggering 465,550. This wasn't mere evolution. It was transformation from a humble musket to a shape-shifting titan. I rejoiced, not only at acquiring such a supreme longbow, but also at possessing the golden bow, a former silver-tier relic whose fame had once swept the realm, now ripe for sale. In a single night, each of us had reaped abundant rewards. I gained the star-chasing bow, Ling Xue acquired 3 pieces of the Gale set, and the exquisite golden-tier Moonshadow cloak. Yunner ascended from level 30 to 34 and mastered the exceptional skill Resurrection Prophecy, ensuring her future as a beloved, indispensable priestess. Ling Yue comparatively came away with nothing tangible, but she had earned ample experience. Satisfied, we bade one another farewell. Rest well tonight. Don't overexert yourselves. The 3 young women nodded in unison. Ling Xue sent me a private message full, "I'll find you tomorrow. Give me your phone number." I replied instantly, "Yes. It's 139, and yours." "Mine." "Not telling." She smiled faintly and logged off. Ling Yue likewise sent a private message, "Same time tomorrow evening. We'll train together again." Naturally, I accepted without hesitation. Ling Yue's magical might was extraordinary. Training beside her was pure delight. I responded, "At your command, esteemed leader." She replied with a charming emoji. Finally, I glanced at Zi Yunner. She smiled demurely and messaged, "What are you staring at?" I replied, "A beauty." She retorted, exasperated, "Have you stared enough?" I answered, "Enough, for now. Tomorrow I'll continue watching." She laughed softly, gazed directly at me, and typed, "Then I'll sleep first." After teasing several young women, my mood soared. Watching them log off one by one, I felt no trace of drowsiness. Instead, clutching the star-chasing bow in my hand, I was filled with an invincible sense of mastery over the world. Players nearby who were grinding through the night immediately turned their gaze toward the star-chasing bow in my hands. After a moment's reflection, I swiftly disabled its luminous effect. It was wiser, after all, to remain unobtrusive. Then I spent 12 gold coins to fully repair all my gear and strode into the plaza, raising my voice in a booming shout, "High-tier black iron armor. Mass clearance sale." Instantly, a crowd gathered. But the moment I displayed the armor, dozens raised their middle fingers in contempt. "Shit. You know full well our levels haven't even reached 30, yet you dare peddle 40-level gear. Are you mocking our intelligence and our level progression?" I stood speechless. Not a single piece sold after half an hour. Clearly, I'd have to wait another 2 days, until more players reached level 30, before such gear would find its market. So I headed straight to the warehouse and stored all 20 pieces of high-tier black iron equipment, then filled my pack with blue and red potions at the apothecary before setting off eastward toward Twilight City. My destination was unmistakable: the heroic necropolis, the very place Ling Yue had taken me earlier that day. In the afternoon, I'd already discovered that deeper within the cemetery lay vast hordes of elite undead creatures. That was where I ought to train, not at ordinary grinding spots which would slow my progress, nor at elite zones like the Phantom Monastery where solo combat was impossible. Though my attack power had surged, my defense remained pitifully low. Even a few spectral warriors could end my life in an instant. It took nearly half an hour to traverse the standard grinding zone. Though it was already past midnight, and dawn's pale light bled across the eastern horizon, the area still teemed with players. During daytime, organized guilds monopolized these spots. Only during this desolate, godforsaken hour could lone adventurers train in peace, unbothered and unchallenged. My target wasn't the 30-level mobs. I bypassed the forest entirely and pressed deep into the rear of the heroic necropolis, far beyond where Ling Yue and I had slain the 35-level hell skeletons earlier. Those no longer sufficed. Now I sought monsters ranked at least 40 levels or higher. Only then would experience gains be truly substantial. Parting a thicket of withered branches, I beheld a vast forsaken graveyard ahead. Tombstones lay askew, many crypts plundered, clearly the work of grave robbers, while countless undead wandered aimlessly among the graves, hollowed and eternal. Not far from me stood a skeletal warrior, dragging an iron sword, shuffling forward with labored, sluggish steps. Corrupted skeleton, common monster. Level 42. Attack 280,370. Defense 200. Health 5000. An unremarkable foe, save for its slightly elevated defense. Yet to me now 200 points of defense were utterly negligible. I opened the equipment rankings. Unsurprisingly, the star-chasing Bao topped the list. Second was Ling Xue's flowing light sword, third her moonshadow cloak, fourth Ling Yue's blazing flame staff. Remarkably, among the top 10, 3 were golden tier and 7 silver tier artifacts, and all 3 golden tier items along with 5 of the 7 silver tier ones belonged to Chinese players. In this game's infancy, China's dominance was absolute. A faint smile crossed my lips. I loosed a frost arrow. It detonated against the corrupted skeleton, unleashing a monstrous damage number that floated upward 1276. Not a killing blow, but still such staggering damage spoke volumes about my current offensive might. Next came a armor-piercing arrow, this time even more devastating, dealing a staggering 1889 damage. A fire arrow followed instantly, and before the corrupted skeleton could take 3 steps, it collapsed in a clatter of silver coins. I smiled faintly again. Their movement speed matched those I'd fought by day, meaning I could easily lure and cleave through swarms. Just as I prepared to act, however, a dilapidated wooden hut appeared atop a low, distant hillock. Perhaps a quest awaits. My pulse quickened. Clutching the star-chasing Bao, I approached, and as I pushed open the creaking wooden door, a wave of putrid stench washed over me. Yet beneath it I caught a faint pained moan. Upon a grimy wooden bed lay a figure clad in tattered black robes, his leg rotted down to bare bone, horrifyingly exposed. Fortunately, it was I who stood there. Had Ling Xue been present, she'd surely have screamed in terror. Clearly an NPC, his name hovered above him in glowing script: Gravekeeper. He glanced at me weakly and whispered, "Are you a warrior sent by the Alliance of Light?" I nodded at once. Yes. What exactly has happened here? The Gravekeeper clenched his jaw. For 20 years I guarded this necropolis. But 6 months ago an evil sorcerer descended upon us, spreading the plague of the undead and reanimating the dead entombed within. As you see, the heroic necropolis has become a land of silence and decay, haunted only by accursed undead. I am old and infected. Young one, will you aid me? Ding. System alert, accept quest. Without hesitation I confirmed. System alert, you have accepted the quest, the Gravekeeper's plea. Current quest difficulty 280. Objective: the Gravekeeper suffers from the plague of the undead and can no longer patrol the necropolis. Slay corrupted skeletons within the graveyard and collect 400 rib bones. Grind them into powder, combine with medicinal herbs, and apply the mixture to purify his wound. I smiled faintly. The sole challenge lay in the sheer volume of materials required. 400 rib bones meant slaying roughly 2,000 corrupted skeletons, assuming pure chance. Yet for me that posed no obstacle whatsoever. I returned immediately to the necropolis's edge. The moment I stepped inside, distant corrupted skeletons stirred alertly. Without pause I charged inward, darting through the horde, weaving countless evasive paths, until a dense wave of skeletons surged behind me, a dark tide surging across the graveyard. I whirled, and the star-chasing Bao unleashed the 1,000-blade arrow. A cascade of prismatic light rained down. Instantly hundreds of damage numbers erupted above the skeletons' heads, each exceeding 500. The 1,000-blade arrow had advanced to its intermediate tier, and amplified by the star-chasing Bao, my destructive power had transcended all prior limits. Within minutes corrupted skeletons fell en masse. 10 minutes later hundreds lay vanquished, transformed into experience points, glittering gear coins, and quest items scattered silently across the earth. Delighted I began gathering the spoils, leaving nothing behind. To my delight, nearly every skeleton dropped around 50 silver coins. In just 10 minutes, I'd amassed nearly 200 gold. The potions consumed cost less than 10 gold in total. Glancing into my pack, I saw dozens of quest items, skeleton rib bones, haphazardly piled high. 40 was merely the beginning. 400 was no longer daunting. Among the loot, 7 or 8 pieces of equipment gleamed, including 1 bronze tier mage priest item, but the rest were uniformly black iron. In a few days they'd fetch a tidy sum. Thus I resumed my diligent routine, luring, cleaving, and grinding alone, utterly absorbed in the rhythm of battle. 2 hours passed in a flash. When the last clusters of corrupted skeletons across neighboring graveyards had been eradicated, I finally collected all 400 rib bones, and to my pleasant surprise leveled up to 37, matching Ling Yue's rank for the first time. I opened the level leaderboard for China. 1. Qingfeng Ling Yue, level 37, apprentice mage. 2. Qingquang Shusheng, level 37, apprentice archer. 3. Jianhua Guizhi, level 36, apprentice dark mage. 4. Zhanhuan Outyin, level 35, apprentice berserker. 5. Bingcha, level 35, apprentice swordsman. 6. Qingfeng Feishue, level 35, apprentice swordsman. 7. Luoyu Wuxing, level 34, apprentice archer. 8. Ziyu, level 34, apprentice assassin. 9. Jianhua Longhan, level 34, apprentice swordsman. 10. Tianji Jiaozi, level 34, apprentice mage. Most of the top 10 were familiar faces. Bingcha, Liu Wuxing, and Ziyu, all members of the Zumyu studio, had earned their places on the board. Their recruitment by Blue Star Group was clearly no fluke. As for Tianji Jiaozi, that mysterious mage, I had yet to uncover his identity. Still, this was merely the domestic ranking. Globally, the standings shifted dramatically. Ling Yue, China's top player, ranked only 4th worldwide. The undisputed world champion was a 38-level mage. I checked my own global standing 7th. Yet my experience deficit was negligible. Within 2 more hours, I too would reach level 38. So I returned to the wooden hut bearing the 400 skeleton rib bones. Looking at the 400 skeletal rib bones in my hand, a glimmer of hope appeared in the previously vacant eyes of the gravekeeper. He struggled to sit up and gasped, "Brave young man, you have indeed completed this task. Well, this is your reward." Ding. System prompt: you have completed the task. The gravekeeper's commission, gaining 2 experience, 40 gold coins, and 250 reputation. I may not have task equipment, but I am already satisfied. My bag has 100 slots and half of them are filled with level 30 black iron gear. When I return to the city, I will surely make a good profit. After the task was completed, the gravekeeper fell silent again. After a long pause, he said, "However, these cannot heal my wounds. The vile plague toxins are too severe. I need a very rare herb. Young man, can you help me find these herbs?" Without hesitation, I immediately clicked confirm. Ding. System prompt: you have accepted the task. Collect butterfly orchids. Current task difficulty 240. Task content: to the east of the gravekeeper's hut, there is a graveyard severely infected by the undead plague. In that graveyard, a precious butterfly orchid grows. This herb is beneficial for the gravekeeper's poison. I hope you can collect 100 butterfly orchids and hand them over to the gravekeeper, but be careful, for unimaginable dangers often lurk near these orchids. I looked at the task details. The difficulty is 240. However, the task content warned me to be careful, as there are often dangers lurking around the butterfly orchids. This means I have to kill some monsters to collect them, but that was no longer important. I now possess the star tracking bow. Oh, no monster is a match for me. Thus I headed east directly. After walking for a short distance, I suddenly saw a vast graveyard ahead. The soil was dark and sporadic blue flowers grew, perhaps the butterfly orchids needed for the task. However, above that graveyard there was a new group of undead creatures staggering around. A group of skeleton warriors with bodies as hard as armor. Bone demon, normal monster. Attack. Defense. Health. Damn. Another bunch of question marks. I cursed under my breath, then raised my star-tracking bow and shot an ice arrow. 768. A number jumped above the bone demon's head, and suddenly its health dropped significantly. Roughly judging, it must have lost about 1/8 of its health, which means the bone demon has around 6,000 total health. Therefore, its level is probably about 45, not too high. Moreover, I was even more pleasantly surprised to find that the bone demon's movement speed was not very fast. It staggered and did not attack swiftly. Thus, without overthinking, I dashed into the graveyard. After circling around with my self-created 7-star step, I was already followed by nearly 100 bone demons. Deliberately leading the bone demons into a line, I turned back and used the 1,000-blade arrow. In the fan-shaped area, a large number of bone demons simultaneously lost health. Each of my attacks could almost cause typical bone demons to lose health, and rows of considerable damage numbers popped up. In the blink of an eye, one bone demon after another fell to the ground, and my experience rapidly increased. Originally at 12 experience for level 37, it jumped to 23. I actually gained a remarkable 11 percentage points. I considered for a moment and decided to collect the gold coins and equipment first. Each bone demon dropped nearly 60 silver coins, allowing me to collect 57 gold coins. Adding to the gold from previously defeating corrupted skeletons, I now have a staggering 763 gold coins in my bag. I had the strange feeling that I was here to level up or to make money. However, once the bank account in the game opens in a couple of days, just selling gold coins will already be enough for me to make a fortune. 700 gold coins could sell for 3,500 renminbi at the current rate. It might slightly decrease in a few days, but at least it will still be above 2,000 renminbi. This way it seems that making money is better than those white-collar workers. The equipment dropped by the bone demons was relatively high level, all around level 35, but they were all black iron gear. Not a single bronze item dropped. It seems that bronze gear is indeed high quality and hard to obtain from ordinary monsters. Once I cleared the bone demons in one area of the graveyard, the butterfly orchids were exposed to view. I approached a small flower, reached out to gather it, and immediately heard a system notification. Ding. System prompt: successfully collected butterfly orchids, obtained item butterfly orchid 4. I was overjoyed. It seems I can save a lot of effort as I managed to gather 4 at once. I quickly ran around the graveyard collecting them several times. The number of butterfly orchids in my bag had become 57. I must clear another graveyard. Without a word, I immediately rushed to a spacious graveyard on the right. Following the same method, I lured a large number of bone demons, dividing them into 3 groups. After nearly an hour, I killed them all. This time I defeated a larger number, causing my experience to jump from 23 at level 37 to 87. If I complete the task, I will be the first player in the Chinese region to reach level 38. Although my hit rate decreased a bit after losing the guaranteed hit effect of the golden bow, I am still an archer and my equipment has added some agility. My hit rate against the monsters in front of me is still above 90, so the increase in attack output from changing weapons is absolutely significant, and that slight miss doesn't matter. However, my career direction has become perplexed. A full agility archer will find it very difficult to survive in the later stages unless they have a full set of excellent gear with a lot of agility. Looking ahead, all the monsters lay dead with silver coins scattered across the ground and bits of equipment lying in the graveyard. Following the principle of gathering every grain, I spent nearly 10 minutes sweeping all the silver coins into my bag. At this moment, the total number of gold coins in my bag finally broke 1,000. Then I carefully collected the butterfly orchids growing in the graveyard. After spending another half hour, I finally obtained a full 100 butterfly orchids in my bag. Looking at the time, it was already past 8 a.m. I finally felt tired. That heavy sleepiness felt as if it were enchanting me, and my eyes could not help but close. Therefore, I rushed back to the gravekeeper's hut. When I took out the 100 butterfly orchids, the gravekeeper's eyes brightened. He could not help but exclaim, "Brave young man, you are truly exceptional. I never expected you could accomplish this." Ding. System prompt: you have completed the task. Collect butterfly orchids, gaining 280 experience, 80 gold coins, and 400 reputation. There was no equipment reward again, but to my surprise, a golden light shone down from above. I had successfully leveled up to 38. Now, I am number 1 in the Chinese region. I couldn't help but laugh heartily, releasing the pressure that had built up in my chest for years. However, the gravekeeper displayed a sad expression and murmured, "Although I have the skeletal rib bones and butterfly orchids to cure the undead toxins in my body, I still need one last very important herb." Ding. System prompt: do you accept the task? I was momentarily stunned. Damn, it is this never-ending. There's actually a follow-up task. Are they deliberately trying to keep me from sleeping? It was already morning, yet I hadn't closed my eyes, and I was feeling all muddled. However, I was reluctant to give up this task. After all, tasks like this in the wild are quite rare, and the rewards are so generous. So I gritted my teeth. Let's go for it. I quickly pressed the confirm button. Ding. System prompt: you have accepted the task, Heart of the Sorcerer. Current task difficulty 450. Task content: as one of the ingredients for the antidote, you must go to a graveyard in the southwest and find the ebony ghost house. Inside the ghost house, you must kill the undead sorcerer Ajays and obtain a Jai's heart to give to the gravekeeper. Damn it, another super difficult task with a difficulty of 450. It seems I must kill a boss to complete it. I gritted my teeth, tightly gripped my star-tracking bow, and pushed through the waves of sleepiness as I headed southwest. 10 minutes later, I found myself on a high ground. Looking down, I saw graveyards scattered all over the land. This place was eerily silent, with only a group of soulless skeletons wandering about. With a far-reaching gaze, I quickly spotted a small black hut on the high ground constructed from dark ebony wood. No wonder it is called the Ebony Ghost House. Near the ghost house, a dozen bone demons were aimlessly roaming. To prevent these ordinary monsters from interfering with my actions, I directly used the armor-piercing arrow to take them out one by one. Soon they were all cleared, leaving only the solitary ghost house standing. The haunted house was shrouded in eerie gloom, its depths impenetrable to the eye. I cautiously peered forward, only to be struck full in the chest by a searing orb of dark flame, sending me reeling backward. Lifting my gaze, I beheld an undead warlock cloaked entirely in shadowy robes, the very target of my quest. Undead warlock, ages bronze-tier boss. Level: magic attack, defense, health. Though the barrage of question marks was exasperating, at least his tier was merely bronze, meaning I still stood a fighting chance. That single dark fireball had drained over 200 points of my health. Painful, yet not catastrophic. As an archer, my magic resistance remained commendably high. A swordsman or berserker would have fared far worse. I swiftly retreated, simultaneously gauging the distance between us, and to my delight, discovered his attack range extended only 15 yards while mine spanned 20. Seizing the advantage, I launched an ice arrow down a red potion, stepped back, and immediately began exchanging fiery volleys with the undead warlock. The fire arrow shrieked through the air, striking him squarely in the chest. He staggered violently, and above his head bloomed the crimson numeral 1268. Damn, even I was stunned. Since equipping the golden tier star-chasing bow, my offensive power had surged dramatically. This single strike had carved away a substantial sliver of the boss's health. I retreated another 2 paces and resumed firing. Meanwhile, slowed by the ice arrow's chilling effect, the warlock could only shuffle forward at a snail's pace, so that for every 3 of my attacks he managed only 1 counterstrike. And with healing potions readily at hand, I could already endure his onslaught heated. Dizziness overwhelmed me, my thoughts blurred, my body numb. I craved nothing more than a bed. Time blurred as I kept swallowing red potions while before me the undead warlock, battered relentlessly by the star-chasing bow, bled down to his last sliver of life. Just then a chime rang out. Ding. System alert, your friend last summer has logged in. True to expectation, Xia Tian instantly messaged me astonished, "Scholar brother, why aren't you asleep yet?" I sighed inwardly and replied, "Going to sleep right now." "Xia Tian, why are you up so early?" She shot back, "Drank too much water last night. Woke up to relieve myself, then couldn't fall back asleep, so I started leveling up." Her message arrived just as I landed the final blow, slaying the bronze tier undead warlock Aegis. Ding. System alert, congratulations. You have slain boss undead warlock Aegis. Reward 2500 experience points, 600 reputation. I rushed forward, rifled through the warlock's corpse, and withdrew the shimmering dagger. Then closed my eyes and wrenched out his rotting heart, stuffing it into my pack. The loot he dropped. Merely 75 gold coins. Slight disappointment flickered, but the experience gain was substantial. Completing this quest would likely lift me to roughly 38th level, 50% toward the next. Without delay, I gathered my things and sprinted back to the Gravekeeper. When I presented him with the Warlock's Heart, the long-running tripartite quest finally reached its triumphant conclusion. The Gravekeeper accepted the heart, combined it with the butterfly orchids and skull ribs, performed a brief ritual, and applied the mixture to his toxin-ravaged leg, whereupon the necrotic flesh instantly flushed vibrant red. Within half a minute he rose from the ground and bowed deeply, his voice thick with gratitude. "Brave youth, the light's power shall forever stand beside you, guiding you to vanquish the sins that crawl forth from hell itself." Ding. System alert, quest Warlock's Heart completed. Reward 3500 experience points, 100 gold coins, 400 reputation. Quest item Gravekeeper's Ring. At last, a piece of gear. Overjoyed, I rummaged through my pack and retrieved the ring, a small sapphire band softly radiant. Gravekeeper's Ring, Silver Deer Ring. Strength 12. Vitality 10. Bonus 3 critical strike chance. Required level 35. I burst into laughter. It was a silver tier ring and required no identification, saving me both time and coin. So far, rings remained exceedingly rare across Ling Tong. Yet here I was rewarded with such a fine silver tier artifact simply for completing a quest. Fortune truly smiled upon me. I equipped the Gravekeeper's Ring at once. My attack power rose subtly, and my vitality swelled by 70 points. Yet its true worth lay in that precious 3 critical strike bonus. All agile classes thrived on critical hits. Higher crit rate meant greater damage output. As a strength-focused archer, whose dexterity lagged behind, I relied entirely on gear to compensate for that deficit. With this chain of quests concluded, my level finally surpassed Ling Yue's. Moreover, the star-chasing bow, dropped by the supreme boss beast-riding Corpse King, had propelled me well past the halfway mark toward level 38. I now ranked second globally, lagging only slightly behind the top player in experience. Ideally, I should have pressed on to level 40 for class advancement, but exhaustion held me back. 16 consecutive hours immersed in the game had left my body utterly spent. Xia Tian tried to extend our chat, but I declined. Sleep was non-negotiable. I returned to town and logged out. Removing my neural interface helmet, I felt on the verge of collapse. Too drained to think, too weary to move. I collapsed onto the bed and sank instantly into deep slumber. How long had passed? A knock startled me awake. Glancing at the clock, it was only 1 p.m. I'd slept barely 5 hours. I opened the door and recoiled in surprise. Annie, what brings you here? Indeed, it was Annie, the woman who'd funded my university education since my parents departed overseas. She remained the sole pillar of care in my life. Taking in my haggard appearance, she sighed. Go shower and tidy yourself up. We're going out to meet a young lady. Huh, a young lady? What do you mean? She retorted, exasperated. We're setting you up with a girlfriend. Don't tell me you're not anxious. I certainly am. Childless, she treated me as her own son. Yet this particular arrangement filled me with profound dread. Though reluctant beyond measure, I dared not defy her wishes. So I washed, groomed, and changed into something marginally presentable. Descending to the courtyard, I spotted her aging Santana, its body scarred by decades of wear yet stubbornly refusing retirement, a testament to quiet devotion. She said, smiling, get in. This young lady they've lined up for you is said to be exceptionally beautiful. Oh, spare me, Annie. Last time you said the same, and nearly gave me a heart attack. That girl looked like Ru Hua herself, with a beard longer than mine. She laughed. Enough chatter. Get in the car now. The car pulled away. 15 minutes later, we stopped before a modest restaurant. Today we'll treat her to dinner, she declared. Talk with her, get to know her. If things go well, I'll buy you both an apartment in the city center for your wedding. I winced, inwardly speechless. Such matters demanded mutual affection, but Auntie operated on her own unyielding logic.